No, that way. We are live and connected to YouTube.com.
Professional as ever. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to yet another 42 Level 1. I am one of your hosts, Alistair Kennedy. This is episode 384, and my green screen is really annoying me tonight with this shit. And here with me, as always, the Twilight Princess of the All Games himself. Not the All Games, the YouTubes himself.
The Twilight Princess of YouTube. Mr. Lurker here, as always.
Yes. Vote. Everyone's saying vote. So if you're watching this, stop watching, go and vote. Go and vote if you're American.
Isn't the voting pretty much over now in America?
No. It's still ongoing just now.
It probably depends what state you're in and whatnot.
They've also, because there's different time zones, you know what I mean? But like basically, if you're in line and the polls close, you're still legally entitled to vote. So
okay, just
remember that. And don't vote for Trump. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, don't vote for Trump. Like, I mean, we don't live in America, obviously, but like, I hope Biden wins, even though like Biden seems a bit sleepy.
Remember,
but he's not Trump. Like, so he wins. Like, he's got to win.
Well, basically, he's a transitional president for a year, so Kamala Harris can step in, and surely she's got to be better than Dead Man Walking or Donald Trump. But I'd rather, like, I was talking to Matt Bradford this week. Peace out, Matt Bradford. He said he was talking about the situation. I was like lockdown's a joke in this country just now because basically our prime minister's weighing up money and stuff like that. And like England down south, they're locked down from Thursday for like a month, and it's looking likely that we might maybe just a week or two behind them. But I said to him, and he agreed. Like he said, at least it's not America, right? And I said, well, I would rather, no matter what party it is, have a career politician in the office than a failing bankrupt celebrity, like who was doing the campaign just to boost his hotel business and he actually won. I would rather have a career politician than Donald Trump. Like I would take Boris Johnson over Donald Trump any day.
I would as well, actually, yeah.
And I don't like Boris, but yeah.
Do you know what? Nuts to say. Like it's nuts to say that you would pick Boris over just about anyone.
Yeah, but you would rather somebody was qualified, and Boris isn't really qualified in the way that he's making the right decisions, but at least he's in that life. Like Donald Trump came from like golfing and drinking with his buddies and God knows what in that private island with Epstein, do you know what I mean? And like doing all that shit, bankrupting all his businesses, and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, I'm president now. What? How? Like, that makes no sense to me. But anyway, yeah, good luck, America. I hope you get the right choice tomorrow or 3 days and Trump doesn't try and turn it up. Like, he said he's going to court straight away. He said he's bringing lawyers in. There's a news report saying that he's already going to declare he's won before he's actually won and stuff like that. And it's a load of nonsense. And he's already put things in place so that he can drag this out longer than it needs to be. But hopefully Biden just goes in and goes, beat it. Get out my house.
This is my house. Get the fuck out.
Old man fight live in the White House lawn tomorrow morning. Stop it!
I mean, yeah, it definitely won't be tomorrow. I'm sure there's like
3 days or something.
Oh yeah, I think there's 3 days before they can declare. Because
but they can give indication, obviously. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they'll have a good idea by like tomorrow. Like probably.
Do you know
like
the crazy thing is? They're talking that Texas could turn blue because obviously in America it's Republican or Democrat.
Yeah.
And like there's like an extra 1.5 million voters coming out in Texas, and they say the only answer for that could be Biden supporters. But then it could go the other way. No, in Texas, it could just be all these guys going, "No, we want Trump. Give us back Trump. He's a nice man. He promised me my education." I don't even know if that sounds like Texas. I'm sorry, Texas. We've just lost all our Texas viewers. Yeah, I've had a busy week, Andy. YouTube's been my life this week.
YouTube has been my life. You've made a lot of YouTube videos.
Not as like. Do you know the thing is? This one's easier because this is just kind of an evolution of the podcast. But like shorter videos are more difficult than longer videos. I've discovered, right? Because you think, okay, I'll do 1:10. I did manage 1 in 10 minutes, right? But even at that, right, the initial video was only like 5 minutes long. So that's 5 minutes extra of me just waffle, right? Obviously, go and watch it. But like, it's just, I was like, I could have easily talked longer. I had to actually edit it and cut parts because I'm like, I can't put up a 20-minute video for 5 minutes. You could, but like, it's really difficult. You know how we talked about, this is our long, long-term
this is our long form discussion.
Long form, that's right. And we haven't got any short form stuff. And then when I was telling you about like, L3 like last week and stuff, and then obviously I just went ahead and done some. It's soft launch. It's not what I intended to do with the channel. I'm just testing stuff, but like. This is easy to me. Like a lot of folk are like, how can you talk for 4 hours every week with Andy? I goes, it's not as difficult as you might think. Even though I talk with Andy every day and discuss these points every day, we still seem to have more to talk about on the Tuesday. And it's great that after like this is the 9th year that's not dying down. But like for me, it's really difficult to do. Like short forms is harder for me than doing like this long free-balled episode that we do every week, because like none of this is scripted or nothing. Like short form, you kind of have to not script. I haven't scripted any of them, but you kind of have to have like, right, I want to say this.
Bullet points almost there,
yeah, so that you can keep it short. Because it's like, see all these guys that put out 10-minute videos every day, right? It doesn't take long to edit and upload it, right? But see the planning behind it. Like, what the fuck am I going to do a video on? Right? Okay, so what do I say about that? How do I keep it in 10-15 minutes to keep the audience? Because like a couple of them, like the playthroughs, I had to like cut them short because see my first attempt at it, Andy, I spent an hour playing a game, and then I thought I can't do this. I need to set my settings to half an hour on the PlayStation and set my records for my face to half an hour. And even at that, I was like, that's not a long time. Like, see, watching a half-hour YouTube video, it seems ages, but see, when I'm actually doing it, half an hour playing's like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, it's no time, yeah.
So like the 10-minute ones, if you're really good at planning, like, and you know specifically what you're going to talk about, and you've got the news, we're pretty on top of the news, but it's like, how do I keep this in 10 minutes? Do you know, sometimes we talk about one article in our section for an hour, or it leads down many paths. It's difficult, but it's been good. It's been fun. Like, had some good views. I was actually talking to one of the guys, and obviously I'm not doing what we've played this week for me anyway, because not much to talk about. Plus, we get the PlayStation games. But the guy that made, or one of the guys that helped make the Mandalorian Conviction, was yapping to me, which was pretty awesome, saying thanks for covering it and stuff. So it was awesome.
the Dreams level.
Really cool, man. Like, really cool. Like, obviously, it's rough, but they're working with what they've got. But like, I really enjoyed what they did with it. Like, so much fun. And I said to him, if you're going to do another one, give me a shout, and I'll check it out too and do it in the channel. Like, obviously, because that was great, man. And it just shows you if some fans can make that in Dreams, how the fuck does a company with EA how are they not able to do like how? If like this is made by 2 people and it's a fully functional level, and sure, it probably took them longer than it should have, but it's 2 people sitting at home making it with a PlayStation controller. Do you know what I mean? So it's like EA got all the technology and all the money in the world, and they can't make a fucking Star Wars game like as cool as this. Like, don't get it. But anyway, yeah, check that Mandalorian Conviction out. It was really cool.
Nice.
But let's start the show. Let me get my notes first of all, see what I've actually done. Have I watched anything? Have I played anything? Oh, I did watch something. Okay, so let's start the show with Big Screen. Wee Screen is part of the show where we talk about all the TV and all the movies we have watched throughout the week. And I'll pass you over to Andy. What have you watched throughout the week?
I don't know if I watched anything very much. Like, I did catch him. Like, Ashley's been watching Peaky Blinders. Yeah, and you watched this, didn't you?
Yeah, I was looking for something kind of along the lines of Sons of Anarchy, kind of gang kind of stuff, and it kind of ticks some of those boxes, but I kind of dropped off like about season 2.
Yeah, like, I mean, I think she's on like season 2 or 3 or something now. Because you watched like an entire season in one night, like while I was sleeping.
I don't think they're as long. I don't think they're like 20 episodes long.
I know, it's like 6 or 7 episodes.
Yeah. And is it Cillian Murphy, the dude's name is? It was Scarecrow. He's in it, and Tom Hardy joins the cast in like season 2 or 3, I think it is.
But yeah, but she was watching that, and like I happened to catch like, an episode or 2 of that, like while I was like going to bed and that. One of the episodes that I watched that I wanted to know was only because there was a song in it, and I think there's some real good use of music in the show. Do you think it
feels a bit Guy Ritchie? That's what I get from it.
It does a wee bit, but like I don't think the dialogue's nowhere near as good as like any Guy Ritchie stuff at all. I actually found it, like, to be honest, to be quite boring for the most part. Like, she really likes it, but like honestly,
look at your little face. Look, you can tell you're disappointed with it. Look at that.
I know. But yeah, honestly, put me to sleep. Which is fine. Like, if I go to bed anyway, I'm like, oh, I'll just go to sleep to this. But yeah, like there was one.
I'm not happy with this. Sorry, Andy.
Oh, don't worry about it. But there was one episode that she was watching last night where it was a song came on, and I'm like, the drum beat comes in, and I'm like, I've recognized this fucking song. It's like, and it's an old song, but I'm like, I know like another version of the song. And after maybe like 20 seconds, I'm like, I know exactly where I know that from. That's Tupelo by Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, which Sixth done a cover of, like a metal cover of it. I'm like, oh, cool. Like that's a really, and it was really good use of the music in the episode. And obviously, like this type of music was not about like back then because it's set in the 20s. But there was a couple other uses of like really good uses of music to like.
Is it the 20s? Is it the First World War or Second World War?
I think it's after the First World War, but before the Second, something like that. Because it's definitely before the 50s and all that. Like, yeah, it's definitely in between the wars. But yeah, like the way it's shot stuff like looks cool, but I didn't like the dialogue, and there's just too much like yap talking away. Like I'm like, okay, this is really boring. So I did not enjoy it. Like you watched it when you were playing Syndicate, didn't you?
Yeah.
So it kind of fits with that. I get that. Like if I was playing Syndicate, maybe it would be interesting for me to like watch, but I never did at the time, and I won't ever go back. So, and also I can't ever go back because it doesn't work on the current gen. Now it's not back compat on PS5.
But you can play it in Series X.
You could, but I'd never played it on Xbox. So, and Assassin's Creed is a PlayStation game. It's not an Xbox game.
It's not. It's not about me. Anything else you watched?
No, I don't think so.
So I only watched one thing, but I don't think you've seen it yet, so I can't really spoil too much. But
it's not about Mandalorian.
Mandalorian, episode 1, season 2.
I was almost going to watch it tonight, and when I was having my dinner, I was like, right, well, I wanted to watch the Mandalorian, or I'll watch the football, and I watched some of the football, but I'm glad I did.
Wrong.
No, I'm glad I did because
you haven't seen the Mandalorian, so you can't. That's an unfair comparison.
No, but I'll tell you why. Because I was really tired. I fell asleep whilst I was watching the football earlier, so I would have spoiled the Mandalorian for me because I would have fell asleep on it.
You went off. Honestly, this is the best Star Wars has ever been, in my humblest opinion. Now, don't get me wrong, it wouldn't work without the existing universe, right? The reason this works is because of what's there. However, this is the best Star Wars has been since the originals. I would say better than all the sequels and better than all the prequels. This episode alone is better than every sequel movie.
Nice.
Revenge of the Sith I kind of do like with the prequels, but holy moly. I don't even want to say what happens at the end because you've not seen it and it's a huge reveal and I hope it's not been ruined for you, but like I enjoyed every minute of this episode. I enjoyed where they went to. I enjoyed what they did there. And unfortunately, I can't say any more because I really don't want to ruin it for Andy. I've told Davis he's got a day to watch it. I'm going to ruin every bit of it for him. That's my prerogative. Why does my face look so bright now, man? What is wrong in here? Anyway, so Mandalorian, if you haven't watched it, just watch it, man. Like, I don't get people like Nelson's quite a big Star Wars fan, friend of ours for anyone watching. He hasn't even watched The Mandalorian. I do not understand what's wrong with him. I get some people not watching the animated shows. Fine. Lots of people miss Clone Wars. Lots of people miss Rebels. Excellent shows, by the way. But The Mandalorian, it's a class above. Like, the filming technique that they use with that circular sort of CGI green screen camera.
Yeah. So good.
I thought the whole thing was in location. I would have sworn. But what they do is they build smaller sets and they use like longer lenses because I was watching the documentary on Disney Plus and the extras thing, and then they've got this rotating sort of like a 360-degree cinema sort of setup with CGI. Well, not a cinema, but like green screen, and it works so damn well. Like it's cinema level TV for a cheaper budget. Don't get me wrong, quite high budget, obviously still in this, but the way they've done it is incredible. I absolutely love The Mandalorian. So cool. I've got like, hi, Science by G's in the chat just now. Like, if season 2, episode 1, I've got a theory about the thing that, well, one of the things that happened, because so much goes on in this episode, Andy. It's like, okay, you liked season 1, have this. Pow, 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 pow. There's even like a cool there's an Easter egg that you'd miss if you didn't. You have to, I don't know what it's saying. There's an Easter egg you'll miss, and there's a cameo from a guy that's an actor that I can't believe I missed them, but I watched I'll talk about it. This is why I need you to watch these things, Andy. Stop watching football. Stop it. Be an adult and watch fucking Star Wars. Anyway, honestly, for everybody watching, if you like season 1, you're going to absolutely adore season 2, episode 1. It didn't really go into the whole direction of where season 2 is going to go just yet, but holy, what an episode. That's all I'll say about it.
Yes.
But anyway, we need to move along with the show. Move along, Star Wars. See what I did.
Moving along.
You see what I did. So we will need to move.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. It's a ruse. So we will move on to level up. This is the part of the show where we talk about all the video games we've played throughout the week. But not this week, because it's the top 10 PlayStation 4 games of the generation, because we've already done Xbox and multi-platform. Now we're covering PlayStation 4 before next week, when we finally hit the next gen with the Series X, which I can't wait for and Andy can't wait for. But most importantly, we also do the video game news. So Andy, what's been happening in the video game news?
CD Projekt Red have been denouncing the death threats that they've been getting after the delayed Cyberpunk 2077.
This is bullshit. Like these guys should have their gamer tags banned. I know it'll never happen, but
yeah, I mean, like I get paid annoyed about a delay or whatever. Like if you're really so pissed off at the developers, just don't buy their game. Like that's the way to. If you want to really hurt them, just don't buy their game.
There was a guy that said, "Know where you live, and I'm going to come to your house." Like
that's fucking.
That's not cool at all.
Like, you can't say things like that nowadays. Like you actually will get arrested for saying stuff like that. So, yeah, what an idiot! Like whoever said that, because they'll get shit for that.
Delete.
Ubisoft Plus is the new name for Uplay Plus, and it's coming to Amazon Luna and Stadia.
What's it called?
Ubisoft Plus.
So
Uplay Plus was what they were going to do. Is their streaming sort of package essentially, which is basically the same as EA Play, but it's called Ubisoft Plus instead of Uplay Plus. There's too many. Like, I don't like this name at all. Like it's shit. It's not good.
That better.
I don't know.
What the fuck is this?
It's rain. It's raining, mate. It's
not. Well, it's not raining. There is a window above me.
FIFA 21. Now lets players disable all music to avoid copyright streaming.
No, right. See, for all the shit that EA's done, that's cool of them to do for streamers. That's cool.
Now, if they can just sort out the loot box nonsense.
Well, I don't know if that news story was this week, but did the judge in like the Netherlands or somewhere not say that you have to pay up or take the loot boxes out?
I think that was last week we talked about that. Like it was I think it was Belgium.
Yeah, the judge ruled, it's gambling. Take it out or you're getting fined.
Take it out or you get fined every day, basically. So there's probably an update to that. Like, we could probably find. Resident Evil Infinite Darkness is going to be part of the video game canon. That's the new Netflix show for Resident Evil. This is a live action one, isn't it?
Yeah, this is different from the one that we talked about the other week, the CGI one.
Yeah. So yeah, I think this is a live action one, and it is going to be part of the video game canon. Obviously, the movies are not part of the video game canon; they're a separate standalone thing. So, cool. But the Resident Evil movies were okay. Like, I don't know if I'd be interested.
You know, they were enjoyable. They were really good. The strange thing about this is they're saying it's canon, but I don't know how they're going to fit that in. But yeah, see the movies for dumb. Like, watch the first movie was really cool. Like, actually, genuinely a good film. But then as they went on, they get like this time they're going like the Fast and Furious. This time it's the desert. I was waiting for them to go to space. Yeah, they got cool, but they got crazy.
I liked that first movie as well. Like, I had the soundtrack for it, and like
really
good songs on it, and
everybody remembers you're all going to die down here.
Yeah, that was really creepy how the camera like kind of came in there. You've got this camera set up to like creepy mode. That's what it is. But I like the scene with the sort of grid thing as well, like with the grid lasers.
Oh, and it cut the guy in half.
It cut him into wee cubes. It's really cool.
Right, I'm going to get some juice. Don't talk about anything cool unless I'm here.
I mean, like all I'm going to talk about is PS4 shipments nearing 114 million with the new generation coming up. This will obviously keep going up because the PS4 will take a price cut like imminently, and once the PS5 is properly out there in the wild, obviously, like it's coming out in 2 weeks' time. But after that, there's none available essentially, so you're still going to look at people buying new PS4s for the next 6 months at least, before that starts to taper off a bit. But yeah, so like over the next year, you can expect that to go up to 120. Like, no bother. So yeah, there's still legs in the old PS4 just yet.
Considering most of the PlayStation 5 Year 1 games are going to be on the PlayStation 4, there's 100% still legs, and they don't want to cut off that user base, Andy. They've got to realise that a lot of their patrons, that's the right word, have been hit badly with coronavirus. Like, some folk can't afford next gen yet, so they can't afford next gen, but they might buy a game, you know, so why would you cut that off? If you can make the game work last gen, I guarantee you that Miles Morales would have been PS5 only if it wasn't for COVID. Guarantee it.
Maybe. So the PS2, right, sold 155 million units. Do you think the PS4 can surpass that?
How many units? 150 million?
155 million, yeah. It's at 100.
What's the PS4 at just now?
It's at 114 million right now.
I doubt it.
It's very close to passing Game Boy and Game Boy Color combined.
I don't think the PS4 is going to pass the PS2 now.
Okay. So then it would be the third best-selling console of all time behind the PS2 and the DS. Or the DS family, which does not include 3DS. So it's close. Like, I think it could do it. Like, see, you drop the price of that to like £100. Like, you're gonna get everyone that's still sitting on Xbox 360s and PS3s and all that, like, buy the PS4, like 100%.
They're not going to drop it to £100.
Why not? Like,
they won't.
I think they could.
I think they could, but I don't think they will.
Like, I mean, it's what, like 200 basically just now. You can get one for a new one.
Sometimes with a game, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you could drop that to like 150 in like Black Friday deals in the wallet, and then June next year, £100. Just get rid of them. By the end of the year, PS4 stops production, whatnot. Like, first time they can get to 150 million. That's all they need. They need the bottom of the barrel to come up, and then that's it. And everyone that ever needed a PS4 will have had one at some point. Okay. Next news story. So Watch Dogs Legion has a game-breaking bug on Xbox One X, which is a bit of an issue. So you can get to like mission 6, and then the game crashes, and you cannot go any further in the game. Bit of a bad one there.
Do you know, Watch Dogs I would be more interested in if it wasn't releasing around the same time as Assassin's Creed Valhalla and like all the other games that's coming out. Plus, I haven't finished Watch Dogs 2. I know Fraser picked this up, but like, I can't play Watch Dogs 3 when it is a continuation of Watch Dogs 2.
Yeah, totally agree.
Because
like,
Watch Dogs 2 is all right. Like, I'm enjoying it. It's just sometimes I play it and then other things come up and I'm like, I don't need to play this just now. Like,
yeah, Watch Dogs 2, like, I want to go back to it at some point, but, like, I mean, I played it for a couple hours and I wasn't that into it. And, like, Watch Dogs 1 was a weird one, right? Because parts of it were really good, but they had this middle section that was so long. And I think at the time we just put up with it because there wasn't really much else out.
No.
Like, I think if that game had come out now, we'd be like, this is fucking way too long. Like, Red Dead, like, I dropped Red Dead 100% because
I don't think it was as bad as Red Dead 2.
No, it's not, but, like, that has definitely taught me that, okay, there are good bits in it, but it's not worth persevering through all that nonsense.
One good thing about Red Dead Redemption 2, Jack Black's video game channel on YouTube is going to last forever because he only ever plays like 20 minutes of it every week. Like, he's never going to get anywhere in it.
Nice. Do you know, I stopped watching that ages ago because he didn't upload a video about video games for like 6 months.
Yeah, he just put I'm doing YouTube now and then did nothing.
Yeah, he did. I'm doing YouTube now, and every week it was quite funny, to be fair. Like, because every week he made a video, and it's like, sorry, no games this week. Like, my Elgato's broken, or like this or that thing didn't work, like for ages and ages. And he did eventually like start playing a couple of games, but like I'd lost interest in that one. Anyway, No Man's Sky is getting a huge update on PS5 and free upgrade free upgrade for PS4 players as well. So we both got it digital.
Yeah.
So we'll be in No Man's Sky whenever that comes. I don't think that's day one on PS5 though.
I'm not in a rush to get No Man's Sky on the go again.
It's in VR, but obviously the VR it's going to be weird because the VR version isn't going to.
Is it going to work?
PS5 version. So the VR version will work, but
I don't think that's a game that needs VR, Andy. Anyway.
See, I haven't played it in VR, and I should actually try it in VR, because it's always had that kind of cool thing of being able to look around this fucking spaceship, like when you're taking off and landing, and like that was some of the cool things about Star Wars Squadron is just looking around. So I should try in VR. But yeah, I will try No Man's Sky on PS5 and see what it's like. Would you play it again? Like, because you can play 2-player now. Like, there's multiplayer.
Like what they promised us, like you can play with people.
Yeah, like it's 100% there now.
Maybe try it. I'm not saying that I'll, but then again, with the storage that's going to be on the PS5, have I got space? Probably not. Is the answer.
Temtem, yeah. Temtem's getting exclusive early access on PS5 in December.
Do you know? And this game made me realize, like, a lot. I've bought every Pokemon game, I would say. Every one of them. The last Pokemon game I finished was Pokemon Yellow and the Game Boy, like when it came out. I don't have the interest in Pokemon that I should have. Like, it's one of these games that I buy because I feel I should, which I think Call of Duty started to become for me rather than, although I think the new one does look pretty good. But like, Pokemon, like even the last, I got Let's Go when it came out. I haven't finished that. I bought, is it Sword or Shield, whatever one? I haven't finished that either. Like, I just lose interest. It's like, it's almost as if each generation they're like, let's see if we can make worse looking creatures instead of just using the good ones that we made in the first place and just continuing on with them in different situations with maybe a couple of special new ones, like change the legendaries up or something, or I don't know how to make it better, but I just don't like the designs of, like, when they done the bin bag with boxing gloves and ice cream and a stick. It's like, come on, just use an older one. You don't need to have newer Pokemon in every game. Like, make 10 new ones every game, folk will be happy. You don't need to make like 100 new every game, because then it's like, oh, who the fuck is this? Unless I'm sitting watching the cartoon, which, like, I won't be watching it anyway. My kids don't have any interest in it. Like, so I don't know. So I'm not, back to the news story, I'm not interested in a Pokemon clone because I'm not that interested in actual Pokemon anymore.
No, if I don't know if this game's free or not. If it's free, then I'll try it. If it's not,
I don't think it is free.
No, I don't think it is. The one thing I want to say about Pokemon, I think you're actually like onto something good there with the, like, adding 10 Pokemon a game. That is the smart way to do it. Like, add 10 new Pokemon to the original, like, 150, and pick the favorites from the other ones. Fair enough, but but honestly, like, from the newer game, like, I actually didn't mind some of the Pokemon. Like, some of them looked quite cool. They had like the crow that was like a knight and stuff like that. But yeah, I didn't engage with that game either. Like, Let's Go Pikachu, I hated Let's Go, and Sword and Shield, like, it was all right, but it wasn't really any different from like Pokemon on the Game Boy that I played years ago, which is like why I bought the game, because it was supposed to be like, this is the new generation of Pokemon, and it really didn't feel much different from how long ago was that? 25 years ago? Like, didn't feel much different at all. So I don't think they need to change the formula of Pokemon in some way. And
it's definitely longer than 25 years ago.
However long ago it was. Like, I don't know.
Was it like 96, 97 or something? I don't know. Let's see. Let's look up that fact. Since it was that sort of show.
It was a long time ago.
Pokemons.
Yeah.
Pokemons. So it came out in 96 in Japan. When did it come out in the UK?
It's probably a year or two later than that, I would imagine.
When was Pokemon released in the UK? 1999. So like, we were in second year or something.
21 years ago, not even as long as what I said. 21 years
Why
ago.
did it take them 4 years to fucking translate that? Do you know what it probably was? It was probably the anime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they probably had no intention of releasing it over here. No. And then the anime got popular and they decided to put it out here. That's what it would be.
I don't care enough. Right. I think Pokemon's cool, right? But I think the newer Pokemon don't look as good as the original ones.
No, you're right.
And they don't. That's not me being Grandpa Fudd. That's me being, those designs aren't as good as those creatures in this game. And the gameplay's not changed, like you said, significantly enough. And they've not took it. Do you know what? They're technically the EA of RPGs, because EA, they're like, you're going to buy our fucking game regardless. So why put the effort in? You know, and that's what EA do every year. And see, until people stop buying it, that's what forces change. So like, EA knows that you're going to buy like the FIFA game, they know you're going to buy the hockey game because that's your option. And it's like, why would we put the effort in if we know it's going to sell? And that's what I think happened with Pokemon.
Yeah, I think it's all right. until someone like, well, that's maybe what Temtem, like if they can come up and shake up the market a wee bit, like maybe.
But it looks like Pokemon, so what's the point?
Right, but it depends if they've done something completely different with the gameplay. We'll see. So it's now confirmed that all non-Kinect back-compatible games work on Xbox Series X and S. Every single
Which is
one.
a lot of games, and no wonder the Kinect doesn't work. They stopped supporting it as of the S.
Yeah,
the 1S.
And even some of the Kinect games, they even like managed to patch them so they didn't need the Kinect anymore. Like Kinect
Rise
Rush
on a Roam.
stuff like that. Yeah, Rise on a Roll. Well, Rise you could do it either, but like they called it like Disney Rush or something like that. Rather than Kinect Disney Rush Adventure. We changed that one, so it would actually work on the new gen. No more Heroes 1 and 2 are now available on Switch. I think you bought these, yeah?
Oh yeah,
I've never played them.
get them
You have to waggle the remote.
Do you know the funny thing is, right? To charge your lightsaber, you have to do that. It's a lightsaber, right? You bought a laser sword and it becomes an assassin somehow, right?
Yeah.
But it says rotate your Joy-Con like this, because I was like, please tell me it's got the motion control still, because that was one of the best parts in it. And like it does, and it says rotate like this. That doesn't work. You have to sit and do that. And he goes, that's the noise he makes. And then when he saves, he's taking a dump. There's some stupid humor like that, but the game itself is fun, man. I really enjoy it. It's got the slashes, the motion slashes like that we had. And I've never played the second one. I don't know if I finished the first one, so I wanted to play these before the third one came out, because like by the time the second one came out, I don't think I had a Wii, and it came to PS3 later on, but I never bought it PS3. But like honestly, like No More Heroes is quite cool. Travis Touchdown, what is it? Travis Returns or whatever. That's not like the main series.
Yeah, when it's playing mini games or some shit.
Yeah, and it was okay, but I mean, like, I love the game. I love to see it. This time I want to finish it. Like, basically, you have to take down the top 10 assassins. And I remember there's kind of like, it's not open world, but there's like a hub. There's like a hub where you get your bike and you can go about and stuff. And like, it takes the piss out of gamers and pop culture and stuff like that. And the art style is really cool. And this is the uncensored, uncut version that originally came out, because the ones that came out later, they did censor it and whatnot. So,
okay.
No More Heroes, you can get both of them for like, I think it was like £32 because it's like 16 quid each. But
what the fuck? That's too dear.
For 2 games? No, it's not. They're £16 each.
For 2 Wii games? Fucking yeah, it's too dear.
In your humble opinion, yeah, of course. But these are really good games. £16 an absolutely perfect price point. Like,
wow. I thought it'd be like a £5 each. Fuck that.
What? No, these are proper games, Andy. These aren't just like mini games. So yeah, honestly, these are great games. Pick them up. In fact, £16, I think it's absolutely reasonable for what it is. You've never played it, so it doesn't count as a Wii game. The graphics are good enough, so.
I mean, I could buy a Wii and the game for that.
How much is that going to cost you? No, you couldn't, because I know what price Wii's are at just now.
Wii's are like £25.
Right, take off your discount. That's the same price as the game, so it makes no sense. And then you've not even bought the game yet.
Yeah, I mean, the games are like £2 each. So.
No, they're not. Let's just look that up now.
The games are nothing.
The games are not nothing.
Yeah.
The games are not nothing. Let's just see.
Anyway, I don't have it.
No. We're not moving off that point. No More Heroes. Search. So you're looking to buy both games. So No More Heroes 2, Andy, is £35 in your establishment.
What? How much is No More Heroes 1?
£4, but
£4, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but by the time you've bought a Wii and the first one, you spent more than £16. No More Heroes in the PS3 is £60, Andy.
What?
So yeah, these are good price games.
Okay, I stand corrected. Control Ultimate Edition is also now on the Switch, which is really weird.
And I tried it.
And you tried it. So do you want to just tell us about it here?
Yeah, because obviously we're not doing that. So first of all, fuck Control because of their upgrade scheme to next gen. However, it worked really well. I would go ahead and say it worked better than PlayStation now, Andy.
That's cool. Yeah, nice.
It doesn't look next gen, but then we're not at next gen yet. It doesn't quite look Xbox One, but it doesn't look far off it.
So did you play it on Xbox One as well?
Yeah, I remember I bought it on the Xbox One.
I didn't remember if you actually played it though.
Yeah, I played quite a bit of it. I got to the first kind of dream sort of bit with the cubes and stuff like that, or whatever it was. Once you're through the kind of paranormal offices. So like in this one, I didn't get to the part where you're shooting like the ghosts and stuff. I just got to the offices and worked my way through, and I just went, I haven't got lag yet, and I'm playing it handheld on my Switch, and I'm like, this isn't terrible. Like on screen, doesn't look really as good, but see handheld, it's like they could legitimately put any game on this.
Here's a question, right? So like, how does the downgrade compare between like say The Witcher on Xbox to The Witcher on Switch?
Oh, there's no comparison.
Comparing Control to the Switch, like how
it's not as
similar, or is it not as bad?
Not as steep. So say like The Witcher 3 graphics on the One X is like 8, right, and it's probably 10 on the Series X. But like say we're at 8, and it's maybe a 2 or a 3 on the Switch.
Okay.
That's me being honest.
Yeah.
You'll see when you play it in the PS5, but like see the Control, I would say maybe it's a 7 probably, because I don't think the graphics are amazing in even in the One X. Like, and on the Switch, I would say 5. So not as big a drop.
Okay.
Not as big a drop. So like if they can do this, that's great. The only problem you've got with this is it's like $34.99.
Yeah,
right?
that's the problem. Too expensive.
And you don't own it, and you can't play it outside your house because well, you could obviously in somebody else's Wi-Fi, but you can't play this on the go. It doesn't install to your console or anything.
I mean, you could technically hotspot yourself.
I don't think the performance is going to be there for that.
Yeah. Plus, how much data is it going to use? Like, it's going to use a fuck ton of data.
Being honest, a lot of people have got unlimited data these days, but still, you're going we stay in Scotland. Be honest, a lot of places don't have 5G yet, so you're not going to get this to stream nicely. So, if your only console is a Switch and you really wanted to play Control,
you can't.
This is your answer, and you're not going to notice much of a downgrade. If you play The Witcher 3 on Switch and you've any inclination of The Witcher 3 on Xbox, you're going to see an upgrade. Like I said to Andy this week, and I was playing The Witcher 3 on Switch today. The Witcher 3 on Switch is a technological marvel that they've made it work. The full game's there, full fat, all the DLC and everything. But it's not the way you should first experience the game in my mind. Like, at least play it on the Xbox One or the PlayStation 4.
Sorry.
But you know, like I still love the fact that it exists. I think it's really cool that it's a thing and they've got it to work. But I just think because the game's so beautiful, see if the game wasn't that great looking anyway, but some parts of it are legitimately beautiful. So I'm like, yeah. But anyway, Control works great.
Cool.
I don't think I'll use it to play any of these games, mostly because it seems like it's going to be price on price with the Xbox One and PS5 for these games, and I don't own it. I'm only licensing a stream of it, and I couldn't, like, last time I went on holiday, I didn't really have Wi-Fi. Like last year before, we went to that place in Dundee. I didn't even have proper Wi-Fi there, so I had to rely on my cartridge games or the installed ones. This, like I said, needs to have a Wi-Fi connection. So
I think your other problem is obviously like the time that it's coming out. So with Control's been out for over a year already, basically. So if you really wanted to play it, you probably played it already. And like you said, the price point, like 35 quid, still seems a bit dear. Okay, it's cheaper than like a Nintendo cartridge game, digital, for example. Like, because you're talking like 50, 60 pound for like one of those games. Like,
yeah, but then you own it.
Yeah, plus that's a new game, like generally, like, or a remaster of an old game or whatever they've done.
And it installs to your console if it's digital that way as well.
Console and all that. So yeah, it's an interesting one. I'll be very interested to see how many copies they sell of that, and I don't know that we'll ever find out, but it would be very interesting to know that.
You can download it to test, to try, and like you can choose better frame rate or better graphics on it as well, Andy, to be honest. So it gives you an option when you start it up. Do you want the frame rate or do you want better graphics? So
I did download like the sort of launcher for it, but I didn't actually try it yet. So
give it a go, see what you think.
Yeah,
I was impressed.
Yeah, Hitman 3 is coming to the Switch in the same way.
Yeah, which is cool because that is going to be a new game.
Yeah,
but that's going to be 50 quid.
It's going to be 50 quid probably. It depends if, although, like, so say for example, right, that comes out day and date with the other consoles.
And it's $34.99.
It's $34.99, and the other ones are £60. That's a much different proposition because
£70.
Oh, £70, yeah. If it's half price,
or
like 40 quid even. Like,
yeah, so see if it's a game you're waving on and you're like, I'm not sure about it. Hold on, Switch has got a half price. That is where you're going to get it. Like, let's be honest. Like, I know I said taking it out and stuff like that, but how many times I take the Switch out? Not a lot these days.
No,
you know?
Yeah. But yeah, for £35, if that's their like price point for streaming games, the top price point, like that's a much more interesting proposition if the games come in day one.
Oh yeah.
And you can accept all those like caveats there, like, oh, can only play in the house, can't trade it, like you don't own it technically, and slight graphical downgrades.
Because that would be cheaper than buying it second hand launch window.
Oh, 100%, yeah. I mean, you're still going to be talking £40-50 even second hand buying that game.
But then at that point, would it be wiser just buying it off of like Stadia that is actually really good to work, even though we mock Stadia, like things are cheaper in Stadia too, and like it works perfect, and you can get like console like graphics. There's no downgrade on that, and you do own the game, while Stadia exists.
I think it just depends on like your convenience. Like if you've already got like a tablet like that's set up good to go for Stadia and a controller and all that, like, or you would rather play it like on your Switch physically. So I don't know. We'll see on that one. Like, but yeah, it's a very much if it's day one and what the price point is like. I wouldn't buy the game personally anyway, but it will be very interesting to see.
Hitman 3. Do you know Hitman 1 I really enjoyed, but then I get stuck at a level and I never ever went back to play said game. Oh, my back's still sore. DP.
I got stuck on the first level of that game, and
I know you did, and it was like so easy. I get stuck in like I think it was the third stage in Italy. I get stuck. Couldn't figure out what to do, and I never went back to it. And then I find out it's got a weird sort of upgrade system. That it's kind of cool, but like Hitman 2 came out, and then you could download Hitman 1 for free inside the engine. And I think they're doing the same for Hitman 3. You can install Hitman 1 and 2. So again, like see for next gen, there's another issue. Like games even like Hitman are going to be like quite a few gigabytes if you decide to install Hitman 1 and 2. And like most games they've said are going to be 50 gig minimum, like unless it's an indie game. Like so like Miles Morales 50 gig, 51 I believe on PS4. But if you decide to then upgrade to the Ultimate Edition, that's 105 gigabytes, right? You're only getting 600 usable. That's 6 games in that case.
Yeah.
Like, and if you buy Assassin's Creed and you get all the DLC, Andy, which you might, that's maybe another 100 gig on your hard drive sitting there. So it's like, that's the difficult thing.
I mean, it's going to be interesting with the digital games. Like, I think I'm going to focus a lot more.
I'm going physical
in the initial launch phase of this.
Do you know what I thought the other day? Right, see Series X, right? I don't think they do on the Xbox yet, but you know how you can stream Game Pass on your console? A smart move for on your phone would be to stream Game Pass on your console. Yeah. Like you can on your phone. Sorry, I know I said you can, but like you know how you can load up on your phone or tablet?
Yeah, 100%.
Why can't I stream my Game Pass games on my console to save space?
Essentially the same as like PlayStation Now does it.
Yeah, just do that so I don't have to download it.
Yeah, it gives you the choice.
That would save a lot of space.
Yeah, honestly, for some games it would be totally fine. Like any like 2D platforms and stuff like that.
Single player games.
Single player games that are not too like combat intensive, you're going to be totally fine.
Let's be honest, for me and you, any game's going to be fine because we're not exactly competitive anyway. But like, you know what I mean? Like, why not introduce that option to console? So on Game Pass you can stream it. That's what I came up with the other day. I'm like,
maybe they will do that like in time for the launch, especially like because the Xbox Series S still makes no sense with that fucking hard drive. Like it's too small.
If they can start streaming Game Pass, it will make more sense.
If you can stream the Game Pass games, then yeah, it makes 100% sense because you can install like the 4 or 5 games that you play regularly all the time. Multiplayer.
So what is it? Is it 500 gig on the Series S?
500 gig, yeah.
Right, and what's usable is like 400 and something, 400 and change, right?
It's tiny. So
like the Xbox Series X is what, like 800 and change you can use, and the PlayStation 5 is like 600.
I mean, think about the Series S, right? By the time you install Fortnite, your Call of Duty, like Apex, like your 3 free games, that's more than half of that hard drive gone already before you've installed anything. Like off a Game Pass, like what the fuck?
Not including games that I already own. PlayStation 5's full day one. Xbox is full twice over day one. Like on the Xbox, I own a lot more, right? Series X, I've got my 4 terabyte hard drive. I've got like less than a terabyte free, Andy. Yeah. And it's not like I'm storing shite that I'm never going to play. Like, you know how much I jump about games, and with this quick resume, I'm going to jump about them more, but I'm not going to experience those loading times in a lot of them because they're going to remain in my hard drive. So it's like, let me stream Game Pass.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Okay. PlayStation Labo, what is this? PlayStation Labo. Right, okay, so in I
thought this was strange.
Yeah, in Astro's Playroom, you can basically collect puzzle pieces in the game, and these then get added to a mural in a room called PlayStation Labo. Very strange. Cool. But yeah, apparently Labo is quite a common word in Japan. Fine.
I was just out at the Labo with the boys.
Out at the old Labo.
Out at the Labo.
Eating some mozzarella cheese. It was good.
Do you think that's how they talk and eat in Japan? They just eat mozzarella cheese.
I was eating the ramen at the bowl. It was yummy.
Scottish review of Japan.
It was good.
Oh, those noodles. I'm never going back to that pot noodle again. You can shove your chicken and mushroom.
Do you know what? Like, see people like that, actually, they would actually be more like, this is not as good as a pot noodle. Fuck us. I'm out of here.
They absolutely would.
Yeah, they wouldn't like ramen. They would.
Do you know what Lexi likes? Well, she doesn't love it. She doesn't request them, but I have a Bombay Bad Boy quite often pot noodle, and they're quite hot. Lexi goes, and I have to give her a wee. She can't speak, but she does that because when she eats it, she goes. So she always like what's it? It's weird. She had something today, and she goes.
That's really weird. Yeah, like Bethany hates spicy food. Like hates it. Like any kind, it doesn't matter. Like. Do you remember those Doritos?
What Doritos? Like, they still exist.
No. Do you remember the Doritos that they made where it was they had like what was it? It was like cheese mixed with the like spicy cheese essentially.
They were good. It was like a roulette or something.
Yeah, roulette. That was it. Yeah. So like you didn't because they looked the exact same, so you didn't know which one you were gonna get. And like the cheese ones are obviously fine. But then you would get the spicy one, and it was quite spicy, and it was still all right. But like, see if when she ate one, she was like, "Oh no, my mouth's on fire," and we start crying and all that, like get really upset about it. So yeah, she hates spicy.
Remember, Lexi's get some. I don't know if it's Latino, but remember Tasha's like Italian and half Spanish, so like she's got some of that mix in her too.
She has the refined palate of a chef in there also.
Not me. Yeah, well, I don't think that passes in DNA. Some things do. Some things she does, and I'm like, I do that. Like, it's weird. But I can't believe, like, it's nuts. She's, in 2 months, Andy, she's 3 years old.
Nope.
Where's time going, man? Like,
I don't know. It's fucking mad. So, there's an unpublished Final Fantasy comic from the 1990s. What is this?
I can't wait to hear all about this.
So it was based on Final Fantasy IV. I don't care.
Final Fantasy IV is the best one.
No, Final Fantasy IV sucks.
Well, it's one of the best. I haven't played it.
You're true. I can't really say it sucks because I've never played it, but there's no way for me to play it now. Like, oh, he's gone. Yeah, like, so it's not on any current console at all. So there's no way to play it. Still, I mean, we spoke about it, I don't know, earlier this year, maybe last year, about them doing like a Final Fantasy anthology, which would be like a collection of like a bunch of the different games, and it never ever came to pass. There's heavy rumors of it, and it never ever came out. So we got Final Fantasy VII Remake, but just none of the rest. Okay, so there's a prototype Mega Drive controller that came about. I think, they didn't come about. It got uncovered, and basically it looks like kind of like two Wii remotes almost. It's like half a Mega Drive controller, like two circles in the end. It's almost more like, to me, it looks more like an Oculus controller, to be honest. Like, what did you think of this, Ali?
How did you know I'm back?
Because I can hear you. The prototype Mega Drive controller. Like, do you know, it looks like the Oculus controllers.
No, it looks like the controller that came out for Ridge Racer on the PS1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, You're totally right, actually. But yeah, you can. It looks like you could stick them together using a bit of plastic or something. Like, yeah, weird. Science Spy in the chat has a comment there, Ali.
Well, read it. I'm not the only person on this show.
I can't bring it up. You can bring it up.
What do you mean you can't? Oh, I can display it, can't I?
Yeah, you can display the comment.
With the magic. Look at that.
So yeah,
high tech.
I don't sweat storage space because I just uninstall stuff. Internet's fast enough to reinstall on a whim. So
but you don't jump about as many games as I do, I guarantee it.
No, Ali's, you are bad for that, Ali, to be fair.
Notorious.
And like, yeah, my internet's fast as well, and yours is faster than mine, Ali. But it's still a pain when you're like, you want to play something like right now, and you're like, you have to wait for 10, 20 minutes.
Do you know what I'm wondering if it'll be faster? To re-download a game or to transfer it from a hard drive over onto the console? You know,
I think it's going to be faster to download it, and also you can make the decision of like, do I really need this?
but then you can move it to your hard drive and play it later.
Maybe, but I don't know. Like, I think you're better off just playing the stuff, and then when we've not played it for a few weeks, delete it and then reinstall it when you get the Notion again, or when that update comes and whatnot. Okay, data miners have uncovered a list of words that might get you banned in the new Kingdom Hearts game, including the word honkers.
Honkers. Do you know, part of me wanted to get it's full price, so man, this is like $60.
It's nuts.
Part of me wanted to get it just to say honkers to someone to see if I'd get banned.
Nintendo's firmware update for the Switch last month as well banned the nicknames coronavirus and COVID. Fuck's sake.
Sucks if that's your birth name.
Yeah. So yeah, you can't be called honkers or coronavirus or COVID. Somebody did call their kid like COVID as well.
No, they didn't.
They did. Like, I think it was someone in India. Like, they had a baby and they called it COVID.
Why did they want sponsorship?
I don't know. Sponsored from who? The fucking virus?
Maybe.
Like, I'm a virus that kills millions of people. I'll sponsor this kid in India. Like, COVID. There you go. Weird. I'll pay for his college tuition fees.
Hopefully the child never gets it, but that's some headline if the child gets COVID.
Oh yeah, COVID gets COVID. Yeah, Jesus. Hopefully it doesn't touch wood.
COVID squared.
Yeah. There's a demo coming out for. In fact, I think is it out now? The Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity demo
is out. Beasted it, mate.
Beasted it, nice. And the progress carries to the main game. I did not even download this yet.
Absolutely superb, man. Absolutely minted. I cannot wait for this game even more now that I've played it. And the fact this is what demos should do. Dragon Quest did it as well. You're bringing out a demo. And you're making me play in-game levels that are ready, not like prototype levels. Transfer that shit over. Don't make me replay it in the main game. 100%. And this, it's quite meaty as well. Like, it's longer than just like a 5-minute thing. You get like a good couple of missions. You get the lay of the land. Give it a go, Andy. I think you'll like it.
I will try it.
Is there popping candy in this? Like, I'm eating the last of the gingerbread house. Like, they made it Halloween.
Cool. I can't see it because it turns black as soon as you show it to the camera. So I don't know what it is.
The haunted house.
Fuck's sake. Cyberpunk 2077 is apparently delayed to make sure that it ran well on PS4 and Xbox One. Just delay it. Just cancel it on those consoles and put it on next gen.
If it's ready next gen, release it there first.
Yeah. Like, why?
Why hold back for that?
It's bizarre. Like, just cancel it. Make the game as good as it possibly can be on the new gen.
They've made a commitment now, and they don't seem the sort of guys to do that.
I know, I get it, but they put The Witcher on the Switch. So they can do anything really. Mario Kart Live Home Circuit is selling front tires.
See, when I've seen this wasn't a news story. This is what I seen on the Nintendo website.
Yeah.
Who the fuck's burning out the tires in Mario? How good are the kids getting at playing this, like, on the remote control? Like, change my tires. Like, why?
Like, I'm gonna be. I want to try this, right, just to see how the car controls using the Switch.
Yeah, but no. Think about it. How fast does it need to go before you, or how, like, to burn out the tires?
It needs to go quite fast and like brake hard a lot. But I just want to see how the RC car controls, like, using the Switch and how fast it goes. Because RC
it doesn't go very fast. Looking at the videos,
it doesn't look fast, but it's difficult to tell unless you're like in the room with it, like, and actually controlling it. But yeah, like, so I actually do want to try this. I don't want to buy it, but I do want to try it. So if I come across a copy, then I will try it and let you know how it is. I will create a racetrack somewhere.
Just when I seen these tires, that was hilarious to me.
Oh, yeah. And you showed me those things. Yep. Oh, PlayStation Plus announcement came for November. So actually, that's out. That's out now. I forgot about this. So you can now download Middle-earth: Shadow of War and Hollow Knight Void Heart Edition on PS4. And obviously, they'll be backwards compatible. And also, PlayStation 5 owners are getting a bonus game in November at launch. Bug Snacks Game of the Year.
You did say it was going to be Game of the Year.
I mean, it might be. I don't know if it actually will be. Like I think
You've got Assassin's Creed Valhalla. You've had Last of Us 2 this year. You've had Ghost of Tsushima that you didn't even try. You've got Spider-Man. Anything else is going to be better than that game, really.
We'll see. It looks cool. I really like Look at Bug Snacks, and I was going to buy it day 100%. So yeah, this is cool for me to get it.
You were going to buy this?
Yeah. It wouldn't have been the first thing I would have played on my PS5 day one, but I would have played it day one for sure. So that gives me like 4 games that I'm going to.
So Andy is now off the show for his comments.
So there will be 4 games that I will play on day one between them. So like Assassin's Creed I'll play first, then I'll play Spider-Man, then I'll play Bug Snacks, and then I'll play Days Gone.
I'm not waiting for Spider-Man. You know this.
Yeah, I know.
I know it's a free upgrade and it's only but it's a week. It's a week, Andy. And it's not a long game. You know, this is a 15-hour game. So, I'm going to have this finished before it comes out.
It's a week where I'll also have the Xbox Series X and I can just play Yakuza. So, fine.
It's Miles Morales, though. For me, because I pre-ordered the PS4 version, digital, I'm not going to sit there going, I'm going to have that finished before PS5's out. This is going to be my black flag of the generation.
So Sony also confirmed what games are coming to the PlayStation Plus collection on PS5 on day one. So from
some of these we knew, like the official, the Sony exclusives we knew.
Yeah, so some of these we knew already. So I'm going to run down this list and tell me if you're going to install them or not. Okay. So from Sony Worldwide Studios, Bloodborne.
No, not day one.
Days
Gone.
Want
to play it again. Days Gone, I don't need to. I've got a disc.
Detroit.
It's already on my hard drive.
Well, just download it and sell your disc, Ali.
What, for Days Gone?
Yeah, because you won't need it anymore because you have Plus.
We'll be locked down by then.
Jeez. God of War.
Got it on my PlayStation.
Infamous Second Son.
No, I finished it twice.
Ratchet and Clank.
It's on my PlayStation.
Last Guardian.
It's on my PlayStation, but I'll never play it again.
You hated that. Last of Us Remastered, you already completed
It's on my PlayStation.
Until Dawn.
It's on my PlayStation.
Fast load times.
It's on my PlayStation, but I won't play it again.
Uncharted 4.
It's on my PlayStation already.
And then from third-party developers...
this is my problem with PlayStation Now and stuff like this, is because I've got it. Right, third party, let's go.
Batman Arkham Knight.
No. I own it.
I know. Battlefield 1.
Definitely not.
Call of Duty Black Ops 3 Zombies Chronicles Edition.
Yes, because that was a good version. No, because of the size of Call of Duty.
Yeah. What is the Zombie Chronicle version? I've never heard of that before.
Extra story DLC for stuff. It's got extra bonus stuff.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy.
Yes, actually. Even though I've got it in Switch, but yes.
I'll install that as well, actually. Like everything else I'm not bothered about, but that one I will install. Fallout 4.
No.
Final Fantasy 15 Royal Edition.
I own it. It's on my PlayStation.
Monster Hunter World.
I've got it on Xbox, but I don't like it.
Mortal Kombat X. Not 11.
I've got it installed on Xbox. Not a 10. No.
Yeah, X.
No.
It's an Xbox game. Persona 5.
I don't think it's for me.
I might install Persona 5.
I think it's more for you, but I don't think you'll finish it ever.
No, I don't think so, because it's hundreds of hours long. And then Resident Evil 7 Biohazard.
It's on my PlayStation. I've finished it, though.
I mean, if I can play the VR version of Resident Evil, maybe that would be worth me trying.
You will be able to. Because the standard version is VR compatible. You need to try it.
Yeah, I might. Maybe I'll try it. Maybe we'll do a charity stream and I'll try it in that. And the
with your new 3D audio headphones.
Yeah, fuck no way. The studio head of 343 Industries, Chris Lee, has departed the company.
This is worrying, right? Because they already lost a creative director and one of the other guys last year. This sounds like the ship's going blub blub blub, and the captain's like, "I'm sure you'll be fine." Like, why the fuck would you leave it? This game's not going to be... See, if this game had a launch date, right, and it was out in February, I would accept this. Or if it was March. I would accept it. This game doesn't have a release date, and my prediction is December next year, November next year. I don't think this is going to be soon. So the fact that he's left and there's 2 other creative directors high ups and just went, right, this guy is this guy's worrying more than the other 2 because this guy's been with 343 since the start. Like 12 years he's been with that company. This is 2008, Andy. 12 years, and he just goes, sorry, he's still with Microsoft, but Halo Infinite's in trouble. That's what this is now a troubled game.
I do agree with you there, but I can tell exactly what's happened here. So, like, when they've gone in to check on the development of Halo, like, before they announced the delays and stuff like that for it,
they all pointed the finger at him.
They obviously went in and looked at it and be like, right, how's the development going? Like, let's see the latest build, blah, blah, blah. And they showed it to them, and they're like, this doesn't really seem like it's going to be ready in time, guys. Like, is it going to be ready? And they're like, yeah, of course it's ready. Yeah, sure.
Monster cans in my local garage are giving Halo Infinite DLC. It was meant to be ready.
And then maybe when they get to the point of like announcing the delay, they're like, right, this is a delay, this is a big issue, like whose fucking fault is this? And they
went for the creative director, and everybody went him. He
like ultimately he's in charge, so it's his fault if it's
probably
delayed.
But he's not get sacked for it.
No, he's not managed the project well, so they've moved him on to something else because obviously he's still probably good at something.
Still 3 high ups working this project, Andy, regardless of your theory, which may or may not be true. Sounds true, but it might not be. Leaving? Come on. Like, this game's not going to be ready till like October.
The game's development's clearly been mismanaged to fuck.
Like, what I think they should do it like Crackdown 3. Just release the multiplayer first to give the people something to latch on to. Work in the campaign, polish that like fuck. Like, it's Game Pass. No one's going to care. It's not like...
Yeah. I agree because it's Game Pass. If it wasn't Game Pass, then I would say no, don't do that. But because it is Game Pass, it's fine. People give it a pass. So you're fine. There was a new PS5 global launch advert. Pointless doing an advert at this point because no one...
You can't buy it.
No one that hasn't already bought one is going to be able to buy one at launch. So, like, do an advert in like February when you've actually got consoles you can sell. So, fair enough, you'll be able to sell games to people that have already bought it because there'll be plenty of games out there. And you might be able to get the accessories, the controllers and cameras and whatnot. Like, you might be able to sell those things, do adverts for those. But yeah, just pointless doing adverts for the consoles.
They've probably already been there. Look, like Halo Infinite is in my garage just now. You can get Halo Infinite DLC codes off the can. I wonder if that transfers to Halo 5, like they said it would be. Like, you just type in, it says you now own Halo 5, and you're like... So, like, yeah, these things must be done well advanced. Like I said, we went to McDonald's a few weeks ago, and like The Rise of Gru, the Minions film, that's what the gift was, and it's like these things must be sitting in warehouses for months. Like, even the box for the Series X, if you've seen any of them, it's got the Halo Infinite Master Chief in the back. So somebody must have been lying all the way through that. Somebody knew it wasn't ready. Like, a lot of guys must have known it wasn't ready, and one guy's like,
yeah, I know who it was. It was Chris Lee. Phil Spencer says that Xbox Game Pass is completely sustainable the way it is.
Yep. Yeah. Because folk were questioning it, and it's like, no, they've got a good model for it.
Yeah, 100%. It makes them a shitload of money, and like it's the same way as like look at these subscription services that have took off and done well over the last few years, like Netflix, Amazon Prime.
Over the last few years, Netflix has been around since like the Wii.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like it's really took off over.
You mean like Disney Plus and HBO Max and stuff coming out, like deciding to do their own thing?
Yeah, all of these things, like all these services that they've taken off and done well.
But the reason they're doing well is sporadic releases, whereas Netflix thing was here's the whole season at once, so they were seeing subscribers drop off. Like, look at Disney Plus, smart model, Mandalorian once a week. Because if you were going to take a free trial, you're going to cancel it, but you're going to miss half the season, so you need to keep going. Game Pass is slightly different, but what they need to do is lock down publishers. That's what they did buying ZeniMax to get Bethesda and a lot of them. And I don't think that's going to be the last purchase because they can't afford, like, say, like we talked about it before, Ubisoft doing their own thing. Like, well, you can't have any of our games. So Microsoft have got their own studios. They need to secure more so that they've got a library for this, because at any point a third-party developer could go, nope, we're making our own streaming service and seeing how that goes.
So the thing is with these streaming services, and like we both, I'm sure, pay for so many of them now that like we've essentially we've not been duped into them, right? But we've been brought into them by like some kind of deal, right? So like a free month or a really cheap month. So definitely
like YouTube, 6 months.
Yeah, like Netflix, I took like I don't know, like a 2-week free trial and then just never got rid of it, and that was
because it becomes convenient.
at least 6 years ago. But like I kept it because I enjoyed the content, and that's fine. And like they've had 6 years worth of money out of me, and I guarantee, like, well, there's millions more people have done the exact same thing.
See, but the different one's Amazon Prime, because I pay for Prime delivery regardless. I count that as a bonus of my free shipping because I use Amazon for a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, but say for example, right, 1 month, right, you don't watch a single show on Amazon and you don't order anything on Amazon that requires Prime shipping.
But I do.
Amazon's got 8 quid, but say you didn't, right? Because a lot of people don't. Like I don't order something every month that has Prime shipping, and I definitely don't watch everything.
See, I've got my Amazon pantry box set up, so
yeah, but like that. But for example, for me, like I don't use Prime that much, but I still pay for it. So like I pay the 8 quid a month or whatever it is. I might not actually use any of the features of it that 1 month at all.
The most unused one for me is Disney Plus.
Disney Plus, we've actually been using it quite a lot because Bethany watches it a lot, and like I've been watching like some of the Marvel movies, and like Bethany's been watching some of the Agents of Shield, like to try and get her caught up to like where we are, so we can just finish watching it all together.
Poor child, horrible show.
She likes it. It fell off, like it lost its way a good bit at one point, but we'll see if it comes.
Season back. 2.
No, like season what? It's like 5. Season 5.
2. Season 2 went.
I liked season 2 and 3.
It's all connected.
Sort of connected. But yeah, like but those subscription services, like I actually forget about them sometimes until like I see like, oh, PayPal notification, like such and such is you've been billed for such and such.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, what's this?
Do you know what I wish? I wish Netflix had a yearly option that was cheaper, like Amazon, because Amazon's like what, £70 a month, £70 a year, £79 maybe. Just let me do it that way, and then I don't need to worry about it every month, like you said, because Netflix has gone up to like what, £12 or something like that now a month, so 13 something.
I don't mind the Netflix cost, and I don't actually think it matters what it goes up to. I'll pay it because I watch it every.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like Netflix is like my TV essentially. So
it is for Tasha as well, but for me, it's more YouTube. Like all my watching is done on YouTube. Like see when like I get a minute for the telly, like after the show, I'll go through. I'm not going to fire up Netflix. It'll be YouTube, and I'll be like, right, let's see what Spawnwell's doing. Let's see what RGT85 is doing. That's what I do. Well, I was going to make a video tonight for L3 Spin, but I'm not going to do that.
But yeah, like but yeah, when it comes up though, like, and you're like, oh fuck, I forgot to cancel that. Like I should have cancelled that because I haven't used it this month. And the payment comes off. Obviously, you've already paid it for the next month, so you're like, oh, I'll cancel it next month. I'll use it for this month, and you don't ever.
And then a new show comes out, and it's your working.
Or you just don't use it and then forget about it, and then the payment comes off again.
Audible got me with that. Audible, the fucker. I went on it and I had like
Audible's bad for it. Yeah.
8 Audible books, and then you go to quit, and it's like, come on, guy, do you want it for free? We'll give you it for free, sucker. And then you get the free month, and then you got, do you know what? I'll cancel it. And they're like, what about half price for 3 months? You're like, okay, I'll agree to that, and you forget about it again.
Like Audible, I think I've got like 7 or 8 credits like since I signed up for it, and I got Audible to get 1 book for Bethany, which is Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, because every night
she likes the one chapter.
Chapter 16 in the Hog's Head of that one book for some reason. But yeah, like I've got one other book on it, which was like a Warhammer 40k book that it was like a Tau one that I was interested in, and I listened to that and it was quite cool. So like I just need to go and actually like tag some more.
Get the Assassin's Creed one. The Assassin's Creed Gold one that's exclusive to Audible is really cool because it's, like I said, it's told through the eyes of a blind man, so it's like as if you're in you're him. I've got a few, like I got Neil Gaiman's The Sandman like audiobook version with the full cast and stuff. Those are awesome, but
I just find that I don't digest audiobooks like that very well, to be honest. Like podcasts I can listen to like no issue and digest them no problem, but like audiobooks, getting the story in, like I find it really difficult to do unless I'm doing the dishes, like unless I'm doing a menial task like that. And it doesn't happen that often. Like dishes.
I mean, like I used to use it more. We've got a link for Audible. I should really put it up. I don't care.
Maybe not right now, because like I'm not exactly selling it to people.
We do have an Audible link thing. Remember, I told you I've got one.
Yeah, we should write an audiobook and put it on Audible. That's what we should do.
We planned for that. I'm sure we've got WhatsApp groups for everything. Like I'm sure that's one of the WhatsApp groups.
I don't almost think that's for a book. There's definitely a bunch of video game.
100%. I'm sure there's a book. Because I'm sure that showed you a couple of stories.
I don't think we would write a very good book together. I think it would be
together.
No, maybe if you wrote a book separately, and then just like
Smash the ideas together.
Mashed it together, yeah, it'd be funny.
So it'd be half weird Japanese book and half. There's definitely an audiobook like chats. I've get rid of half of them. How did you get into your archive in this?
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'll continue with the news. Path of Exile's next expansion has been delayed because of the Cyberpunk delay. So basically,
audio book 42 chat, Andy.
I don't remember this. What the fuck?
Obviously, it's from when I like wipe my phone. I don't have any of the thing, but I'm pretty sure if you look at that,
I'll look at it and I'll look at it and I'll see you in a minute. Yeah, so Path of Exile delayed their expansion because it was due to come out the same day Cyberpunk was coming out, the new release date for Cyberpunk. I don't like this, like, because the game's ready to go. Like they're
obviously worried. They're obviously worried.
They're worried, but they're worried for the wrong reason. Because the people that are excited about Path of Exile's new expansion, like, they're going to be excited about it anyway and buy it anyway day one. Like,
yeah, but they want to encourage new people to buy it, and like, I think it's a smart move. A lot of more people shouldn't go. Fuck it, we'll release the same day as Call of Duty. You shouldn't do it.
I would release the same day as Call of Duty. Fuck Call of Duty. I don't care. I give people an alternative to Call of Duty if they don't like Call of Duty. Like, oh, you hate Call of Duty? Like, fine. This game's a big fuck you to Call of Duty. Play this. It's much better.
What's the game about?
I don't know. It's some kind of RPG. I've never played it.
It's not even a shooter. It's just some kind of RPG.
I think it's like a Diablo type RPG, as far as I know. Like, I've never played Path of Exile. I've obviously heard of it, but I've never played it. It's a PC game, Ali, so you don't care about it anyway.
No.
Sea of Thieves Fate of the Damned update is adding spooky voyages and new skeletal pets and more things.
Spooky!
Sea of Thieves, will you go back to Sea of Thieves on the new console?
We spoke about this last week.
Yeah, but with a new
Maybe.
Skeleton pet?
I don't want a skeleton pet now.
I would have a skeleton pet, like a skeleton monkey. That's kind of cool.
You're my skeleton monkey when I play it.
It'd be like Pirates of the Caribbean. I think we should go back and try this again. Like on the new console, because obviously on your console it did not work the last time we tried it.
What?
Remember when we played Sea of Thieves the last time, it didn't work?
On the One X?
Yeah. Like your game kept crashing, mind.
That's right.
So maybe on the new console it won't do that anymore.
Maybe.
The world and the characters of Final Fantasy 16 got announced. This is a
Clive.
Do you think that they went, right, Cloud's a really popular character. What's another game that begins with Clo?
No, I don't. I think they went David, Squall, Tidus, Cloud. Let's make them sound Noctis. Let's make them sound normal. They've just went for a normal name. I'm all down for Clive.
Clive. Fuck off, Clive. Fuck
Clive.
off.
I'm happy it's called Clive.
I hate he's called Clive. I hate it. It's the worst name in Final Fantasy. The worst.
Probably not.
It's terrible. Honestly, why couldn't they just give us let me be Sid, and like Sid is the main character in the game? Cool.
Because then all you would do is transport the really cool knight about in the ship. That's all you would do.
But yeah,
that's the game. You would like that.
I would like that. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I do not like the name of this guy. However, he looks fucking cool. He does not look like his name is Clive.
It looks like Noctis and Tidus went. Psh.
What is Clive backwards?
Evil.
Not evil.
Clive. Evil. Evil C.
Evil C. I'm going to call him Evil C. That's his name now.
His name's Clive. Clive Davidson.
He's Evil C. His brother's name is Joshua, who's
normal.
That's not so bad. It was basically
as long as there's a guy called Dave.
Yeah, he's basically the guy that controls the Phoenix Summon.
Dave the Van Man.
And then there is a woman called Jill.
They've just normalized the names. That's what they've done. All these names are normal now, Andy.
Normal name. I don't want normal names in Final Fantasy. I want fucking mad fantasy names.
Maybe you'll get to rename them like in the old ones.
If I can rename them, that's fine. I'll give them wacky.
Cloud and Barrett.
It'll be Evil C. It's gonna be its name. Barrett's kind of a normal name. There's people called Barrett.
Not a lot.
I mean, there's a guy who works for Kind of Funny called Barrett. So there's people called Barrett. I've never met one personally that's called Barrett, but Because I would have been like, oh my god, you're Barrett from Final Fantasy. Anthem changes are coming.
Anthem's fine.
Why is Anthem getting updated? Don't bother. Like,
Well, they said the last time they done anything, they said that they were going to work on this and upgrade it to 2.0, basically.
Just don't waste your time. Xbox put out a survey wanting to know if you would buy a Series X mini fridge. Quite funny. I think most people yes, and they will put this out because they're just leaning into the meme 100% at this point, so that's cool. Sony, I'm hearing myself again. Sony have rebranded a bunch of their UHD Blu-rays as PS5 4K movies. That's kind of interesting. Like, I think it's more to sell the Blu-rays, the 4K Blu-rays, than anything else. To be honest, to people that own PS5s that might not necessarily buy 4K Blu-rays at that point. So we'll see. Phil Spencer's come out and said that the industry needs to rethink console pre-orders and how they work. Obviously, because it was a complete shit show for both the Series X and S and the PS5. So yeah, they definitely need to rework that, and it's actually going to be made even worse because of COVID stuff. So NBA 2K21 on PS5 and Series X is going to have the WNBA in the game, so the women's NBA, and that's a next gen exclusive feature. It's not on the last gen versions of the game. Cool. The Uncharted movie is finished filming, and we also got a look at Mark Wahlberg's Sully costume, which it looks okay, I suppose. Oh, we spoke about this last week. The seller who was doing the PS5 face plates, Plate Station they were called at the time, has had to rebrand after Sony filed a complaint against them, and then they actually have had to basically shut down and cancel all of their orders because Sony put in like a claim against them, basically. It's basically threatened to sue them if they pursued this and went ahead with it, because they were considered to be infringing on Sony's intellectual properties by reproducing the faceplates, which Sony have apparently managed to patent or copyright the design of those, so they cannot use those. So that's interesting for any third-party people that try to make these things. So Sony's going to hit them down unless they come out with something that's completely different. So you're going to have to, if you're going to make one, you need to make the faceplate look totally different from the actual PS5 ones, which is a bit weird. CD Projekt Red have also said that they're not comfortable, but they're confident in the December release date. That to me does not say that it's coming in December. That to me says it's getting delayed into next year. If they're not 100% confident in it, then it's going to get delayed to next year. Speaking of delays, Far Cry 6 and Rainbow Six Quarantine have been delayed due to COVID. Gears Pop is stopping. The servers are shutting down next year. Obviously, this only got announced in 2018, and it's
what's that?
Gears Pop.
Yeah, but since then they've made Fall Guys.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was the same company that made this. So
they've clearly went.
Yeah, they're like, this is not making any money. Do you know what? Here's what they'll do, right? So here's how they fix it with Microsoft. Fall Guys will come to Xbox One Xbox family consoles, right? In a year's time, essentially, from when it released on PlayStation.
With Gears costumes.
Because it's a 1 year exclusive deal. It will have Gears costumes in there, 100%. Probably Halo as well, but definitely Gears.
Gears Pop was quite cool. Quite cool.
I'd rather play Fall Guys with fucking Gears costumes. Like, that sounds more fun. And see if you had like maybe a couple of Gears themed levels in there as well, where you would have like, rather than like a swinging...
Child friendly?
It doesn't need to be child friendly. You can have a swinging chainsaw and it can chop a Fall Guy in half. That's fine.
A swinging chainsaw.
Or what's the
and
gun?
He's well versed.
What's the gun called?
A Lancer.
A swinging Lancer. Then I have no idea what it's called.
Why is it swinging though?
Because the Fall Guys has always had swinging shit floating about. They always have in just about every level. They've got things that hang.
What else would you put in a Gears level, Andy? Just out of interest.
Well, so I put like a meat grinder. I put a meat grinder in it.
A meat grinder.
Yeah, meat grinder and like an acid.
Why?
An acid.
Why would you put meat grinder?
I don't know. Like it would be like a meat grinder that would be made of gears. Like what you
You know, the gears are the cogs are the soldiers.
Then it would be cogs, yeah, and the
But the
cogs
cogs are the people.
crush the.
It's the coalition of all the governments. That's what it stands for. Like.
No,
So anyway, acid pit. Why?
just because it would be fun.
So it's not a gears level at all because
No, because it would be full of
you
blood
have no idea.
and acid.
Acid. Okay, so you want acid. Acid.
acid, mate. November games for Gold got announced, and they're shit, like really bad.
Games with gold, as we said, died last year.
Yeah, but you're getting Origami Shadow Edition, Swim Sanity, Full Spectrum Warrior, and Lego Indiana Jones. So you're getting 4 games this time.
Just scrap gold.
Cool. Origami sucks. I played it before. It's terrible. It's a really bad stealth game. Like it looks cool, but it's a terrible, terrible game. So don't bother downloading it. Waste of time. The PlayStation CEO says that we have grown our studios organically rather than via spending sprees. So they are just basically having a dig at Microsoft because Microsoft have gone out and bought the studios. At the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter where you got the studios. It's the games that you put out that matter. It's like,
what about Insomniac games?
If you put out good games or if they put out good games.
Pretty sure Insomniac was purchased.
It was purchased. You're 100% right. I mean, they did have a synonymous relationship with Insomniac with Ratchet and Clank for a long time. To be fair,
so did Bethesda with Elder Scrolls. Every game has got some,
but it's some level of exclusivity. You're right. Something like a DLC and stuff like that. But Ratchet and Clank is like a platform exclusive.
How's that Sunset Overdrive over there?
Well, yeah, that's a weird one. It's an outlier. Also, Sunset Overdrive wasn't that good.
It was.
It was alright, but it wasn't that good.
It was a good game.
Made your list, plastic.
Made your list?
Did it make my list? Fuck, it did make my list. That's how I was scraping the barrel for that one. Jesus.
No, you just didn't play enough Xbox games.
Well, I mean,
you didn't. You're fixing it this gen.
Most of the good games came out on the PlayStation as well. Oh yeah, so it was the Dutch judge that ruled that EA should be fined €500,000 every week until it removes loot boxes from FIFA. So I guess we'll tune back into that story next week and see if they actually got fined €500,000.
Was that $2 million a month? Do you reckon they went to the figures and went, "Can we afford this with the money that comes in?"
Yeah, they went, "Do we make more than €500,000 in a week in Holland?" And if they do, they'll just be like, "Oh, what?"
You come say hello.
Yeah.
Andy's had a bad dream.
Oh, hello.
Say hi, Andy.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Oh, can't hear you. Hold on. She maybe hear you now.
Hello. Hi, Lexi.
Hi.
How are you? You okay?
Yeah.
Do you have a bad dream?
Yeah.
What did you dream about? Having to speak to Andy?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay though now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something to do with your teeth, wasn't it?
Was it your teeth?
Uh-huh.
What was it about?
She was screaming that she didn't want to brush her teeth.
You don't want to brush your teeth?
No.
No. What a bad dream to have.
No, that's a bad dream.
It didn't
Brushing
work
your teeth is
as well.
good. It's fun.
You having fun just now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She looked possessed.
Yeah. You seem okay now.
Yes. Should we change your nappy and get you back up?
Yeah.
Okay, say bye,
Get some
Andy.
medicine.
Bye, Auntie.
Bye, Lexi.
Bye.
Like you've cheered up, Andy.
Oh, you're dummy. It's okay. You're absolutely fine.
Oh man.
That happens to be after the show every night as well.
Microsoft have said that they've got no plans to rack up the price of Xbox Game Pass. Cool.
Phil Spencer also made an interesting comment about games being £70 over in PlayStation. I don't know if he's meaning because of Game Pass it negates it, because as far as I know, games are still going to be 70 on the Xbox as well.
Yeah, they will be. I don't know if they are straight away because obviously they're like you get the 2 versions of the game, but like NBA, I think it is £70 on Series X, isn't it?
Not sure. I bought digital.
I think if you were just to buy the Series X version, I think it is 70.
Well, Andy, let's find out.
Let's find out in the wonderful world of Google. We can check.
NBA 2K21, isn't it, this year? Yeah.
Yeah, 21, yeah.
Series X. Let's just see shopping. Ooh, no, 54.95, Andy.
Oh, okay. On Series X.
Yeah, the one with Zion Williamson in the front. Just
And
says Series X.
How much is the PlayStation 5 version out of interest?
Okay. Yes, 5. £54, Andy. 50, the same price.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So maybe not £70 then. Okay. Anyway,
I'm sure they both said that at launch it wouldn't be 70 for the launch windows, and Ubisoft said for the next year it won't be 70 for them.
Yeah, I mean it's going to go to that, and that's fine. Like games should be that by this point, to be fair.
Yeah, if it went with inflation and stuff, it'd be a lot more anyway.
That. So I don't mind paying.
Like
that.
I said, I paid £45 for Sonic Chaos. Still don't regret it, but Sonic Chaos compared to something like Last of Us 2, say, or Spider-Man, or
I can remember seeing like Mario 64 and that for like £60-70. So
I paid 60 for Mario 64, 100%, £59.99.
Yeah,
GoldenEye was maybe more.
and I remember like
I'm sure shop used to.
or yeah, because it had the expansion pack and
Yeah.
oh, did it have the expansion pack? No,
Yeah,
Donkey
Donkey Kong 64 was about 75, 80.
Yeah.
But like, I know some shops put the price up of things these days, right? But actual, what's it, first-hand retailers, if you want to call it, back in the 90s, definitely put premiums on products they knew that was going to sell. Like, there's 100% that happened.
It was bad for it.
BTs used to do it all the time. I remember Sonic 3 sitting there for £55, and I'm like, why? Like, it was meant to be like 35, 40 at that point. It was like £55, but they used to stick that premium on. Like Street Fighter 2 launched at £70.
And
so people moaning now, it's like, get a grip. Like,
yeah. It was when it was more like there was more like toy shops than game shops. I think.
yeah,
Like
when games were still toys.
Yeah, like before PS1 and stuff had come out.
Mhm.
I don't remember like Electronic Boutique being around until like PlayStation 1 type timeline.
Was about before that, but it was Future Zone we had in here. The blue shop with the
Game Centre's the only one I remember before that, like in Kilmarnock.
Game Centre was in the indoor market since I was about 16, maybe before that. Because that's where I got Kingdom Hearts on the PlayStation 1. And when I was up at college up there, I got the
Kilmarnock before that, though, wasn't it?
That's the one I'm talking about in the indoor market. When I was at college up there, in fact, I went to college. Well, G get the same bus up as me. Like the Game Centre, I used to nip down there. That's when it was just like one or two shops. Like there was one in there, and there was maybe one in Glasgow or something. But like, I do miss Game Centre for what it was.
Yeah, I liked it as a shopping experience. It was good.
Did not like it as an employee experience.
So was it this week that I got the camera adapter ordered?
Yes.
Oh my fucking!
Which was more difficult than the Series X and the PS5 to order.
It was so difficult to actually. It's probably the only game that I played this week was the ordering of the PS5 camera adapter for the PlayStation VR. Oh my fucking god, this thing, man! Like, so Sony put up a link because they didn't even tweet about it or anything like that. You sent me the link, and like I saw it on after you sent it to me. I saw it on Hot UK Deals, and I'm like, you're like, okay, go and do this now. You better do this quick before they run out. I was like, okay, cool, that's fine. So I went and got this thing ordered, which took me over 100 tries.
It took you a good few hours before you measured me and said, I've got it.
Yeah, hours to do it. Like I had to do captures over and over and over and over again. Like at first it was just click the box, fine, and then it's like, okay, right, now you need to do like click the boxes with the tractors.
I know you don't have this pulling power, but here would be my suggestion. As a second-hand retailer with an abundance of these codes, I would claim one for every single one in the shop.
So you can only
because they'll have value on them.
Yeah, I understand that, and they'll have good value on them because Sony will sell these as well. Or maybe they won't, and that's actually worse if they don't sell them. But they only allow you to get one per address. So like you can only get one. I can only get one sent to my house, even if I had two cameras.
Ah, okay.
So
it kind of sucks if imagine you had two girls as well, and they were into the PlayStation VR. And they both had one, and they're both getting a PS5 this Christmas. Like Tasha's pal, that I got the PS5 digital for on hold. What if they've both got a PSVR in the same house and they're like, well, I want to play my VR in my PlayStation in my room, and he's like, so that's a bit shit.
You'd have to get it set to like Grand's house or Grandpa's house or
No,
whatever.
but that's not the point. What if there's nobody?
Oh yeah, no, I know. But I understand why, and maybe they're only limiting it right now because of demand, because they know there's going to be a big demand like for initial launch. So maybe they're
Well, yeah, you waited longer to get that approved than your PS5 itself.
Yeah, 100%. It took me like 4 or 5 times longer to get that, to get that than the PS5. Like 100%, fucking weird. You can turn off the PS5 DualSense haptic feedback and adaptive triggers if you want.
I think some games I will. Like
I agree. Yeah.
We spoke about this earlier, right? And now, what was I talking about? Resident Evil 8, which I will be getting on the PlayStation, because this combined with the 3D audio, which was confirmed today, will be awesome. Like, if you panic and your gun locks and it locks on the controller, awesome. If I'm in the middle of a match of Call of Duty and I do the wrong reload in my gun sticks, I don't want that controller sticking. I don't want that experience because I'll get even more annoyed with the controller. Like, I'll accept it in-game sticking, but see if I'm playing COD or something fast-paced online like that and it sticks, I'll be like, no. It'll get me even more frustrated. Single-player experiences, yes, please.
But here's the thing, though. Like, say if you're playing a multiplayer on PS5, surely they have to have it the same for everybody.
No.
Because if you don't have that, change your experience. Is it?
No, because you have to be able to turn it off. Like, that's an accessibility option, Andy. Not everybody's got their controller set up the same way. You can remap buttons now and everything, remember. Those days have gone. Come on, it's 2020.
No, it's not a level playing field anymore. Some people are playing with fucking elite controllers.
Some folk are using keyboard and mouse in PlayStation because you can do that now.
So yeah, you're just fucked if you play a multiplayer game and you're not like an absolute demon at it.
Even still, imagine your gun jammed and your controller locks up.
You can't do a 360 no scope, Ali.
You know what I mean, though? I can't do it anyway, but like, imagine like you're shooting someone, like it's frustrating enough if your gun locks up, if you miss the reload or whatever. If you're physically feeling that too, it's going to piss you off even more.
So I mean, it's gonna every single like proper pro player is going to turn that off. And
like, look at that. That's Leo earlier.
For fuck's sake.
The Resident Evil 8 will be quite cool though. Like, depending on the game is depending on how I'll use this.
I hope it's like a thing where you don't have to turn it off system level. You can turn it off.
Do it on the fly.
Games, yeah. Because I wouldn't want to like turn it off for playing like say a Call of Duty multiplayer match, for example, and then go to play like the next Until Dawn or like Quantic Dream.
Yeah, you'd want it left on for that.
Then I would want to try it in that to see how they implement it and see if it was cool or not.
You're right. You need to be able to do it in the games.
Right. Yeah, so I think it needs to be like in your control options at the beginning. Do you want to have this on or off? Which I don't know. Like it depends how people implement it, because like we've seen with the touchpad and the speaker on the PS4 controller, like it didn't get implemented very well. Spider-Man Miles Morales is getting the Spider-Verse suit. Cool as fuck.
Right. Chrome tab.
Is this what you wanted to show us?
Absolutely. Right. So, right, we're just taking a look at this just now, Andy. Can you hear the audio from the video? No. That is perfect. Right, so Into the Spider-Verse is absolutely amazing. And this here, do you know the coolest thing, Andy? If you look at it, not only is it the suit, what they've done is they've changed the frame rate. The world and the enemies and everything's moving about, but see when you're swinging, the suit matches the frame rate from the movie.
That's cool as fuck, man. Yeah, that's really cool.
Do you know what I mean? Like, that is a revelation that is not possible in last gen. Like, well, it might be possible in last gen, who knows? But the way that suit moved, like that sort of Jackie style, like he did in the movie, to have that, but the rest of like the city is still going the same, the bad guys are flowing the same, you can still fight, but you're fighting in that sort of animated kind of half speed style. That is amazing that they've done that.
That's so cool. Like they've actually, the character model is completely different for that suit as well, because he's much skinnier.
Yes, he is.
So I don't know if I'll play as that, but like
I will.
I will definitely try it as that, like to see if I can do it.
Because I mean, in the original Spider-Man, they had the cool one where it was the original comic version. He looked slightly different, and he had the quips. But this is the first time I've seen anything like this in the game, where the character model's rendered at a different frame rate to make his movements match the movie. That is some level of dedication, I'm telling you.
Yeah, really cool. And like Spider-Verse is amazing, like so good. If
you pre-order it, you get it straight away. So guess what suit I'm wearing straight away? That I want.
I mean, I've pre-ordered it like physical. Do I get it straight away?
Absolutely. You get the tracksuit, that, and some other bonuses as well, man.
Cool, sweet.
I did watch something else. I watched Into Spider-Verse again. Like Andy just said, like if you haven't seen it, go and watch it. Even if you don't like the cartoon CGI movies, this doesn't come across as that. Like even Tasha watched more of it than she would have like an almost CGI film.
Well, you forget you're watching a cartoon. Honestly, like
because of the voice acting's incredible in it. The animation's something else. Like great film.
Yeah, it's so cool. Skate 3 nearly topped the UK digital charts following a sale on 360. What the fuck? That's weird.
It's popular, but I don't think it's better than Tony Hawk's.
No, this is a really popular game. Like, how much did it go to? Was it like really cheap?
It's on EA Access. Just saying.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So they did reduce it to £3.74, and it got up to number 3. Like fucking hell.
What are the digital charts? Because this is the first time I've seen. When I looked at this article, I went, "How do we see these every week?"
Yeah, so this is on Xbox website, purexbox.com, that's showing you the digital charts. So GameIndustry.biz, right? I think from next week we'll keep a close eye on these charts, because it's going to be interesting for us to look at with the new consoles and that coming out.
Especially because there's digital editions day one.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, there's really weird things in this digital chart. So like you've got the new stuff, right? So like FIFA 21 and GTA 5 obviously always still in there. Then you've got like Skate 3's there, Rainbow Six Siege, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Days Gone, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Squadrons, like Unravel 2, and then Rise of the Tomb Raider. Like,
Good for Squadrons.
Obviously these things just came in for like...
Do you know why?
Yeah,
these are on it because of the sales, yeah.
Yeah, but
it's physical kind of just... Physical, unless there's a bundle or a sale, then it more or less resembles the new games that are out.
It's the new games that are out, plus GTA and Minecraft.
Yeah.
Like Nintendo games, like just slowly going down the chart. But this is actually a much more interesting chart, like to be honest, and it's going to change every week. So like gamesindustry.biz, that's the website that we need to look at every week.
You remember that.
I'm going to bookmark it.
I'm sure I've visited that site before. It looks more like an old school newspaper. Like,
oh yeah, it does not look like a video game website. Fucking hell. Okay, I'm going to bookmark it and I'll explore that website a wee bit. Cool. But yeah, that's a weird one, and that's going to be an interesting one to keep looking at every week. Okay, so the new retail boxes for Call of Duty are confusing.
yeah, look at them.
How are they confusing? So Xbox One, Xbox Series X, Call of Duty, Black Ops, Cold War, and then the two faces of the guy, and then it's got 4K HDR, okay, and then the other one says Xbox, and it says Xbox Series X, Xbox One, Call of Duty, Black Ops, Cold War.
Yeah.
Okay, but both have both versions.
As long as you're buying the cross-gen bundle, right? No, this is not true, because see if you just buy the last-gen version, Andy, you're going to be playing last-gen version on Series X. You have to buy the one that says Series X 1X. If you buy the Xbox One Series X version, if it says Xbox One Series X, you're going to play last gen's version. If it says Series X, Xbox One.
Okay. Got you. That is confusing then, okay, because I just assumed that both...
How easy is that going to be at Christmas for you to get the wrong version?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like if you're not going to notice that you're getting the wrong...
Your buying errors that's going to happen with this when you're staff.
Oh, yeah. Fucking haven't even thought of that. That... Because the box is just the exact fucking same, man. Like, at least PlayStation 5, it looks very different. Like, that's a good thing.
Right.
For me, it's a good thing, right? Like, these are so identical, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, you have to do it. So, like, somebody could say, oh, I've got this, and somebody will buy it in as a Series X version, pay an extra $10.
Also, far too many fucking words on this box. Like, Jesus.
Remember when I said that this is going to be the cover art, and you said, no, absolutely not. This has to just be an artist's example or PR art, and it turned out it was the cover. Yeah. It's almost like the guy that was doing the EA covers, everybody just had, and then do that for us too.
The EA covers are horrendous, man. Like,
make it look like a montage.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, I feel
Way too
sorry
many.
for every parent, grandparent going out at Christmas trying to buy Call of Duty, and then their kid waking up at Christmas going, "This isn't the one for the Series X."
Yeah.
Okay, you still play it, yes, but it's not the point. It's the Xbox One version. They should have differentiated the covers slightly for Series X version.
So Retro Studios is moving to a new HQ in 2021 to aid with the development of Metroid.
Yeah, do you know why this is taking so long? I need a bigger office. Hey, but bigger office. Get me my bigger office. No Metroid, so they went out and bought a bigger office. And then they're allowing them to hire more folk. Do you know what? And like every weekly visit, where's Metroid for? None to show. Why this time? Bigger office. And then like the following week, where's Metro? None to show Metroid. Why? Need more staff. Haven't had it all year. Need more staff. Like that's literally what's happening now. It's like this is going to be an end of life Switch game.
So, like they're getting more staff, right, along with moving to the new HQ. Kind of makes sense because I think they're needing to scale up the team a bit in order to like get this over the line. Basically, like they're entering.
I love how Reggie just cancelled it and then quit.
I know. I think what they're doing is now they're entering like full on production, right? So they've got all the basic frame of the game like set and good to go, and now they're like, right, now we need to like flesh the game out, like make all the assets and all that sort of shit. Like they have most of the programming done, probably with like wireframe models or whatever, and they're like set, right, let's make the game. So they need to scale up their team at that point, so that's fine. And then in order to scale up team, they need more space because they obviously this is going to be a huge game. Like this is going to be AAA, like a fucking full cloud game. So they need a AAA size team, and they don't have that right now, so they need more people.
At least they didn't do a Halo Infinite and blow their load and then cancel the game and bring it back. They just went, Metroid 4's coming, guys. We don't know when, and then okay, sorry, we're going to extend it. That's what happened.
Yeah. It's actually more like what happened with Final Fantasy VII Remake, where they went, here's like a teaser for it. Okay, cool, it's coming at some point, and then like we found out later on down the line, like, yeah, we had to kind of reboot the development of it and that because we weren't happy with it. We brought the development back in.
Rather they did than release a subpar product.
Yeah, and like that's why I like that the Retro are doing this. Like everything's all kept behind closed doors. We're not seeing any shit stuff leak out, like, or really subpar quality footage. Which
how close knit is Nintendo to barely have any leaks, Andy? Like
I know it's mad.
Nintendo says Hyrule. Look at Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah,
that game wasn't even talked about, and then they announced it last month and said, "Yeah, it's coming out in November," and everyone's like, "It's a fucking."
It wasn't even a leak, like at all. There was nothing. Like,
nothing. Like, so Nintendo are the best at keeping leaks contained. There must be stricter punishments for that. Like
probably, yeah. And also, like I think Nintendo, like I think it's just built into the way and the culture as well. The culture of the company is like
be cool, guys.
Yeah, and I think that's obviously working well for them in that regard. People seem to be happy working for Nintendo. Like you never see anyone talking about crunch at Nintendo. Like
you never see ex-employees bad-mouthing Nintendo. No. You don't hear sexual harassment allegations at Nintendo.
No, you don't. Well, I mean, there might be, but like I've never heard anything about it. But also, like even the leaks that we have seen come out about Nintendo, they're all like, here's like some shit from like when the Wii was out, or like when the fucking SNES was out.
Yeah, that's it. Like the biggest scandal of Nintendo was that the firmware of the GameCube leaked last year.
You're like, oh, okay.
No games leak. You're absolutely right about that. There's rumors and there's whispers and there's some of them that line up with the truth, but it's not like you've seen leaked Hyrule Warriors gameplay footage going across Reddit. You just don't. No one knew about that game until they.
Assassin's Creed, you hear about it like 6 months.
Ubisoft did that on purpose. They're like, oh, whoops.
Do you know what? See, after all the allegations and stuff like that, I don't think so. I think someone leaks it, to be honest. Like, I think someone deliberately leaks it because they are not happy with their job because of some of the shit that goes on there.
Maybe, but then look at Rocksteady. They had a bit of a...
They have bits and pieces of leaks as well, definitely. I think they're just better at, like, going...
Like, patching it up.
Yeah, quickly.
Like, remove that from that website. But Nintendo doesn't seem to need to do it. I think, like you said, it's the culture at Nintendo.
Yep. So, Ubisoft is claiming that 9 of its PS4 games do not work on PS5.
Which is interesting because although Sony backed themselves up by saying it's not a conclusive list.
Yep. So that just means
Which
they
means
have.
we tested all the exclusive titles, but we didn't
Yeah.
test third-party titles.
Yeah. So, however, the fact that these games like don't work right. So Ubisoft
Some
obviously
of these are bigger games, Andy. See, for a big
Yeah.
fan of, especially one of the series that you're going to talk about in a minute, that's a big loss.
Yeah, so I mean, Ubisoft obviously has a PS5 in their office, right?
Oh, guaranteed.
And they're obviously chucking their old games in it to see what they do.
Yeah.
Right. So
See if it speeds it up.
this was on a Connect thing. So Ubisoft did come out and say that the games that they've checked that don't work are Assassin's Creed Syndicate, Assassin's Creed Chronicles Trilogy
Weird
Pack.
that Syndicate. See, of all Assassin's Creed, though, I would have thought it was Unity because it was a different engine.
Yeah, I don't know why. And then Chronicles obviously India and Chronicles China,
Russia,
Russia.
which sucks.
The game Risk, which is a weird one to not work. Star Trek Bridge Crew, which is in VR.
That sucks as well.
And it's in VR and not in VR. Werewolves Within and a game called Space Junkies.
So, see, most of these games that they've come out and said won't work. I didn't care. The biggest one was Shadow Complex, but imagine Assassin's Creed. What my home of Assassin's Creed was the PlayStation, Andy, right? And it took my fancy on the PS5, and I got rid of my PS4. Do you know what? I'm just going to load up Syndicates and so on it. Not compatible. I'd be like, but I want to play Syndicate because you know what I'm like. Sometimes I'll jump back to an old Assassin's Creed and just play it for a wee bit. I wouldn't be best pleased at this.
Yeah, so Ubisoft has, however, like, since this article and since this news came out, they have come out and removed their article on their Connect thing, like, it's basically where they posted it, saying that there may be inaccuracies regarding PS5 backwards compatible games. So these games might actually be compatible with the final retail version of the console.
Good point. Yeah.
Maybe it's just not compatible with their dev
Who
kit.
knows though? But those are bigger games than I expected. Do you know what I mean? Like Star Trek Bridge Crew is one that I've got that I wanted to jump back.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. I mean, I played it in VR. Like, it was fun in VR.
But yeah, like Assassin's Creed Syndicate, if I didn't have that in Series X, I would be quite annoyed about that one.
Yeah. Jim Ryan has come out and said that Sony is more than a few minutes from the future of VR. I mean, essentially said that it's not going to come out this year, obviously, and it's not going to come out next year. So it's going to come out in 2022, basically.
Which is a fight. Do you know what? That's a good space between buying a console at launch and getting a VR. Like you said, they don't want to package that up and £800 day one or more. So yeah, if they make a VR without any cables,
yeah, it needs to
maybe.
be. So I think the thing
2 years from now has to be, yeah.
I think the thing is with this, right? So this thing should have come out in 2021, right? But I believe it's been delayed because of COVID. They won't say that, but obviously there's less PS5s out there because of COVID, and they've had, although they're not saying it, they've definitely had issues with production and whatnot. That's why no one can fucking get a PS5, or not everybody that wanted one could get one. That's why it was sold out to fuck. So in the VR, if everything had gone normally this year, the VR would 100% have been out next Christmas because there would have been plenty of PS5s out in the wild, and they would go like, okay, cool,
that could be part of the reason.
Buy this or buy a bundle that has both for like, I don't know, £800 or whatever. I'm going to predict now that the VR2 is going to be far cheaper than the first VR at launch, because the first VR was what, like £500 when it came out?
Yes.
Yeah, it was like £500, which is like,
more than the PS5.
Yeah, when you look at it now, like that's a crazy price, like for what that VR is, like because it's a subpar VR, like way compared to like your Oculus and that at the time. Like it's nowhere near as good, and you were paying £500 for it. The price of VR has come down significantly since then, so you're looking at paying what, like £300 for a wireless VR, the Oculus Quest 2.
Yeah, cheaper, £200 for the Oculus Go. Do you know what I mean?
So what Sony does with the new VR, and this is, I can almost guarantee this is what they'll do. The VR headset it will be wireless, and it will stream from the console to the headset. So you still use the power of the console, stream it into your headset via whatever wireless things are in there. Probably not Bluetooth. They're not like Bluetooth fast enough, but whatever wireless thing they've built into this, that's what they're going to use to broadcast it out. It will not require the camera. It will just be the headset, and it will track it.
The light bar.
It will not need the light bar or anything like that, because the PS5 camera is not compatible with the PS4
current VR.
With the current VR, it will not require that camera.
Do you think they're going to have like the bits you have to put in your room to set it up? Though I do.
No,
I do. Tracking technology.
The Quest doesn't need it. The Quest is just put the headset on.
Yeah,
you've got
true.
the controller, you're done. So that technology's out there. It exists. They do not need like any fucking bullshit like mounted.
Do you know what
in
I'll
your
say
wall.
does look cool?
Hmm.
The PSVR visually goes with the PS5, and I seen a guy. He got his headset early, and he put the headset. It's designed to fit over it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that looks cool with the white headset with the white VR. It really looks nice, but that thing's heavy. By the end of the week, if you played that, you'd be walking like this.
The VR, the PlayStation VR is not heavy. It's really fucking light.
Ow!
not
Like
heavy.
compared to the Oculus that I tried, it was heavy. Like you're like this. Look up. I can't.
I didn't think it was heavy at all. I think it's actually really well balanced. Like
You
I
must
like-
have a very strong neck. That's
Hmm.
yeah. Oh, it's like Brock Lesnar's.
But yeah, so yeah, VR 2022, fine. It kind of sucks though that there's that delay on it because it means that there's not going to be that many like good quality VR games that will come out for the PlayStation VR from now till then.
There isn't any as it stands anyway.
No, there's some cool experiences
Experiences, but you said games.
Sorry, cool games. Then I've had a lot of fun with VR. As long as Beat Saber keeps getting updated on it, I suppose I don't mind.
Ha.
What I want to try, and I will try this, like if not day one, like within the first couple of days, I want to see if Iron Man VR loads faster on PlayStation 5. That is my number one question about VR on PlayStation 5.
You know, like we'll skip into back to the news, like with loading. They tried The Witcher 3 on the Series X. This is not the upgraded version. And apparently it was loading too fast that the game couldn't recognize how fast it loaded. So the scenery was glitching in. Like, see the fast travel because it's now instant instead of going to like a menu. Like, you go fast travel, get out, and it goes ping, you're there. The scenery was like glitching in. And I watched the video of it. I was like, no way. Like, it doesn't look much better because it's not doing it. It's not programmed to like adapt to the extra technology. But the loading speed of it, it's so funny how quick it loads. And then it's just like load in the scenery because the game, the file that's optimized for the One X isn't designed to recognize the SSD speeds either. So this is obviously why CD Projekt Red obviously knew this, and this is why they're doing the free update.
Yeah, it makes total sense. And like the rumor is that the update's going to come out in May.
That would be
like,
cool.
May 21st, because that was when The Witcher originally came out.
It can't take them that long because there's a PC version of it and Xbox.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
So it's fine. They just need to optimize it. It'll be fine. I think once Cyberpunk's out the way, then they'll start working on that. Or maybe they've got like the
I
interns
think
on
somebody's
it.
working on it already, yeah.
Probably the interns are on it. So the Dark Pictures
Although Andy, everything that is minor in a video game, he just says, some internal.
It's some fucking
Insider knowledge, folks.
The Dark Pictures anthology House of Ashes is going to be the next entry in the series, and it's coming out 2021, so next year. Cool.
These are games I do want to play, but
so like I'll just mention
they're free
here.
on Game Pass, aren't they? Like the first one was anyway.
I think Man of Medan might have been.
Manamadan.
It's nothing like that song.
Manamadan.
That's cool. Like I liked it. So I did play Little Hope this week, which came out on like Friday, and I was enjoying it. It's got a very kind of Blair Witchy sort of vibe to it.
Which is a bad game.
No, not the game. Like in terms of the just the way it is. Like it's all about like witch trials and like that sort of stuff, and it just gives me that kind of vibe. So that creepy vibe of walking through foggy places and I haven't seen a witch really, but they talk.
It's very like the Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like there's a lot of fog and a lot of like symbolism and that sort of shit, and there's a lot of reading and stuff. And most of the game is just like walking forward though, and then coming across interesting points and looking at them and then making different choices, which is fine because that's kind of what you expect in these games. But the game's supposed to be about 5 hours long, which is fine for this type of game, and it's very replayable if you want to play it. And it is a budget title; it's like £25. The issue that I have with the game is that after 4 hours of the game, my game crashed, which I don't mind. The games can crash. It happens now and again. And I'm like, okay, right, cool. The game crashed. Let's freeload it. Save file corrupted. I'm like, oh my fucking God.
Do you know what that wouldn't have happened on, Andy?
And then I was like, okay, well, never mind. It's fine. I've got PlayStation Plus. Like, my save will have been backed up because, of course, it will. And then I went like, I went to the Plus on the cloud, and like, no data. I'm like,
Should have got it in Xbox, like PlayStation's save servers are terrible. Like I know this from first-hand experience from losing much worse 50 odd hours in Final Fantasy 15 says hello. Like that's the reason I've never played the DLCs for Final Fantasy is because I was so annoyed that I had to restart the game. But like PlayStation this gen, I really hope they've sorted out this save system.
Yeah.
I know they've kind of come away with it's now automatically updating, but it's not frequent enough. Like I've turned the console off and checked my PlayStation Plus, Andy, and it's not uploaded it. Whereas on the Xbox, it's constantly saving your game in the background.
So like anytime when the game saves, like on the console, it's already saving it to the cloud at the exact same time.
But on the Xbox, it saves like
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. On the Xbox, it does that, but on PlayStation, like it saves it to your console, sure. Like it does the auto save or whatever it is, or manual saves if that's how the game works.
Yeah.
But it doesn't automatically upload it to Plus. It like, and I think how it works is it does an automatic upload like once a week.
It does like a sweep.
Yeah, and it just uploads all the new save files that you've made like in the last week, which works fine. Like if you've played a game for more than a week, or it falls in that time period of that. But if you've only played a game for 3 or 4 days, then it does not work.
Or like me that beasted Final Fantasy 15 for 50 hours within a week, and then it comes to the end of the week and I get a PS4 Pro, transfer my stuff, and it's like, let's load up Final Fantasy 15 in the Pro. Where's my save data? Oh, it's in the cloud.
So, you actually are right, though. I should have, and I did think about it, but then went, no, I'll just get it on PlayStation because I'm used to playing these games on PlayStation. So I actually should have bought it on Xbox because it would mean that I could have now sold my PlayStation already. But now at this point, like I need to finish this game first before I can sell the PlayStation. So yeah, it's just annoying. But
and it's a ticking time bomb for the money. It's literally going.
I know. So I'm, and obviously now because like I was mostly done with the game, like I would have been finished with the game probably yesterday or maybe today or maybe even tomorrow at the latest. But now I need to start the game again, and obviously I've already played through those parts, so I'm not going to enjoy them as much. So I'm going to be less motivated to play them, and instead of playing something else, like so that's fucking annoying. So I now have a week before the Series X comes out to finish this game before I have exciting things to play again.
Half an hour a night and it'll do it.
Yeah, and do you know what I was thinking actually, right? So like this is the only thing that's going to save it for me. Because obviously I've already played the game, so I'm just going to be playing through it. How can I get enjoyment out of doing that?
Platinum in it by getting the different choices.
No, not by doing that. Actually, that was not my first thought. My first thought was the only way that I'm going to be able to get enjoyment out of this is by streaming the game. That is it. Because I've already played the game, so if I stream it, that'll give me some motivation to actually play it, and I can talk about. Because I don't think there's a lot of people talking about this game, and it is quite a cool game. So I will stream it and play through it that way. I think that's how I'll do it. Because I think it's the only way that I'm going to play through those fucking 4 hours again.
Since I've been doing some more videos, like the annoying thing for me is that this camera here, plug it in my Xbox, can use it as a camera. Plug it in the PlayStation, do not recognize it has to be the PS4 camera.
Yep. Do you have a PS4 camera now?
No, I didn't have one from like after launch. Like I got rid of it pretty quick when I realized I'm not going to use this much.
After we did the live stream, like I pretty much got rid of it because I would never use it again.
I've got a yeah, that's the same for me. But PS5 camera, I've got one coming.
Yeah, so like I didn't order one yet, but like I don't know if I should. Like, can I still get one if I want one?
I think they're a wee bit easier to get. Like, do you know the hardest thing for me? Because originally, like I said in my surprise Andy video, was that I was going to get that £700 bundle, but it sold out even when I went to get it. And then you said, yeah, it sold out. I was like, yeah, no, but like I've been buying the bits because my initial bundle, like I said, comes with the 2 DualSense, years PlayStation Plus. So then I had to get the headset. That was one of the harder ones. The headset I got in game. I had to wait in stocking format to see where it was in stock. The camera, I'm pretty sure you can buy them on Amazon even right now. But the DualSense, the dual charging thing that I wanted, because it plugs in separate and frees up a USB port, that I had to sit and set up notifications on my phone, Andy, and like I went and got it, and do you know, within 10 minutes it was sold out on the website. I got it from that cool shop where we bought that Call of Duty. Sold out straight away.
So the camera is available right now.
Yeah, it's $50, which is not bad.
It
looks a wee bit better. It looks a lot better than the PS4 one, which was like, remember the original one was like a Rubik's Cube almost?
Horrendous, man. That original camera was a really bad design.
This one hooks on the top of your TV, looks absolutely fine. The last one, it was like the camera was on one side and you had to twist it Like, and then the cable was hanging out the bit that you twisted. So sometimes the cable would move and the camera would turn as you were playing.
Oh, it was so annoying that, and the revision of it was a wee bit better.
Wasn't
Like,
much because it was
circular
just a
one.
circle version.
It
Cylinder.
did have a separate stand though that you could configure like in.
Yeah, but this one's a lot better. It's like your two camera lenses and it hooks on the top of your TV. So
that's fine. So I might order that. We'll see.
If you're going to be doing a lot of videos with this or that on it.
Yeah, with this mug.
I am, because I like the way that the PlayStation 4 used to cut you out. You know, just it saves a lot of editing later on.
I wonder if PS5, or I surely will do that as well.
Oh, well, we've got a create button now. It should do more.
Yeah, it should do more. And we don't know what it does yet, to be fair. But anyway, like Little Hope is good.
We've got to get another Sony video this week, I think.
Like I say, I'll look at streaming it this week. Probably.
No, I mean like we're going to get another Sony video with more PS5 information this week. Because Xbox Series X is out next week, so I think end of this week. They're not going to do it the day the Xbox launches because no one will watch it as much. But see, like they do it Thursday, Friday, Saturday this week.
Yeah, but yeah, like I say, I'll play some Little Hope and stream it maybe Thursday or Friday. I think I'll do that. So speaking of PlayStation VR, PlayStation 5 games will not support PlayStation VR. Sony have said so. This is a confusing one because
Which means Resident Evil 8 won't.
Yeah, so Hitman 3 coming out on PlayStation 5 and PS4 one as well. You're going to have the PlayStation 4 version played via backward compatibility
to use the VR.
To be able to use the VR, which means that you're not going to get the fast load times.
Not all the improved graphics.
Improved graphics, and you wouldn't see that through the VR anyway because it's limited by the glasses. But yeah, that kind of sucks. It's more the load times that are shit because you're not getting that version of it. So that kind of sucks, man. Like, but so be it. The Andy Show with Andy. So Warcraft Shadowlands has secured more pre-sales than any other World of Warcraft expansion in history. That's quite mad, but it's probably COVID. Like, there's so many people stuck at home, they've probably gone back to World of Warcraft that have lapsed from it, and they're like, cool, like, I'll just go back to Warcraft for a wee bit. We spoke about the PS5 faceplate thing already. The UK charts this week. So Pikmin 3 got a top 10. They came in at number 7. Jeez. Little Hope did come in at number 9, and Watch Dogs Legion only managed number 2. However, Pikmin 3 didn't manage to sell more than in its launch week than the Wii U version originally. So that's interesting, but I think it will over time. Like, it will still sell more than it over time. Like, that game it'll be absolutely fine. I've never played it, but like supposedly it's quite good. That sale's now done. I don't know any other news. So with England announcing their lockdown as of Thursday this week. Scotland not locking down at this point, as far as we know. We might know more next Tuesday, but at this point, no lockdown for Scotland at the moment. However, in England, and Wales is obviously in lockdown right now, and Ireland is in some sort of thing, I'm not sure. But yeah, so shops are going to be doing click and collect in order to still preserve their next-gen console sales during the lockdown. So Game and Smiths and Argos and whatnot, they're all doing click and collect. So you have to pay for your console in advance. So I believe you have until tomorrow. If you're watching this live in England, you can go and pay for your console tomorrow, and then you'll still be able to get it launched. If you refer to the website of whoever you've ordered it with, they'll be able to sort you out with that one. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart has been confirmed to be a PS5 exclusive. Still no release date for that one, but it's fair enough. But it's not coming to PS4. Obviously, some of that tech that we've seen in that game, I don't think it would run on PS4. Dragon Quest XI Echoes of an Exclusive Age Definitive Edition demo is now available on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. And the demo progress does carry over, which is the only way to do an RPG demo. Never make an RPG demo unless you can carry your progress over. Because if you have to replay an hour or 2 or 3 months of content, fuck that. That's just annoying. It was bad enough in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Ting tang, walla bing bang.
So, Lexi's a lot better now.
Okay.
She wanted to come and speak to Andy again. I had to say, no, bedtime. She had a bad dream about teeth for some reason. But she was asking a lot of questions about teeth before bedtime. Like, why is Papa Tooth come out? Because Papa's got a false tooth that comes out.
Right.
And then we were saying, Granny had obviously spoke to her about tooth fairy and baby teeth and stuff, and she was wondering, she kept like looking at our teeth before she went to bed, so she was always had a nightmare about her teeth being taken or something.
I mean, the tooth fairy does take teeth, so.
Yeah, but maybe she was dreaming it was...
The tooth fairy just flies up when you're sleeping and goes, rips your tooth out. Like.
The tooth fairy's The Rock, remember?
Yeah, I've never seen that movie. Show that movie.
No.
Okay, so Apple TV is coming to Xbox One, Series X and S.
Absolute smart move, right? And you're going to get like a free trial of it. Like Apple devices got like 6 months, which then got extended to February because of lockdown. You're going to get at least a week, right? This is a smart move to get it out there because Apple's making their own shows. They're not doing a Netflix and pulling in things. They're doing an Xbox and buying stuff if they need to. There's a couple of good shows on it. If you're listening, you've not seen it. Okay, so I think G's away, is he? Good night, guys. Bye, G.
Bye, G. Good night.
So, like, yeah, the what was I talking about? Yeah, the Apple TV. So I've got an Apple Tele because I've got a lot of Apple stuff in my household. And how do I get rid of that now? Yeah.
Yo.
How do I get rid of that other one now? I was doing so good up to now.
Show me, like, no, this is the episode.
So, like, Apple TVs have got some good things. You could definitely watch them in like a week's trial, like Ted Lasso, amazing. The Mythic Quest with names escape me just now. Always Sunny.
Rob McElhenney.
Rob McElhenney, that's his name, and Charlie Day writes it as well. But Charlie Day is going to show up in season 2. You've also got The Morning Show, which was an absolutely great show. There's other things as well on it, but these are just my personal favourites. I don't think it's got enough on it to justify at the moment people subscribing constantly, but see if you can get a free trial on this day one. This is a smart move from Apple doing this because a lot of folk are going to go, oh, another streaming service, free trial, like we talked about.
Yeah, and then they forget.
And it's only like $4.99 a month this one, Andy, so you're going to be like, I'll leave it.
Yeah, like I'll probably get a free trial to this so I can watch Mythic Quest because I'm interested in watching that.
You'd love Ted Lasso as well, the one with the football coach.
Yeah, I'm interested in that, but like I would definitely
watch Mythic Quest. Who he is, if he was a real person, Snowbike Mike, his happy personality, that's what he's like. And like Snowbike Mike actually posted saying that his goal is to be like Ted Lasso.
Oh, cool. Yeah, nice. Among Us has gotten a fan-made reality show. Why? That's super weird.
I also seen a video.
Yeah.
Where you can get in-game like pets and you can get an in-game mini astronaut.
Yeah.
She'd made a video and obviously she'd edited it where she was walking behind with every colour variation of the mini astronaut about the ship. And it's like...
Okay. So Demon's Souls on the PlayStation 5 has over 180 videos that will be featured in the PS5's Game Help feature.
Insane. But probably needed.
This is mental, right? And I think this is cool for Sony, but very bad for any content creators that make guides for
null and void
like this, because you don't need them anymore. You
can just go bing, give me the guide.
Yes, you do not need a second screen device, whatever. You can do it and put it picture in picture and watch it and stay up, pause and look at your tablet and go back and pause and look back.
Or like we discovered, if you're playing it and I'm stuck, you can play it through on your screen and I can watch you while I'm playing it and follow you.
Like, that's cool.
So content creators that do guides,
change to
some new content.
Yeah. Like, do something different. Even trophies, like they're getting.
Do it for Xbox.
Yeah, because Xbox won't have this.
Yeah, there's plenty of content creators that do trophy guides. They're null and void now as well because you can literally go, how do I get this trophy? How long is it till I get this trophy? But like I said, do an Xbox one. Be that for Xbox.
So,
and see if this is successful though. Xbox will copy this.
Yeah, they will 100%. So, but they might do it where like they would just link it to like a specific content creators video. Sony's obviously like got people to sit and play the games and their own stuff up. I wonder if it's commentated on. That's going to be the only kind of thing because I prefer it when there's somebody talking through it and going like for a lot of things.
So if you look here, you'll see this, and if you look here, you'll see that.
Exactly, yeah. For a more complex thing, it's much better to have someone talk you through it.
Yeah, because sometimes watching a video and it's bam, 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 it looks, oh, that's easy. Oh, wait, how did he do that part? I can't figure out.
Like, what specific combination of jumps did he do to get up to that ledge, like that sort of thing. Anyway, Xbox is making changes to party chat to improve your online safety. What does this mean? Because I couldn't understand how this is different. How is it different?
Well, see how you've got your chat and it's peer-to-peer at the moment?
Okay.
They're changing it.
To what? Like server chat?
Let's have a look at the article.
You posted this article?
I don't read them.
So, party chat has always utilized peer-to-peer connections, which can expose IP addresses. So, Bill Ridman, who's an Xbox engineer, responded to a Reddit thread about the topic and explained that that's actually been phased out. So that we
You know what they need to use?
phasing
Skype.
it out. And we've been working on it quite a bit in the background to stop this problem. We've been ramping up a large percentage of parties to be completely server-based week over week, so you don't make direct connections to other party members, so they cannot see your IP, and there should be no more P2P.
Which is fine, right? But what's the audio quality like with PlayStation headsets now? Because now that my new headset's PlayStation, me and Andy's practically just going to have to use Skype on Xbox.
Will the echo be removed is my question, because in every Xbox party chat I go in, there's echo. But if I go in a Skype chat through the exact same devices...
Skype chat is actual quality on Xbox. Skype's horrible for doing this or podcast. Yeah. But when me and you have had to use Skype on the Xbox, which is every time you play now because I hate that echo and hearing myself back in your headpiece, it works perfect. So if this happens again with the new PlayStation headsets, I will never be using the in-game chat or anything. It will just be Skype for me, Andy, because I've got the Astro wired one at the moment. Obviously, I've got the PlayStation one coming, and the Bluetooth will work in the Xbox, obviously, and it's got a built-in microphone. And honestly, the guy uses a Blue Yeti, like you, for the podcast. The guy I was watching that unboxed this, Andy, and he done the audio quality comparison of the DualSense controller, which isn't great, but it's passable. It's a bit like using the Kinect or such, you know. And then he used the PlayStation 3, one of their first ever branded headsets. And then he used the Blue Yeti, and then he used the PlayStation 5 wireless.
Yeah.
The Blue Yeti and the PlayStation 5 sound quality, it's there.
Oh, so I could use the PlayStation 5 headset to
do this. That's what I was just about to say.
Because I have a Blue Yeti here.
Yeah. I don't know what the sound quality is like for me in this.
It's pretty good.
This is a dearer one, the Blue Yeti. Though this is the Razer Siren Studio Pro. But obviously I pull it out as I'm doing that, right? But
that's what he said.
This I got at a bargain price, which is the only reason I've got it, because of a mistake at a previous workplace. But I mean, this is a £200 microphone compared to, like, I was using the Yeti that was what, like £60-70? Not the Yeti. Yeah, I was using the Yeti before, not the Snowball. No, I was using the Snowball.
The Snowball's about 40-50.
Yeah, and it was fine when I bought it because it had the 3 settings, but then they cheapened it, didn't they? And like they done away with the audio settings at the back of the Switch.
Version, which is the one that I had. But the Yeti was like 80 quid or something like that, and that's second hand. So it's about 100 quid.
So like this one here is like £200 normally, but if it saves me a USB port, as you've seen, and if it saves me hauling this out, and I can use my PlayStation 5 headset to do the show, we're going to test this.
Yeah,
then I'm getting rid of this microphone because then I don't need to worry about constantly doing this. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and you don't want to worry about having it in the shot. And like, I don't have mine in the shot, but like,
I'm not worried about having it in the shot. Like Dreamcast guy's got his like. He's got his like on screen. A lot of people do it and stuff like that, but I'm not bothered about it being here. But it's just sometimes I feel I need to do this.
Yeah, you lean in to make your point.
Yeah, whereas I could just sit back in my seat and be comfortable.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll definitely test that out. And mine might arrive separate next week, depending, because they did say that in America it was the 31st of October was the accessories launch date, and for Britain it was the 12th of November, I believe.
It is the 12th, however. I don't know where you ordered your headset from, but
Game.
So I ordered mine from Game as well, but mine's as part of a bundle. With
mine isn't.
Yeah, so you will get yours on the 12th then. They sent me an email to say that mine would be bundled and come along with my PlayStation 5.
No, like I said, I had to buy my bundle separate. because I wanted the £600 bundle, but obviously it went on very like that. They must have none. So I went for the next best available one, which was the 2 DualSense and a year's plus.
So I got my other stuff separate. Like I got Spider-Man and Assassin's Creed. I got those on Amazon, so they'll come on the 12th. And then I think the 12th was probably the original release date for the console.
Do you think so?
I think so, yeah. And they either delayed it because of Xbox release date or they delayed it because of COVID.
So on the 17th, on the Tuesday show of the 17th, we should have a PlayStation 5 kind of special, because on the next Tuesday, it will be the Xbox special, because we've just did the Series X. So for the week after and the week after, like, because obviously on the 24th, we'll have had the PlayStation 5 for half a week.
5 days. So we'll have put in, I would imagine, I don't know about, I don't know how it will be, because you'll be back at work and obviously the kids and stuff. But I'm going to be on a holiday from work that week. I'll have put in at least 40-50 hours into the PlayStation by that point. That's
when Andy will be doing more YouTube videos.
Yeah, I'll be doing YouTube videos and all that. Yeah, like I'll be. But in fact,
unless next week we all get locked down. Well, YouTube servers must be doing this during lockdown.
I mean, there's way more content that comes out for sure because people are at home and they make more content. But there's also much more people consuming the content, so it probably balances out.
But like PlayStation 5, like next week on the show, we'll at least have some accessories, maybe a game or two to show off, and we'll definitely do like a on-screen unboxing.
Not next week, the week after.
Oh, sorry, next week's the Xbox Series X.
Yeah, next week we'll have Series X.
I don't think I'm doing an unboxing for because I don't see the point because they're everywhere. PlayStation 5. Again, they're everywhere now. Like I've seen an unboxing from everybody, but I want to give my first impressions of the controller and stuff on the show. So
yeah, I think that's probably the more interesting part of it because we know what the console looks like. And okay, yeah, it's funny, haha, it's big.
It's been here for the past 2 months.
Yeah, like that's pretty much the size of it. But the first impressions of the controller could be interesting. Like maybe when we get our controllers, we could do that.
Well, I'll be getting my controller day one because it's the bundle though.
Oh, so you won't have a controller by the 12th then?
No. By the 12th, I'll have hopefully the DualSense charging dock. I'll have the camera and the headset, hopefully.
Right, okay. And I'll have the controller and the 2 games.
Which is good. That's a balance. You know what I mean? Like you can do the controller. And...
Yeah. So we could make it some sort of video where we haven't played the games and we go like, oh, look at this. We could do something.
And I've got an 8-bit dual adapter for when mine comes. So I'm interested.
Cool. Yeah.
I'm interested to see if it works on my mini Mega Drive. My Mega SG.
Oh yeah, cool. Like I never thought about doing that. Yeah, that could be cool. The I'm tempted to get one of those 8-bit dual adapters to be honest, like so I can play.
They're like $15. I got one with my Mega Drive controller. It's a Bluetooth one.
Yeah, that just opens up all the possibilities for me. And like I told you, I sold my Pro controller, because I hadn't used it in over a year. So I'm like, fine, I don't need this anymore. But it could be handy to have that as an option, like if I want to play Smash or something like that, like with more players, because I've still got a GameCube controller anyway. Plus, obviously, like the Joy-Cons.
Now I can't remember if I traded my GameCube controller for the Switch or it's in the loft and I lost it during the move. Well, lost it, just haven't looked for it properly.
I haven't used mine in over a year and it had battery acid in it. Like it wasn't too bad.
Oh no, I bought the official Smash one. Remember? The wireless one?
Yeah, like I've got the licensed wired one. Like I think it was by PowerA or something like that. But it was great. Like it's a fucking Wavebird. Like price 100%. Anyway, the PS5 might ship earlier in Germany according to a retailer.
Man, see if we get ours a bit earlier, that'd be awesome. Because we're Europe still just now.
If we get it on the 12th, that would be awesome. I would be so happy.
That'd be amazing.
But I would also not be happy because I'm not on holiday on the 12th.
I would be happy because I am. But then again, Andy, depends on the lockdown circumstances.
I mean, I'll be working regardless, like apart from my holiday.
I'll be working at home.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we're not getting to that.
It's coming one way or the other. Like whether it's this week, next week, or the week after.
So Godfall PC specs got revealed, and they are some of the best specs of the year.
Yeah, Godfall on PC. Like you're going to need like a new graphics card basically if you want to run this.
Yeah, you need like pretty much a 3080 or 3060 or 70 or whatever it is. which you can't really get just now without paying a massive premium for it because they're fucking sold out everywhere.
You can't.
But yeah, cool. Don't buy it on PC. Just get a PS5 if you want to play this game. Like, I would imagine that this game will sell way more on PS5 than it will on PC. I would have thought, because it's the only like proper launch exclusive game. So, we spoke about that in Witcher already. Yeah, PS5 DualSense. We spoke about it can work on the Switch using that 8-bit DO adapter. That's sweet. Middle Earth: Shadow of Mordor is going to lose online features at the end of the year. Fine. I don't even remember that game having online features, to be totally honest. But cool. Like, I already platinum it. So.
Excuse me.
Oh my god. Someone has recreated PT in Doom. Okay. Cool. Like,
I just want to know, does PT work in PS5?
We'll find that out on day. In fact, we should know that already. Like, someone should have already checked that.
But they've got NDAs, remember?
Yeah, that's true. They're only allowed to talk about certain things at certain points. So, which is interesting because that means there's something new to talk about every day with the PS5. So,
but they haven't spoke about anything for a few days now.
Yeah, no, they haven't. Like, well, it's a weekend though, so today, tomorrow we'll get something. And obviously, election like kind of throws spanners in the works for that because everyone's fucking away voting in the election in America. Game in the UK have said that they do not have confirmation of new next gen stock coming during lockdown. What they mean by that, not the pre-order stuff. The pre-order stuff is all lockdown confirmed. It's fine. What they mean by that is that they don't know if they're going to have any additional consoles over and above that to sell to people that have not already pre-ordered it.
Yeah.
So during lockdown, though, they're going to need to click and collect, so it'll go up on their website. So just keep attuned to the various different pages to see what's happening with it. The game Lone Survivor. Do you ever play this game, Lone Survivor?
No.
It's a weird, like, kind of 16-bit indie game that came out on the Vita, like, 8 years ago. Like, I don't know if it came out on the Vita 8 years ago, but like on PC maybe 8 years ago, and it was out on Vita as well. And I played it there, and it's all right. Like, basically, you have to kind of explore a weird rundown town and go in, look in drawers and stuff like that, and try and survive essentially. And you pick up like weapons and things. There are zombies around. It's a survival horror 8-bit type game. It's kind of cool. Basically, they're getting a remake of it, and it's kind of new scenario. It's going to be called Super Lone Survivor, which is a terrible name for the game.
Super Lucky Still.
Well, no, but that makes sense because it's a kind of like kiddie platformer game. No, not even that. Like, I get it because it's like Super always makes me think of Nintendo, and like this game does not make me think of Nintendo. It's not a Nintendo game. Like,
probably Super Street Fighter.
Yeah, it makes me think of Nintendo. 100%.
Super Street Fighter 5.
Well, that wasn't a thing, but okay. Nintendo.
It's only available on PlayStation.
Super Street Fighter 5 is not a thing.
It is.
No, it isn't.
Yes.
Didn't come out.
It did.
Nope.
Super Ultra Street Fighter 5.
Oh, not a thing.
Pleasant Edition.
Street Fighter 5 Arcade Edition came out, not Super Street Fighter 5.
Super Street Fighter 5.
It's not a thing. Or if it is a thing, it's not out yet. Mother is getting its own pop-up shops in Japan.
Yes. Cool. Just released Mother 3 with a translation.
Cool. Resident Evil is going all the way with PS5 feature support. You kind of mentioned this earlier. PlayStation 5 fans seem to think that Gran Turismo 7 is going to release soon.
Yeah, because the French leak was it May 2021?
Yeah, first half of 2021. So fine, I'm not going to buy it.
Yeah, I might get it though because I like racing games and I want to give it a chance, even though Forza's the one. The thing is, what are they going to have to release the year after, Andy? Right? What are they going to get? Because this year we're getting Miles Morales. We've got Godfall, even though you can't really count that as like one of their staples yet. Depends on what happens with it. But then, like they've already said that in the first year we're getting Horizon Zero Dawn 2. Yeah? God of War 2, yeah? We're getting
Gran Turismo 7.
Gran Turismo 7. Like, what are they going to have left for the year after?
Obviously, Ratchet's going to either come out this year or early next year.
Ratchet's either going to be December or early next year because that game's ready. We've seen more footage of Ratchet than most of the other games.
Yeah, than any of the launch games combined. I think. So yeah, the year after, what are you going to be looking at? Probably a new Uncharted game.
Ghost of Tsushima 2.
I don't think so. Like, I don't think it's been out long enough to have got something else in development. Last of Us multiplayer will be next year at some point. Like Last of Us 2 multiplayer.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what's going to be the year after this? Sony.
The year after, so you're going to get a new Uncharted game. You're going to get Bloodborne 2. Guarantee these. Also, Resistance maybe. Killzone. These ones could come back.
Doubtful, but still, they're kind of like showing a lot of games the first year. That is he awake?
Yeah.
Does he want to say hi to Andy as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
He is sometimes happy. You see Andy?
Hello.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that they're releasing a lot of their big titles. These games, like, surprised. These games aren't made in like a year.
Yeah. But I mean, they've got now 2 years before those games were due to come out. They'll obviously be working on them just now, so we just have to wait and see, I think. But they'll have a bunch of games, tons of them, so it'll be fine. Xbox Series X and S titled The Medium has been refused classification in Australia.
Not the first time it's happened.
Yeah, I'm not that surprised. It looks very satanic, this game, and like it looks really really cool. I definitely want to play this. Like, it's not launch, is it? This game, The Medium.
Yes.
Is it launch?
Yeah.
Oh, because if that's launch, I'll play that before I play anything else.
Yes, it's on Game Pass.
I know it's on Game Pass, but is it coming out day? I don't think it's day one.
I'm sure it is. Is it day one, Leo? He says yes as well.
I don't think it is launch. December. It says December, 10th of December.
Launch window.
The launch window. So I won't play it day one then. I'll need to wait. But I will play that day one when it comes out. Finally, maybe we're getting the news of the Mass Effect remaster.
Maybe. This is a rumor of potential news of a rumor.
So there is a panel, and then the panel's officially announced, isn't it?
Yeah, the panel's official. Yeah. It's this Saturday. It's most of the original voice cast as well, so it seems unlikely that they're not going to confirm.
And it's on N7 Day, which is it makes the most sense to announce it then. Cool. Finally, just to make the announcement, tell me when it's coming out, tell me where it's coming out, and then I'll just buy it. Or, in fact, no, I'll just buy it because it's not going to be on Access or Play. I
really, really hope that they kind of tease like a Mass Effect 4 or not Andromeda 2, but just even the title.
Yeah, I think that would be cool. I do think they'll do a 4 though, because like obviously Andromeda didn't do well, and the best way to get fans hype is just to continue on the existing series. Maybe, do you think they would, like, because I know the kind of ending for Mass Effect 3, like the characters all basically died, did they not?
Not ruining it for you.
But is there, like, so from the ending of Mass Effect...
Do you remember that I only finished it before the patch came out as well? So.
Okay. But you know what the ending is, like, after the patch, don't you?
Maybe.
Okay, from whatever ending, is there a possibility of a continuation of the series from that game?
Of course there is. That's what I thought Andromeda was.
Yeah, and it wasn't. It was totally separate. So
it was a side story of like the ships that left the Earth during the battle.
Yeah. So they could easily do Mass Effect 4 as well. They could do that too. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. He's really upset about Mass Effect.
He is. He's raging. He likes Shepard.
So yeah, well, hopefully we'll find out about that at the weekend. Mass Effect Trilogy Remaster coming.
Yeah.
There is potentially an upcoming Fortnite collaboration with Disney Plus that's been data mined. So do you think this could be like Disney Plus within Fortnite?
Well, basically what it's saying is that with Fortnite purchases, you're getting like timed trials of Disney Plus is how I read into it. But I didn't read the entire article, being honest.
It would be cool because they've obviously got that Risky Reels where there's like they do party modes and stuff like that, so you can go and watch and stuff in the game. It's kind of cool. I don't think I would watch a movie in Fortnite.
Sorry.
Hello. Yeah, I've been playing Fortnite. It's good fun. The Days Gone enhancements have been detailed, and I want to mention because I want to play Days Gone on PS5 day one.
The game was okay.
It was hampered right massively by the PS4, even the PS4 Pro, and like how loud it was unplayable in the menus. So like you can't do your leveling up properly because of how bad it is in the menus. But yeah, so,
in it completely.
yeah, and the loading was horrific on it. So they have announced the upgrades for the PS5 version of Days Gone. So you're going to be able to play up to 60 frames per second in dynamic 4K.
Make it load quicker.
It will load quicker anyway. Also, they have confirmed that your saves will transfer from the PS4 to the PS5 version. So you can keep your progress and continue on your game or start a new game plus. I am totally happy with that. Really happy. So that's awesome. I look forward to playing it on day one.
I won't be playing Days fucking Gone day one. No way, man. I've got Godfall. Oh, I still told the Sackboy, but I was looking for a decent price and like a really. There's no real editions of it though. Yeah, it looks cool. It looks like 3D Mario, like Mario 3D World or whatever it's called. 3D Mario. What was Mario 3D Land? Mario 3D World. Looks like that.
Don't do it, sir. Don't do it. So the Witcher Season 2 has swapped to studio filming after the England lockdown. That seems a bit strange. Why are they not filming outside? Surely that makes more sense to me.
The Batman's because a lot of the Witcher's outside needs fields and stuff. Think about it. But like the Batman's resumed filming as well after the Batman got the Bat-related virus.
And COVID. So I don't know. What is this? Sally Acorn.
This is not news. Don't worry about it.
I don't know what this is.
It's Sally Acorn was an Archie Comics only character from Sonic that people have wanted to appear in the games for a while. Right. She's kind of like their Amy Rose. You know how Amy was always Sonic's girlfriend here? And well, over there they kind of had Sally Acorn for a while. Well, for most of it. And it turns out Sega does actually own her, so they do have the rights to use her, but they're not going to now because Sega Japan didn't like the Archie Comics version of the story. They like the European version of the story with the backstory, you know, like STC and stuff. Because I've read both, and STC is better. I'm not being biased because I'm not. Andy Diggle wrote for STC over here, who wrote for, obviously, as you know, Green Arrow, wrote loads of books, and also Diggle in Green Arrow TV shows named after Andy Diggle. He was one of the editors of STC.
Yeah, cool. So Chris Eubank has been delivering Xbox Series X consoles.
For Argos, right? So there's a competition. I've entered this. So if you put your name and details in and you win, Chris Eubank comes to your door to deliver the Series 6. I'm going to ask him to say that if he comes to me.
No, if he comes, you need to ask him to say, "Yeah, I'm Chris Eubank, and you're listening to 42 Level 1." That's what you get.
We're not a radio show anymore.
No, but you just film him doing it, and then he can be in the intro.
This is Alice's Series X Xbox.
Yeah, that's weird, but cool.
I would prefer it with a Series S.
Series S, yes. Maybe that's why it's not a Series S, and it's a Series X. That's all the news. For fuck's sake. Chris
Eubank.
I never thought we'd talk about Chris Eubank on the show. I don't think we've ever talked about him before.
Probably not.
Do you like Chris Eubank?
I have no opinion of him. I don't dislike him.
I know he's got a lisp, but that
I've never seen him box. I've just seen him being like a pundit and stuff, or being
like obviously he wasn't a boxer. Like when
we were younger, it was Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield, those sort of guys, and then Lennox Lewis eventually and stuff like that. But Chris Eubank was before us.
Yeah, I never had that. I also never liked boxing or had any interest at all.
I liked Mike Tyson when he was fighting. I liked some of that. But like anyway, he's a paid fighter. I don't need to like his personal life. Travis. Like a lot of people comment that. Like I was speaking to one of my friends about John Jones, one of my favorite UFC fighters of all time, and he's like, "Oh, but he's not a nice man. I don't want to make friends with him. I'm not going to choose him as a role model for my kids. He's paid to beat people up in a cage till they get knocked out. Like I don't think he's going to be really overly pleasant in real life. Like so." and I'm not watching this because I like reality TV. I want to watch a sportsman compete. Footballers aren't nice, and lots of people watch that.
Oh, that's true.
So, yeah. Anyway, enough of that chat. Let's move on with the main event of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. 42 Level 1 presents the top 10 PlayStation 4 games of the generation. So, as you know, we've been working through these. Last week was Xbox. The week before was the multi-format. We wanted to knock them all out before Next Gen Arise, which will be next Tuesday. So this one is the top 10 PlayStation 4 generation games.
Yes.
Anything else you want to add?
No. That's it.
So,
Did you have any, before we get into their main top 10 list, did you have any honourable mentions?
yes. I did. But I'm not prepared.
So I'll tell you mine. So I had 3 honourable mentions. In fact, one of these should be in the list. Ah, fuck. Right, I've got 2 honourable mentions, and then I'll fix another one in a minute. So yeah, Uncharted 4 is one. It was a good game, but it wasn't.
That's an honourable mention. You are absolutely crazy. It's one of the best games of all time. Madness.
A really good game.
It's not as good. It's not as good. I'm playing through it right now. It's not as good. I don't have nostalgia goggles for it. It's not functionally as good. The story's boring compared to Uncharted 4. The movement's rubbish now. And you play through the train twice. Wasn't that good in the first place. Maybe back in the day. So that's what I mean. No nostalgia goggles, not as good. Bullshit. Not accepting it. Put it on your list right now.
No. And then No Man's Sky.
It's not a PlayStation exclusive. We're not playing this game again.
It was my criteria.
Used to be that certain different people couldn't walk the streets.
Day one, it was a PlayStation exclusive. It was a PlayStation.
Doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean it's right. Doesn't mean it's right.
And yeah, I had a lot of fun with that game. It's really good. Okay, I'll fix this. I know.
Oh, I've got it. Okay, so my honourable mentions, Andy. Yeah. Final Fantasy 14.
Okay.
Because the only reason it's not in my list is because of the way that you subscribe to it.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
I had a lot of fun with Final Fantasy 14, especially with you, even when you decided to go in like your fishing or painting or dye quest or whatever it was. And
leatherworking
quest, and you said it was the most fun you had. And it ended up at one night we were playing it all together. Me and Fraser are away doing adventures in the field and stuff, and Andy's just sitting, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just about to level up my like cross-stitching or whatever it was. I can't remember. But it was, and he was quite happy. Like, there's so much potential in this game. See if it comes to PS5 and they've changed the way you can sub and I can do it from in-game. There's a chance that I'll sub on and off to this because I enjoyed it and I've got the Ultimate Edition. Other honourable mention was Detroit Become Human.
I didn't like that as much.
Didn't like it. I'm going to try it one more time because I paid for it full price, but like I couldn't get hooked on it. And I played the demo and I thought, this is actually quite cool.
Yeah.
The bit in the rooftop with, is it Ethan? I can't remember the robot's name, the first one. Just didn't get hooked. But that's my 2 honourable mentions that did not make the list. So what are you looking for?
I need to fix something. I'm just making a quick fix.
Do you want me to start then?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Oh, I need to get my list back up now. Unprofessional.
Oh, that's it. Cool. Yeah, I got it.
Right, you kick us off since PlayStation was your favorite this generation.
Yeah, so number 10 is Rocket League.
Again, it's not a PlayStation exclusive.
It was a PlayStation exclusive. It came out on PlayStation 4 day one. It was
really bad at this.
This is the criteria that I gave for the top
bullshit criteria.
You just didn't read it.
Do you know what my number 10 is then? Rise of the Tomb Raider.
I mean, that was definitely not PlayStation exclusive.
Doesn't have to be according to you. can be multi-format.
No, this is not what I said. I said
Rise
it
of the Tomb Raider because
first
I love it.
exclusive on the console.
So, Rise of the Tomb Raider 25th Anniversary Celebration Edition, which was exclusive.
It's not a thing. It's the 20th anniversary.
25th Anniversary Edition was exclusive. I got a review copy and I love it. That's my number 10.
It's not your real number 10.
No, it's not.
Anyway, Rocket League, I loved it when it came out. I got platinum in it on PlayStation 4 before it was out on any of the platforms. Absolutely loved it. And when it came to other platforms, it's almost a completely different game now because of all the DLC, and it's actually a free-to-play game now. So the original version of Rocket League is the one that I'm talking about. Absolutely loved it. So much fun. What's your number 10? Your actual number 10?
Okay, so it is Halo 5.
No!
Because apparently we can do what we like.
Jesus. No.
Okay, it's Mario Odyssey. I'm kidding. So my actual number 10 is Horizon Zero Dawn.
Oh, cool. Yeah, good game.
Really good game. I need to get back in and play more of it. I've got it on my PlayStation. The only problem is it came out at the same time as Breath of the Wild, and that hooked me a lot more. Open world game, kind of cool. Futuristic robot dinosaurs of kind of, well, not just dinosaurs, there's other smaller robots, but the main standout is the big, huge, like Shadow of the Colossus style things that walk about. And like society's kind of back to tribal sort of living almost, I would say. And there's a lot of mythology that you would expect standard of these. I can't really dive into it too much because I haven't finished the game. That's probably another reason why it's so low. But I think this game's sadly overlooked. I really do think this game gets overlooked a lot, and I think it was a class game. Looked phenomenal even in the PS4 Slim. And Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon 2. I'm still going to call it Horizon Zero Dawn 2 because Horizon Zero Dawn sounds right. So Horizon Zero Dawn 2 or whatever, Horizon 2.
Horizon Forbidden West, it's called, yeah.
I will eventually get that, but I need to finish Horizon.
Oh, yeah, you do, yeah. It's a really good game. Actually, like, I wish I could go back and do the DLC for it, but, like, they fucked up the way that the game works.
See, I bought the...
Oh, Jesus.
I bought the physical version of it when it came out, but then I traded it because I was like, I'm putting too much time into Zelda to have this. Yeah. And then down the line for £9, I think it was, I got the complete edition. So it's been sick.
The save file's not compatible, though, so you need to start again.
That's fine. I maybe had 10 hours, maybe more into it, but I'll start again.
Like, I don't know. Maybe I'll try it on PS5. Like, I don't know how far you have to get through the main game to get to the DLC, or if you can skip to it, or I don't think you can skip to it.
I can load it up tonight and tell you.
Yeah, you could tell me. Okay, so I'll tell you my other honourable mention that I just kind of skipped out of my main 10 there. So my other honourable, because
what was it? Was it Forza?
No, Beat Saber.
Splatoon 2.
No, Beat Saber.
Again, not a PlayStation exclusive, but
is it out on Xbox?
No, but you can get it other places.
Is it on Switch?
It's on Oculus. It's on
PC. So it's on
Oculus
PC.
isn't a PC. You don't need a PC to have that.
You do to play Beat Saber because it does not function.
No, you don't.
It does not work on the Quest.
It doesn't
work. Look it up any reviews of it. It doesn't work. Technically, it functions, but it's unplayable.
But it works. So it's not only on PlayStation. So again, this is Andy's third multi-format list.
PC does not fucking count because Horizon's on PC.
I'm not talking about PC. I'm talking about Oculus.
It's PC.
Oculus.
Or mobile.
Oculus.
Does not.
How's your PlayStation made? Is it PC components inside it? Or is it Sony proprietary ones, or did they learn the lesson in the PS3? I believe that it's the innards of a PC with a PlayStation shell and an OS.
Let's not talk about the semantics of the list. Let's talk about
the semantics. I wanted to make a PlayStation list, an Xbox list, and you decided to make 3 multi-format lists.
You just didn't list about in my criteria.
Anyway,
Beat Saber. Beat Saber is really cool. The only reason it really doesn't feature on the list is because
it's multi-format.
No, it's because on the PC version is better purely because you can put your own music in the game. So like
on the PC version,
you can have whichever music you want. No, it's a totally different version because the PS4 version is locked. And
a bit like my choice of Rise of Tomb Raider 25th Anniversary Edition.
Anyway, moving on.
Yes.
My number 9 is The Witness, which came out as a PlayStation 4.
Also, so not an exclusive.
Later down the line, way after I'd completed the game as an exclusive game, it came out on Xbox and PC and other platforms and whatnot. most games come to PS4 and PC day one. So, like even Godfall, we're counting that as a PS5 exclusive. So
This isn't a PS5 list.
But anyway, like most games nowadays, even like Death Stranding, like it came to PS4 and it came to PC day one. So most games will do both. Like we can't consider PC crossover games at all. Like those are fine to be counted as exclusives. Anyway, The Witness, like I had so much fun playing that game. It was a multiplayer game without being a multiplayer game. The puzzles in the game were really, really weird and really fun to solve. Like it just seems so stupid when you think about it. Like it's fucking line puzzles, but it was so fun. And like finding those puzzles in the world as well, like how you could like look at things and just draw lines in the world. Like like that looks like kind of a line. Like I'll just draw one there.
What was a good game? I might play it on my phone, on my Xbox, on PC. Yeah.
But yeah, it was an exclusive game on the PlayStation when it came out.
Not exclusive.
And I played it day one.
None of my games are available anywhere else. Not one.
Horizon is available on PC.
Okay, take it off my list.
No. Okay, what's your number 9?
Days Gone, which is a game Andy's looking forward to.
I played it as well.
Can I finish, or are you just going to start talking about multi-format games again? A game Andy's looking forward to playing on the PS5. I don't know if I'll pick it back up. Like, I got the gist of it. Do you know what? This is what I wish. What was the game you and Fraser played on Xbox that was multiplayer zombies?
State of Decay.
That's what this... Days Gone is what State of Decay wishes it was. Like...
If you could play multiplayer in that game, man, that would be cool.
That would be awesome because it actually fucking works and you could plan things out, like going to the zombies. Because in this game, you've maybe got like a train on like a bridge, for an example, and there's loads of zombies and you have to try and get past them. And the zombie horde like follows you and you can lay traps all the way and get the zombies to run out. So having two E's, like that could be really exciting if they do a sequel for that.
Do you know what's actually like? That's actually a really good idea. And like they obviously just added the multiplayer stuff to Ghost of Tsushima. Like they're not going to do that for Days Gone. They're not going to go back and patch it in. But Days Gone 2, like because the Ghost of Tsushima stuff seems to have gone down well, so they're going to look at it and go like, why don't we put like some kind of like co-op raid type mechanics into Days Gone and have like a couple of people like battle
setting up traps. You chase the zombies out the forest. I'll go and loot the stuff. We'll meet back up.
That sounds cool as fuck. Yeah, and like that kind of like that's much more like The Walking Dead. That's kind of more like The Walking Dead, and it feels a bit like The Walking Dead anyway, Days Gone, but that would be cool as fuck. I hope they do that.
Yeah.
So let's try to make that happen.
So like Days Gone 1 anyway, you can't do that. It's kind of Last of Us-y feeling at the start when you begin the game, the way that there's the pandemic happening and stuff, and you get your wife away in the helicopter and you're left with your pal and you've been shot, and you wake up and you kind of stay in like this telephone mast kind of place. And your pal just lies, he just lies there. And sometimes zombies come all the way up to the gate. It's kind of more a survival game than Last of Us because you have to like fill up your motorbike with petrol, and sometimes you have to plan it and turn off the engine to wheel past zombies because zombies react more to noise in this game. Really cool, but I'm interested to see how it functions better on the PlayStation 5 speedwise because the load times were horrendous in it. But yeah, it was fun, like good enough games. That's Days Gone's my number 9.
Do you know the only reason Days Gone isn't on my list, on my short list, is because of how it performed on the Pro. It was horrendous. When you went into the menu, like oh my god, like my PlayStation 4, it was louder than my PS3 ever was. Like
see, the Slim doesn't get that loud. To be fair,
yeah, it's weird. It's just the way it's optimized on the Pro, and like it made me concerned for my PS4 shutting down.
Yeah,
during those bits. So like anytime when I'm trying to pick my skill, I'm like not reading it fully. I'm just going like, right, that one will do. That's fine. So I'm excited to play it on PS5 when they've got better cooling and it will have faster.
Oh, the cooling's designed to adjust per game. That's what I like.
Yeah. So I look forward to playing it, and I will play. I will 100%.
Basically, if a game like this is stressing out the SSD more for loading, the fan will adjust and cool that section down more. Like it's really cool what they've done with the fan. Although the Series X fan's also awesome because the heat rises. Yeah. Every component in the Series X is stacked and it's got vents for the heat to rise through. So
I don't know how well that's going to work if it's
because the bottom one. How hot is the bottom one or the top one going to get? Oh,
Yeah,
horizontal, sorry.
Yeah, if you set it horizontal, like set it vertical, I think that's going to be
Yeah,
perfect.
because it's kind of got to build up and then go out.
Yeah.
Do you know what I
Which
mean?
is
Like,
a bit weird because heat obviously rises.
both consoles this generation are designed to be this way, though.
Yeah.
Which I've never really wanted to do with a console in my life before.
And the Wii's probably the only one that I didn't mind doing it with because it was really small and obviously it came on that like weird stand thing.
Yeah, I didn't do that with that either, but yeah, no, I get what you mean. But
like I had mine on that, and it didn't make a difference because it was really tiny. So, but yeah, like I've never, aside from that, I don't think I've ever had a console set vertical. Oh no, the Switch is vertical.
doesn't count.
You can only put it vertical.
Doesn't count because it's a screen built in. But like for an actual console like this one looks more like it's ready to lie on its side than this one. One's just this here, like Andy said before, like without the disc tray here. This is the design they took, like you said. This is the one they went, here's what we want it to look like, and the guy went, great, where did the disc go in? And they went,
like
there. We'll just add it on the side. But yeah, like it's the first. But anyway, like Days Gone, my number 9.
Nice. My number 8 is Infamous Second Son.
Good game.
Which is a PlayStation 4 exclusive. And I think all my ones from here on out are, like still exclusives. So yeah, the Infamous Second Son, really cool fucking game, superhero game. I think I probably prefer this to Infamous 1 and 2, to be honest, just because
it's much better.
Because of the graphics and like the gameplay on it was so much fucking fun. Like, and the spray painting, yeah. The I would say the story was not great, but it didn't matter that much because it was so fucking fun to play, and like it really showed off the next gen hardware at that point, like the lighting effects and the particle effects and that, like from some of the superpowers you got were so cool. And I think it was also the fact that obviously in any game when you've played a superhero before, you've always been limited by whatever power set it was, and if you did have like multiple characters and stuff like that, it was always like really bare bones, like not saying. And for your X-Men games and stuff like that, like they were always like kind of dialed down a wee bit. If you were playing as multiple characters and stuff, but in this game, Delson being able to have the multiple different powers, and the fact that the powers were so diverse and so different, like they were very, very cool. Like the light powers, it just looked so nice when you got Fetch's light powers, and you could run about super fast and whatnot. And then you obviously had the rock powers, and you had like the fire and whatnot. Really cool. Some of the stuff in that game. Like, I mean, I'm tempted to go back and play some more of that. Like, and I have done it a couple of times, like to try and do the alternative route to get through the game to get platinum. But because I've already played through it, I know the story and whatnot. And like, yeah, it's fun to play. But the most fun parts of it were not specifically the story, but like getting through those like story missions and getting to the billboards and doing the spray painting and whatnot. And just dicking around with the powers. For the first time, like it was so much fun to learn all that, and yeah, really good game. Yeah, I don't know how much more I can say about it, but yeah, I really enjoyed Infamous Second Son. I mean, I think it was 2015. I think that came out, maybe 2014. And if I remember correctly, yeah, I'm sure it was. It was my game of the year for that year, or it would have been. Yeah, I'm sure we were doing the show. Yeah, we were doing the show, so I'm sure it was my game of the year for that year. It might have even been Ali's as well, because he just loved the spray paint mechanic in the game. It was so cool. Because you turned your controller on its side and you had to shake the can, and when you shook the can, it made the rattle noise from the speaker on the controller, which was awesome. And then you used the trigger, pointing like that, to do the spray painting. Because you had to. It was really weird, just making you hold the controller in a different manner. Like I've never seen that before in a game. But yeah, really like that. Like I say, the characters were not amazing, but even the spin-off for it, like First Light, was really good fun. Like it had too many challenge maps in it, but like the story and that was good, and like the gameplay playing as Fetch was really fun. Like I did platinum that one, and it was good fun platinum that one. It was quite easy as well. So yeah, that was my number 8, Infamous Second Son.
Terribly sorry, but you can tell the sort of night the children are having.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, sorry, Natasha.
That was that was my number 8. What was your number 8?
Excellent. So number 8 is, what was your number 8?
Infamous Second Son.
Yes, so it was. So my number 8 was Until Dawn, which I thought looked one of the best looking games I've ever played in my life. This is obviously before the ray tracing generation. But on PS4, this game looked incredible. The only disappointing part was the limited hot tub scene, but that's just me. Because it had Hayden Patisserie, who was the cheerleader to save the world, and she was in the hot tub. I also had the guy from S.H.I.E.L.D., who was pretty good in it. What this game is basically like a typical teen horror slasher movie with multiple outcomes and some weird voodoo totem system in it, from what I remember, where you had to collect like Indian artifacts. The other letdown, which I get let down a lot by horror films, like I don't like jump scares. I think they're cheap. I think they're shit. And like if you've watched any of L3 to Sprint, you're watching this, you'll see I got jump scared easily, and it wasn't even a scary part. It just went bang. To me, that's a cheap scare, right? But see, when it builds the horror intention, that's cool. Your only problem is when they reveal the monster, right? So in this, it's like Wendigos, I think it was. Yeah, so this is how I know this game deserves this place, because I can remember all this. This is not even on my notes. My phone's here off. Really good graphics, really good outcome. It's like, can you save them all? And the best part about this, my wife who doesn't play video games, the only game since this that she said, oh my God, that looks beautiful. And I went, this isn't even the best version of it, that she wished she could play, was Ghost of Tsushima. And now she's seen that Andy on a PS4 Slim, which only does HDR. Wait till she sees this running the PS5. Like, because I'm holding back playing this. I wanted to play. I did fire it on the other night because it's great. But see, because it's going to benefit from PS5, I want to play it more there.
You mean Ghost or Until Dawn?
Ghost. Until Dawn I finished, but that's what I'm meaning. This Ghost is the only game that she said since Until Dawn, oh man, I wish I'd play it. And I tried it when my Dan showed it, and she went, nah. Until Dawn, though, was a really beautiful looking game. So much fun to play. Like, not scary. I preferred the bad guy being the guy, the sort of guy that was following them about.
Yeah.
That was cooler. They should have left it at that. When they introduced the Wendigos, it kind of fell off story-wise for me.
I agree, yeah.
But like, that's what I mean. Like, see, the horror films that I like is, your classic horror films where they're not like jump scare scary. It's like the man following them with a knife through the house, like Scream, like Friday the 13th style stuff, where it's like a guy, like he's going to kill you. The end. Slasher movies they're called, aren't they?
So those are actually scarier generally because they're more realistic, I find, because that could happen in real life. Like a Wendigo does not exist in. No. Like, I'm not scared of Wendigos because it's not a real fucking thing. Who cares? Plus,
they look kind of stupid in this. They didn't look great. But
so the Wendigos, I loved the beginning of it. Rami Malek was in that game as well.
He was, and if you like the sound of this, it's coming as part of the PS. I think it's coming as part of the PS Plus collection.
Yeah.
Play it in PS5, please. If you're like, what am I going to play launch day? Give that a go. And like, even my wife, who's not a gamer, she played it, and sometimes I had to like, because it was her turn, I was like, on you go, and I knew a quick time event was coming. She's not very good with. She's like, what buttons triangle? And I'm like, it's muscle memory. Like, come on, I've got 3 different controllers to learn to use here. Don't get me wrong, sometimes I mix up the names of the buttons, but I generally know the placement of what they do. You know what I mean, but Tasha killed a couple of them via that, so I don't think I would play it again. I don't think so. I think my experience of it was with my wife, and that was the way I wanted to do it. But definitely deserves this spot on my list. If you've not played it, just give it a try. I guarantee you enjoy it if you like that sort of thing.
Yeah, definitely. I will just say one thing about Little Hope in relation to that. You see, you're talking about jump scares. Yeah. Like Until Dawn doesn't have that many jump scares, and I think the placement of them is actually really good. Most of them are kind of earlier in the game before the Wendigos come in.
And it's usually the teenagers kind of doing that.
Like, and it really builds attention. And most of the jump scares, like, they scare you, and then it's like, and then it pulls it back, and it's like whatever the thing that has scared you, it's not actually a scary thing, which was really cool. And also, like, they did like surveys within the game. I'm going to talk about it more in a minute, but anyway, like the Little Hope.
I thought you were still talking about Until Dawn. There I was like, surveys in Until Dawn.
Yeah, no, there is in Until Dawn. They do surveys in it because they ask you like what you're scared of. Remember, and you have to say like spiders. And then whatever you pick, like, will show up like at some points, like in front of the camera, and it'll just like walk across. Like, see if you pick spiders, like it'll show up and it'll be a spider walking across. So it was really cool that way. And there was a couple of other things they did, like depending on what you picked as well. But yeah,
it reacted to your camera, didn't it, as well? That game, like it took photos of you, the scary bits.
Yeah, if you made like an audio noise, then it would take a photo of you. Yeah,
I'm sure Fraser had photos of Martina getting jump scared.
Yeah, he did that. But yeah, Little Hope has way more jump scares in it than Until Dawn. Like, it's a much shorter game, and it's way overused. And after maybe the first 2 or 3, they stop being scary because they come too fast. You're like,
What my problem is with them is it's a cheap scare. I'm not left after a jump scare movie going, oh my God, I hope I don't get a fright.
yeah,
What I'm more scared of is a mythology and a story that's cleverly like, oh my fucking God, that was creepy. You know, like that sort of stuff scares me more, like going home and thinking about it rather than a drawer slamming open like in those Paranormal Activity films. Because me and Tasha used to go at Halloween and watch a double feature every year. Sometimes it was Saw until it just became gore porn, basically. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't really scary. At first, Saw was kind of scary, like, oh my God, imagine this happened. Then it just became, how sick can we do it? And we used to watch Paranormal Activity, and like Paranormal Activity just became you sitting like this watching a camera until it decided to go boom. And that's not scary because it's like, to me, it's like I need to know if I don't need to see the monster ever. I just need to know about the monster and what it does and why it's after them. That's more scary to me than like actually just going, Buh.
So like I didn't mind it until Dawn, as I said, because they were like few and far between. And like in Man of Medan, there wasn't too many like those types but in basically in Little Hope, there's like every so often someone will come along and like grab your hand and like they'll flash up with a big like scary face on the screen. But it happens. I think it happened within like the 4 hours that I played at least 10 times, which is like too many. That's way too many. So there's no suspense getting built up, and like after the first couple, you're like you see like a hand grab, and you're like, okay, there's a scare, and it does not scare you. So, but yeah, Until Dawn's fantastic. So
what's your number 7?
Glad it's on your list. So my number 7 is Bloodborne, which is a game that I want to go back to, but it's so hard. Like it's unbelievably hard.
Do you know what? That should make my short list. I had fun with that game, even though I'm terrible at this game. Like, I actually got into it. I like the atmosphere. I like the kind of story. I like the idea of it being difficult and challenging, but I wasn't even, like I said on that video I done about Demon's Souls, I wasn't frustrated about the dying so much because I got that was part of learning. It was just more that I'm not good enough to ever see the end of this.
Yeah. And I definitely feel that with some games like Cuphead. Like I'm not good enough to see any part of the game. So like, and I couldn't get good enough at it because I'm just not good enough for that type of game. This game though, I kind of managed to like brute force it and get through parts of it, and I put like 40 hours into this game and had a real good time with it. Especially like when I was getting help playing it when I played it on stream, and I think it was D Sonics was watching me play it, and he was kind of guiding me through it, and that was a really cool experience. Like playing it like at launch and having somebody that had also been playing it at launch could help me with like tips and tricks essentially. So I really enjoyed that, and like if they do another Bloodborne game, I will 100% buy it day one just to be in there for the conversations that will happen, and also with the tips thing coming in. Like I think that's cool, and that will help a lot with these.
You'll watch all 180 of these videos if you got it.
Yes, and there's a bunch of videos of me that I had a good time making.
But is the tips thing coming into PS4 games? They've not discussed that yet.
Not sure. We need to wait and see. But yeah, like there's a bunch of videos of me on this channel playing Bloodborne. They're called Andy Sucks at Bloodborne. But I had a lot of fun with it, and I got up to the point where there's a guy in like a big tower, and he's got a Gatling gun firing at you, and I couldn't work out how to like navigate that and get up to beat him. But it's such a cool setting as well. Like it looks so cool. It's like that really kind of like gothic,
steampunk almost.
Kind of steampunk, kind of like H.R. Geiger type.
Mixed with fantasy
type stuff. Like very fantasy gothic, and yeah, it's very cool. And there's a giant fucking pig you can kill in the game.
Yeah, and he's at the start, and he's one of the hardest bosses. But you can literally jump down into the sewer bit, and you can see him.
The pig isn't that hard. Like,
when I'm talking about, I haven't played it since it came out, and that's what folk were saying at the time. Is one of the hardest bosses.
Maybe there's probably more than one pig, to be fair, and like the pig that I killed was definitely not hard to kill. But yeah, really enjoyed that game. Like so cool. So what is your number 7?
Number 7 is going to shock a lot of people more than Alana Pierce putting a demo for one of her best games of all time. Number 7 is God of War for me.
Okay, cool.
I like it enough. I think the story's great. I think it looks beautiful, even in the PS4 Slim. I know I'm stuck at a lift, right? But I'm not. I bought a PS4 again because of this. I'm not compelled to go back and finish it, Andy.
Mm.
I don't even care about swapping it down to easy. Like I thought about doing it the other night. I went, I'm not that bothered. I think You remember when I sunk some big time into it recently, and I got to the part where I finally got the guy with the head.
Yeah. Oh, he's cool.
At that part, I was like, I don't get it. Do you know? I get the evolution. I get its revolution. But I like the old hack and. This is not hack and slash like it used to be. God of War. I love God of War 1, 2, 3, Chains of Olympus, Ghost of Sparta. Played them all. Not finished every one. Not finished 3, but I finished the 2 in the PSP. And I finished God of War 1 and 2 on PlayStation 2. God of War 3 I should go back and play, but I love a hack and slash game, right? That's why I'm looking forward to Godfall. This, it's not the reason I don't like it. I think it's revolutionary what they've done with it. And this sounds to me more like I'm justifying why it's so low on my list when it's a lot of people's number one. But like, I can't put it there when my personal feelings towards it are I'm not that bothered if I never ever finish this. You know, it's one of those that's it's in my backlog. And I might get to it, and that's the state we're at now, Andy. It's nothing to do with the difficulty because that bit pissed me off for so long, right? But I get pissed off with God of War for almost a year, remember, because at first I couldn't figure out the dragon. But this bit, I'm like, no, but it's good, but I'm not as drawn in. That's what I'm feeling. I'm not as drawn into this world. I think it's a cool story, but it's not. It's beautiful. It's difficult because I'm like balancing the scales. It's beautiful. But I don't have interest in spending time in that world. Will I buy God of War 2? Probably. But like it's not enough to put me off the series.
You should finish that game, like it's fantastic.
But
it's
I agree with you. But personally, I'm not that bothered if I don't. And when I'm at that stage where a game, I can't put it higher in my list. Like if this was my best game I've ever played in the PlayStation 4 out of every game I've played in the PlayStation 4, I should have it finished by now. I should have had the motivation to go and want to put the time into it, like Ghost of Tsushima that I'm chipping away at. Like I should have the hankering to go, oh, I really need to play that bit in God of War, but I never had that since day one, Andy, and I didn't want to admit it at first. And I don't know what it is.
See, and you did not. Like the first day that we talked about
I never
God of War,
ever had the hankering.
Man.
Listen to me.
The opening of that game.
Listen to me. That was initial launch hype for me. See, as the time went on, I just went, I don't have the inclination to play it. And when I get that feeling from a game, I can't put it high. My high ones in this list are games that I couldn't put down. I would happily replay right now. My top, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. My top 4, I would happily pick up right now and have a blast for an hour. Maybe even my top 5. Yes. So that's kind of saying that number 6 is rubbish, but it's not. But God of War it's happily sitting there for me anyway. And I know for some people it's a better game, but see when I don't have that notion to go, oh, I really need to play that. I'm having so much fun. I'm just not. I'm not. It's enjoyable enough. And I'm interested in the second one because I've always liked Kratos. I've always loved that series. And I know you get the blades at the end, like I've spoiled the whole thing for me. But I like the hack and slash genre more. Like I would put Devil May Cry over this game. Personally.
Fair enough. Here's an interesting question for you, right? Like out of your list on the PS4, right? How many of the games have you completed? Like the story?
1, 2, 3, 4. 4. But the rest of them, no, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, so, but the rest of them I've put good enough time in to make comments.
Yeah, no, I'm interested to see like how it compares to like, my Xbox list essentially. So like on PS4, like out of my 10 games, I've completed 9 of them. The only one I haven't completed is Bloodborne.
Remember this generation though, Andy. I spent more time on the Xbox than the PlayStation.
Yeah, no, I know. So that's why I want to compare like our lists on Xbox. So on Xbox, I've completed 1, 2, 3.
But that's kind of
3 of my top 10.
Do you know what I mean? That's kind of comparable because PlayStation was your console this generation, Xbox was mine. See, even like at the end of the year, when I talk about the games I've completed this year, the majority of them were on Xbox. Yeah. In fact, 90% are on Xbox, but that's because it was my chosen console. I think going into launch, they're kind of even neck on neck. I'm more excited about this one because of the games available.
Whereas the bigger new features. Like,
Yeah, whereas the UI even doesn't excite me anymore because it's just, I had it, I've already used it. It's just like, see, when I plug this in next Tuesday, I'm not going to be like, oh wow, I'm going to be like, yeah, I've got an Xbox again. See, when I plug this in, even if I've still got my PS4 in the house, I'm going to be like, boom, 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 boom. Oh my God, it's all new.
yeah,
That's part
That's
of the
good.
excitement.
yeah, 100%.
Like I said, see this, I've not had an Xbox for almost a month now, maybe just over. Plugging this in is just going to be like, oh, I've got my Xbox back. And it's
Yeah.
going to look nicer and be faster, right? But that's what I mean. That's why I'm more excited about this, even though I kept all that secret. If you don't know what I'm talking about, watch, like, was it last week's video for your birthday?
Yeah, last week, yeah.
Yeah, I surprised Andy, but this is the one I'm excited for because I'm turning it on. It's all new. The controller's all new. This is the same controller with a share button. This is all brand new. Everything
Totally
about
So different.
totally different size, different everything. The UI on this looks different. I've got games like Godfall. I should have a Destruction All Stars, but it's not coming. But I'm happy enough with the way that worked out. But like this here, like if I had my Xbox One X, it's variable how much of a difference I'm going to get from that at launch with the games available. So anyway, it's interesting to see that I've finished 4, not 5. There's one that I got to the last level and I hadn't done leveling up, so I couldn't finish the last level.
Yeah.
That's what's happened in one of them. But I've practically finished it. Like
Yeah.
I was on the last boss and I'm like, I can't do this. I didn't do the side quests.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, like I finished 4 out of 10 fully on PlayStation. But on Xbox, apart from the driving games, I'd completed all of them.
Yeah. So you did better than me, like for your secondary console.
Technically 4 and a half. We'll call it a half for that game that I got to the last boss.
Yeah, fair enough. So that was your number 6. So seven.
Sorry, was God of War.
Cool. So my number 6 was Horizon Zero Dawn. So you already spoke about it. I loved this game. This game dragged me away from Zelda and Mass Effect because I got all 3 basically at the same time.
What was the third one? I couldn't remember that.
Mass Effect Andromeda came out at the same time.
Oh, of course. So that's why it gets so much of a back burner, because when I wasn't playing Zelda, I was trying to chip at Mass Effect, but then Zelda took over, obviously.
Yeah, so like it was the opposite for me. Like I put Zelda on the back burner and like smashed Horizon, and Mass Effect I never went back to for like until this year I think it was.
Yeah, it was.
Like that's how long ago. That's how long this.
Still also a good game. All 3 of these games, good games.
Yeah, 100%. Like all 3 good games. Just it was really bad that they came out all at the same time because they were 3 big similar-ish.
Like literally the same week.
Yeah, the same week. And we both got all 3 of them.
Yeah,
like,
we did.
within like launch window. But yeah, so this game took me away from Zelda, which is amazing because like Zelda was my game of the year that year.
Deservedly so, though.
Deservedly so, yeah. And I did finish it eventually again this year, I think. No, last year. I think it was last year when I got the Pro controller. I finished it. Maybe it was this. No, it was last year. It was definitely last year. Anyway, yeah. So, but Horizon, like, what a cool world they made. I love the kind of twist in the game, which I'll like. You're gonna go back and play the game, so I'll not tell you what the twist is. But it's so cool, like when you discover like what the sort of twist is, and it's not a huge twist. It's just like, okay, right, everything makes fucking sense now. But the way they've envisaged that world is amazing. And the dinosaurs are so fucking cool. Like there was so much scope to do more with that as well, and like I can't wait for the next game. See, climbing those things, like having an actual like climbing puzzle for climbing that like kind of giant tall neck thing, like I loved that. Like because they walk around in like a sort of circle, and you have to like go find where they are, and then like work out how to get up onto them first, and then climb your way around them. It reminded me of Assassin's Creed, like when you were trying to work out like what way you could navigate a building. Not like Assassin's Creed is now, you can scale any surface.
See the buildings, any surface, but it used to be a puzzle in Assassin's Creed, and I really missed that. I really miss going, how do I get to there? And sometimes you'd have to jump onto an adjacent building to get back over and stuff.
Yeah.
Now it's just hold up.
Yeah, and that's what those bits were like in Horizon. And I also loved like the way the combat worked was so cool because you could chip bits off of the enemies, so you could knock like weapons off them, and then like pick up the weapon and use it against the enemy. Like it was so cool. You could also like you put traps down in the middle of combat and stuff, and you had to tie down certain enemies at points to stop them running around. Really fucking cool. Like totally different from I think any other game that I've ever played. Like in terms of like a single player like story focused game for that. Yeah, so cool. Loved it. And the bow and arrow, it was a bow and arrow game again. Like bow and arrow.
The generation of the bow and arrow.
Yeah, the generation of the bow and arrow or the crossbow. But yeah, really fucking good. Loved it. And it looked amazing as well. Like, graphics in it are just...
And no matter what version you play, because even in the Slim, it's good.
The voice acting as well, because I think I played Horizon before. Yeah, I played Horizon before the Pro. And the voice acting in it as well is amazing. Like, I think it's Ashley Birch that does Aloy. Yeah, I'm sure it is. And she's fucking solid. Absolutely amazing. But yeah, it's a fantastic game.
Number 6 for me is a game again that I expected to be higher in my list. It's Final Fantasy VII Remake, Andy.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Looks absolutely lovely. Looks amazing. I'm, over halfway? Just about over halfway.
Yeah.
It's fine. Like, it should have been more, and I wish they'd waited for PS5. It should have been open. It should have been Final Fantasy VII made like this. They've kind of made it corridory. It's cool, but it just, again, it's a game that I got to a certain point, and I'm like, fine, okay. It looks lovely. I love all the characters in it. Voice acting again's great. It kind of syncs it up so it looks closer to Advent Children. I'm looking forward to part 2. This is one that I will go back and finish, but it's not like, oh, I really want to play Final Fantasy VII. Like, it just wore off me. Like, this is the reason why this is lower. And again, it's like I said, top games in this list, I could jump in at any point. If you say, do you fancy a game of this? I'll be like, yeah, not the multiplayer games, but you know what I mean? I could fling that on just now and play it quite happily. And this one, even if I wasn't stuck at the part I'm at, I would just kind of be like, okay, like, some of it's slower than I want it to be. Some of it's really cool and better than the original. It's never going to be the original. And I just feel like this was the way it is because it's on PlayStation 4. I think if they'd waited and brought this out as a whole, the whole thing would have been out in PS5 and probably took the whole hard drive with it. But I get why they've done it. They promised it. They had to bring it out in PS4, but this could have been so much more with a few more years on PS5. I don't think what they've done is a bad job. I think it's a superb game. That's why it's on my all-time PlayStation 4 games ever. But again, it's not like... The reason I like Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy series better than God of War. It's a no-brainer for me. 7's probably one of the best, if not the best. It's debatable, right? I love 7. I love 7. I've got Dirge of Cerberus. I've got Advent Children on Blu-ray. Like, absolutely love it. I've got the book about Tifa. Do you know what I mean? Like, the official prelude to it. I've got figures coming that I still can remember, the 8-bit figures.
Oh,
the
yeah.
60-bit.
Nice.
This just... I wanted to love it. I wanted to go, oh my God. And don't get me wrong, if I put it on just now, I'd be like, still can't believe how cool it looks. But there's something about the combat that just never really sank with me. It felt a bit too light. Than it's trying to be a hack and slash and an RPG at the same time, and it hasn't pulled it off. I prefer the combat in 15 to the combat in this because of the way it works in this. I think it's a lot more stop-started. Like, they have to be one or the other. I don't think a happy medium really works for this. I just... Like I said, some parts were cool fan service. Other parts I was just like, I can't be fucked with you at this point. I don't really want to do this. The side quests are boring bullshit. Like, they're really crap. Go and fucking clear a warehouse out that you've just been out of rats. It's like, that's MMO territory, mate. Like, I don't want to do that. Or go to the desert and kill some of these, like, animal. I've just been there to do something important for the story. I don't fucking want to go and do MMO quests in this. So I think it should have leaned away from the RPG side completely and more into the action side. And I know it is more of action, but I think it should have went heavier into that side to separate it even more. I love the idea of the ATB trying to be introduced, but it kind of breaks my flow. When you're playing a hack and slash game, you kind of have to freeze it. It's like, select. Okay, do your magic now. It's like, oh, come on. Like, it should have been more instantaneous. They shouldn't have had the ATB, the menu like that. I know they've got different modes, but I've tried both. They're both very similar, to be fair. But like,
all different.
they should have just had the magic button set to a button. Like, it should have just been push L1, push square, push L2, push square. There's fire and ice. Do you know what I mean? Set them up. Have it like that. And then have a button of slash. But see, having to pause it, go into a menu during what it was a mix of things for me that didn't sync. And like I said, I'm going to finish this eventually. I just wanted to love it more than I did. I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm not saying it doesn't deserve to be in your list, wherever it is. But like, for me, I think the second one I'll like a lot more than this because it'll be utilising PS5.
Fair enough. So my number 5 is Spider-Man, Marvel's Spider-Man, which I think you like this a lot more than me, and like this is definitely going to be higher for you.
If this was Ant-Man the game,
he's
for you.
Number one. Although, like, I mean, Avengers was not on my list, and like Ant-Man.
Spider-Man's a better game than Avengers.
100%. Yeah, definitely. And yeah, like Spider-Man is an amazing game, though. Like,
Oh yeah,
amazing. Yeah. I preferred this one to the Amazing Spider-Man game, because the story is actually really solid in it. There's a couple of like weaker moments in it where you're controlling like Mary Jane and stuff like that, and like wandering around. But they don't last very long, so they're kind of like, okay, just I understand why they did it for pacing, just to kind of like go, okay, right, we've taken you like all the way up with like the combat and like the swinging around and stuff. Well, let's just chill out a minute before we go back to like kick it off again. And then I get that, like it's fine, they just paced it that way, but cool. But yeah, like swinging around as Spider-Man, absolutely spot on. Like I loved how you could do like flips and stuff when you're swinging around. Like that was really cool. Just because like I didn't know if you ever really had that in a Spider-Man game before, just the ability to just fanny about when you're swinging. Most of the time it was just you're swinging and you're swinging and you're swinging. There's no enjoyment of it. Like it's fun to swing, cool, but you can't like
in Amazing Spider-Man you could
do backflips and that. I don't remember that.
And you also had what I missed in this was when you held R1, it showed you where you could zip to mid-air. Like you remember you had the outline of you in yellow and you could position it on the side of a building and you would go and shoot off like that and then run along the building. That was the first one that had it, and then I think they took it away in the Amazing Spider-Man 2, which is why it sucks so much. Plus it was that instead of just one button, you had to push left swing, right swing in Spider-Man 2, which is awful. One button for swing is all it should be.
Yeah. But yeah, I thought they got the swinging absolutely spot on. The combat was fucking amazing as well. It's the Batman
kind of Arkham like,
and like you obviously had the spider sense pop up, and then you could do the dodges. Really liked that, and like all the special moves and all the coolest fuck costumes that you could unlock in the game. Like really awesome. I loved the secrets that you could get as well, like all the backpacks and stuff. And just told a really cool story, and every boss fight was really fun. Like really fun and totally different as well. Like every boss fight completely different from each other, which was awesome. And you would kind of expect that from like a superhero type game, like because Batman obviously did this before, but I think Spider-Man did it better than any of the Batman games.
Don't agree with that, but
they took that formula and then they really refined it and made it awesome, and like it was so colorful and bright, and they had Spider-Man quips and everything in it, like, and the J. Jonah Jameson podcast, like
playing when you're swinging, he's a menace.
Yeah, like I loved all that shit, man. It was so cool, and they did an amazing job of building Spider-Man's world. The only thing I would have liked to see more of is like cameos from other like superheroes, not necessarily like Avengers and whatnot, because obviously they have Avengers Tower, but say like Spider-Man's friends that are heroes, like the street level guys, like Daredevil and like people like that. I would have loved to see them like make some cameo on it, and you didn't really do that. But maybe we'll see that in the next game. Probably not in Miles, but
Black Cat was there.
Black Cat was there, yeah, but like some of the other ones I would have loved to have seen. Daredevil is a lawyer. That's what I want to see.
He doesn't cross over as much with Spider-Man as like you think.
I mean, he was Spider-Man at one point. Like he doubled as Spider-Man. Like I don't need to see that, but like I would love to see Matt Murdock like represent Spider-Man in court or like some shit like that.
I'm sure his law offices are in it.
They probably are, yeah, Nelson and Murdoch, yeah. But I would love to see him like pop up in the game, like in some capacity, like he's defending somebody in court, like not.
Yeah,
maybe not-
you said that you wanted a Daredevil game a few months ago.
Yeah, I would love a Daredevil game. It'd be so cool. It'd be awesome. But yeah, Spider-Man's my number 5. Great fucking game.
So my number 5 is Ghost of Tsushima.
Tsushima.
Great game. It was a contender for number 1, but after a heavy consideration, which I've had a lot of time to do, it's a game that everyone needs to play. They've just expanded it. Not only is there multiplayer in it, which
Oh, we lost Ali. And he's got an amazing picture. Where did he go? Where did you go? Oh, Ali. I wanna know. Where did you go? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I mean, it still says we're live, but I was just frozen. Oh, we've lost him completely. So hopefully we should still be live. Yeah, hopefully we should still be live and you'll come back in a minute. So, yeah, Ghost of Tsushima says number 5. But I don't want to continue on it until he comes back. Let's see. You see my message? Let's see where he went. Internet dipped. Okay. Let's see if we can get him back in. How do we get him back in the call? He should just come back in, I would imagine, from the same link. We will pause for a moment until he comes back. Oh, do you know what we'll do? We'll watch this while we wait for him. Oh, he's back. There we go.
I'm running this off my phone though, so it might be a wee bit.
Okay, no, it seems okay. Well,
No,
it's a bit choppy.
what's happened to my internet? There's definitely lights coming out. I've got an Ethernet connected as well. And, who knows? So where was I?
You're talking about Ghost.
Yes.
We lost him again. We lost him again. Where did he go? So yeah, Ali's having an internet issue. Please bear with us while we fix this issue. Okay, right, while we wait for Ali, let's see if we can't get this. Okay. Right, we want to share this Chrome tab. So something I was excited about earlier was this video from Digital Foundry about Watch Dogs Legion. So basically, they showed off some comparisons in this video of what the basically ray tracing on and off, and I think this makes a huge difference, to be honest, with this. Like, so I can't edit it because Ali has control of the stream, so I cannot even do that. Oh well, never mind. But yeah, anyway, like the Watch Dogs Legion footage came out. Actually, it was 3 days ago. Geez, where they showed off. It was basically the PC review where they showed off the ray tracing and the GFX upgrades. And oh my word, it looks amazing when you see this. Like, I can't add it to the thing, but yeah, I'll stop. Yeah, I can't add it to the stream here because Ali's in control of the stream and he's not here. But yeah, okay. So yeah, we're just kind of waiting for him to come back. There he is. Hello.
My modem had the light showing that it was doing an update, which is awesome to do at this time of night.
Yeah.
So when my modem updates, it restarts. So
most normal people are sleeping at this time of night. I think that's why they do it.
So yeah, Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah.
Ghost of Tsushima. Awesome game.
Oh my god. Awesome game. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good. It was a good game. I don't know if my internet's going to dip out.
We've obviously, I mean, you've spoken about Ghost anyway over the last couple of weeks, so yeah, it sounds like you've been enjoying it a lot, and like I look forward to hearing what you say about it on PS5 as well.
I would say if you can wait for PS.
Lost my game. We lost him again. He's gone. We lost him. He's gone. Jesus.
I'm back.
You're back. Okay.
Ghost of Tsushima is good.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, moving on from that, my number 4 is... oh, your camera went away now. My number 4 is Until Dawn, that you already mentioned and we already spoke about. Yeah, I absolutely love this game. It was a really cool story, especially like the first like 2/3 of the game before they introduced the Wendigos, like amazing. And I actually think it would have been probably higher for me if they hadn't put the Wendigos in, if they'd kept it as like the kind of slasher style, teen slasher sort of movie vibe that it had going, because it was so cool and so well done. All the choices in the game really awesome, and like how your characters had that kind of like permadeath thing as well. I think I ended up like with like 4 left at the end or something. In fact, no, I killed everyone else at the end apart from Hayden Patisserie, because there's one choice you can make at the end where you like flick a light switch or not, and if you flick the light switch, it kills everyone else that's in the room with you. Like, which is crazy because you've went through all that time like keeping whoever else you've managed to keep alive, and then you just murder everybody. Well, you don't murder them, but you accidentally kill them all. Crazy. Yeah, I really love that game, and the only reason it's not higher is because of the Wendigos coming in. It didn't spoil the game for me, but like it definitely knocked it down just a peg. But yeah, what a fucking cool game that was.
This is stressful.
Yeah. So, what was your number 4, Ali?
So, number 4 for me was Infamous Second Son.
Yes.
Absolutely loved it. Completed it twice, good and bad. Didn't finish the DLC ever, but the main game, absolutely great. I know you said you didn't like the story. I loved it. It was kind of like the city was being held hostage by the government, and you kind of had to choose whether to be good or bad. The spray paint bit is the best mechanic the PS4's seen. You shoot your controller and then use R2 to spray, and out the speaker you hear the hissing. Jumping about the city was incredible. The character was kind of cool. Kind of like with a beanie hat. He was kind of grungy looking. Like
he looked. Really, I'll give him that. He looked cool. I didn't like his personality very much.
I liked. I bought the edition as well. I think I got it off the American store so that I could get the extra bonus mission with was it Cole? What's his name?
Oh
Cole?
Yeah, it was something to do with Cole from the first 2 games.
Which tied it in, but it was like a mission that got you 2 audio logs and that was it. And it was like a mission that took 5 minutes, and I paid like an extra 20 quid to get that edition. Good game though. If you're play it, give it a try. You'll definitely like it. Although you won't get the spray paint feature on the PS5.
Unless, well, if you use a PlayStation 4 controller, maybe you will. I don't know how that works. We need to check and see. Maybe I'll try that and see how it goes. See how it works.
I don't want to say too much more about the game because
this
might drop at any point. Yes, that is awesome. That's the good and bad side.
It's a bottle opener, this one.
You definitely don't have to finish 1 and 2 or even have played them to play this or Festival of Blood. This is definitely standalone but set in the same universe. It's like, what is it? A soft reboot. This one is.
Kind of, yeah.
It's a soft reboot because it's a whole different character, but it's using the same universe.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily a soft reboot because obviously
it is though.
I mean, if Colt,
it's the definition of a soft reboot. If you don't buy the special edition, you don't hear about Colt.
Well, that's true. But I mean, he's still in the world. It's just you might not come across him.
He's not in the world. You don't come across him at all. You can hear 2 audio logs if you pay that extra monies. So yeah, it's a soft reboot. So you don't need previous knowledge. Give it a go. Fun.
My number 3 is a sort of soft reboot as well, which is God of War 3. God of War 3? No, God of War.
God of War 3. I was like, you said no remasters. I remember that part.
God of War 2018. I don't know why I said 3 because it's number 3. God of War from 2018. That is a cool fucking game. Like all one shot. Like the axe, throwing that axe and like have it come back to you. Like the weight in that is so perfectly balanced. Like it's so well done. I loved it. It did get too hard for me at an elevator scene. I'm not sure if it's the same one as the one that you're stuck at, but I did have to dial it down to easy at that point. But I still thoroughly enjoyed
the bit I'm at's a bit where you're in a lift. The boy opens it up because he's got some mad power.
I got past that bit fine.
And you've got symbols in the wall, and then there's a time limit to the lift. And if you don't beat them in time, you drop.
It's a circular lift in it, like kind of like it's like sort of like a well. Yeah. No, I did that bit okay.
There's not like, really well. So there's flying things and stuff.
Yeah. I know what you mean. The bit that I got stuck at was like it's sort of like it feels like a lift, but it's not. And basically, they chuck a bunch of enemies at you've fought as bosses already, like in a row. So like they go like, here's the first boss, the second
that
boss.
That adds to my I'm not appeal to go and play this game. What you've just told me, you know, I don't want a boss rush in this game.
And that's what it is. It's exactly like a boss rush, which I didn't enjoy, and it's the only part of the game that I didn't enjoy. But there's some fucking cool moments in this game, and like some of them are just like daft little things. Like you'll be just like riding along in a boat, and the head guy, I forget his name, but the guy you've got attached to as a head, he's just telling away a story like to you, and like he stops telling the story when you get out of the boat. So you just sit and like listen to the end of his story before you get out of the boat. It's really cool. Like it's very rare that a game makes you just kind of sit and listen to it when there's not like a cutscene or something going on, just like background flavor stuff, and you're like, oh, that's kind of interesting. I'll just wait.
Cool. It's cool how it went from the old Greek mythology to Norse mythology in this one.
Yeah, and I think the Norse mythology works really well. Like all the enemies are fun to fight. Some of them are quite difficult, like the Valkyries and stuff like that. There's obviously that's added challenge for people if you want to have that. I did not. I fought one Valkyrie. It kicked the shit out of me, and I went, no, fuck that. I'm not going to bother with these. And they're obviously totally optional though. I did love like the way that they had like some of the side content in the game though, where you could totally miss it, but sometimes you would come across like a wall you could break down, or like a bit you could double back around to, and you would get like a secret chest and things like that, which was really cool. And you would open up like some secret routes and stuff like that that made traversing the world just a wee bit faster, which was awesome. I liked the map as well, and like the leveling up of the runes and all that sort of shit. Like all the mechanics in the game pretty much were spot fucking on. And when you go back to your house later in the game and get another different weapon, really cool. I don't know if you know the spoiler for that already, but like, oh, it's really cool when you can swap back and forth between the two different
Between
weapons.
the blades of
The blades of chaos and the big axe, like really awesome. Also the opening for that game like is probably the strongest opening ever in a game that I've played.
I don't remember it. That's how
It was the superhero fight, like the superhero fight between Kratos and Baldur, like cool as fuck, man. I loved it. So cool.
it's a no point. I think I remember what you're talking about, but not for me.
Oh, it's just I absolutely loved it. Like I was so hype on like that opening, and like that pretty much carried me through the whole game. Like just brilliant game. Like really, really well done.
I've never denied it's not good. Just didn't get me. So
What was your number 3?
is Ratchet and Clank, right? You said no remasters, but this is not a remaster, it's a different game.
Yeah.
Because this is the game of the film, more or less, using elements from the first game, but totally reworked. Absolutely brilliant. This is the game that I said that I got to the last boss when it came out, and I hadn't upgraded all my weapons and stuff, which I know to do this time because I'm currently playing through it again. Ratchet and Clank I've loved since PS2. Like, this game's absolutely brilliant. It's a perfect remake. This is what I would say. A perfect remake of the original game. The added elements from the movie, even if you don't watch the movie, don't interfere with your enjoyment of the game whatsoever. This is much better than the movie itself. They actually just feel like bonus cutscenes, and now the graphics have kind of matched what they did in the movie almost. It doesn't feel like it's just, oh my god, imagine those graphics. That's what you used to say in the PS2. Handles well, plays well, shooting's fun. I love the Groovitron to make all the enemies dance, and like see when you're fighting like big giant monsters that are floating heads wise, like in Doom, and you're throwing it and they're spinning round and stuff and breakdancing. Absolutely brilliant fun. Looking forward to the next one. But yeah, this one was awesome. You should definitely try it. Everybody that's not played it should try this before the next one.
Nice. So my number 2 game is a game you mentioned already, which is Final Fantasy VII Remake. I fucking adored this remake of this game. And the thing is with this one, I know you said you didn't like it because of certain things that they did with this that were.
You understand my criticism from my personal point of view.
I do, yeah. But like for me, I couldn't stop playing this game. Like it came out obviously, like pretty much when we went into lockdown, and like I was off work. I had nothing else to do. I played Final Fantasy, and that was my life for like 5 days basically until I completed it. And I put, I don't know, like 40 hours into it over like 3 or 4 days. Pushed it till like 5, 6, 7 in the morning, like up playing it. And that's when I know like I've hit onto like something that I'm like, oh, I am hooked on this. And I had to see it through as quickly as possible before I got any like potential spoilers for it. Now, the weird thing with saying that is that it's a remake of a game that I've played many times that came out 20 odd years ago. But there are spoilers in the game that do not exist in the original game. Big fucking spoilers. And I think that's what was so special about the game for me. So, like, obviously, I liked the combat. The combat was cool. I actually much preferred it to the Final Fantasy 15 combat. I thought it flowed much better and it was more fun. Also, the characters like sell it in a big way to me because you can play as Barrett on his own, you can play as Tifa on her own, and whatnot. Like I wish you could get to play as Red, but he's like a kind of assist character who's just there with you, but you don't actually get to play as him. But all the other characters that are in the game up to that point you can play as, so it's fine. Like, so Cloud, Barrett, Tifa, Aerith, you can play as all them. It's not fun to play as Aerith, I will say that.
No.
It's
Barrett's pretty cool. I liked him.
Barrett is cool, yeah, and like Cloud is really fun to play as, and Tifa's really cool to play as well. And like, I loved seeing everything from the game realized in like amazing graphics. Like,
Yeah.
I think one of the coolest moments in the game is getting to fight the big fucking house.
It was a different fight from the original version, but it was very similar to its tactics, where you had to change up the spells you were using.
Totally.
And it was shown in a different way, because that was in the graveyard in the original game, from what I remember, the train graveyard, and this time it was like in a fight club that you had to rank up to get there.
So like, there's two enemies in this game that they really showcased in a big way, and they made them into huge boss fights, when in the original game they were just like
the
enemies that you fought.
Airbuster in the house.
No, not the Airbuster, because he was a boss fight. So like, there's the house, and then there's the sort of like the floating like sneaky thing that goes like this.
Oh yeah, those. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
they made that into a huge boss fight in the new game. Like, and it's really cool. Like, I enjoyed it, but like, not as much as the house. The house is like the standout, like probably the standout boss fight in the game. Like, it's fucking cool. But yeah, like, so I also played for this game over like a few days, and I didn't really go back to it much after that. Like, I should go back to it and like do the side content, but I was really driven by like just how much I was enjoying the way that they were telling the story. And because in the early part of the game they start just like tweaking these little things, and they add in those like ghost things floating around, which were not really in the first game. And I was like,
but they were in Advent Children, like the reunion.
Yeah, so they were kind of in that, and like those become more and more prevalent as the story goes on, and actually lead to big things happening like towards the end of the game. And I'm trying not to spoil it,
because I've still not read spoilers in that.
I've not read spoilers for it, but this game did things that I did not expect whatsoever, and it is 100% like accessible for a complete newcomer to Final Fantasy.
Oh yeah,
and it will also be very new to people that have already played Final Fantasy VII original.
Yeah, I like the way you put that. That it starts off similar, like the train station, everything, and then it's like, oh, that's new. Oh, that's new. And then I think the first big part was obviously the hub where the base is, and then you get to go on a mission with Jessie to her mum's house that was just not in, and then from then on, like all bets were off on what was going to happen, because it changed. It stayed the same similar path, but it added in, changed so much story elements that it felt like a completely new experience in that world.
Yeah, which is I think they did an amazing job of paying homage to the original game, but creating something new in that world as well. And honestly, there's some mind-blowing fucking moments in that game, like especially like the near the end and the ending. And like as soon as I finished the game, like the first thing I did is went and watched a spoiler cast on it. Like immediately, I was like, I need to know, like I need to hear other people's thoughts on this, because you hadn't finished it, and I can't remember if Fraser had finished it or not at that point. But because I was texting back and forward with him, like while we were playing through it, because we were kind of on the same sort of pace, and like, but yeah, I had to go and watch the spoiler cast straight away, and I'm like, oh, like just mental. Like it blew my mind, which I did not expect, because I expected it to be story-wise straight up remake, and there's a lot of different things happening in it, and some very like holy shit moments in it. So cool as fuck, loved it. So yeah, that was my number 2. What was your number 2?
In my head, I was debating this with my number 1 for a while. As I'm sure you were, although I know what your number 1 is now, but I would have put that one above it from my experience with your number 1. So number 2, I think, is going to have to be Uncharted 4. It should have been in your honourable mentions.
It was? It wasn't in my list, it was in my honourable.
Oh yeah, I got annoyed with you there. Yeah. So Uncharted 4, until I played The Witcher 3, was close to being one of the best games I've ever played, if not the best game I've ever played. Black Flag's up there with them as well. Those are the 3 best games of all time. My number 1 is also. But this game, I had not, as you know, I'd played the Vita 1. I'd played bits of 1, never really played 2, and didn't. I've never owned, well, I own 3 now, but I've never even started 3. So
it's not great.
neither's 2. But Uncharted 4, 1's awful though. But like Uncharted 4 drew me in when I had basic knowledge of a character without me feeling like I'm left out. And I never do this with games, as you know, Andy. And my plan in this was I'll start it and then I'll go back and play the trilogy. And I think about this time I did finish Uncharted 1. Didn't age well. Just put out there. That game aged very poorly. It was like, go into an area, shoot some guys, climb up, go into an area, shoot some guys, move up, go into an area. And then it turned out to be like sci-fi nonsense with these creatures that they kind of retconned. They retconned them.
Yeah.
They retconned them in 2. Do you not remember when they actually went up to the creature and they pulled the head off and it was actually guys that were guardians of something? Okay. So they obviously felt the fan feedback of what the fuck is this, like
nonsense,
cryptozoic style creatures, so they've disappeared. So Uncharted 4 was people said it was unneeded, but when I played it, it was like
it was needed.
It was very needed. Nathan Drake's retired and he's sitting at home with his wife, and a very cool scene where you're playing Crash Bandicoot. You actually have to play it to decide who washes the dishes. And then he gets pulled back into it because it turns out he had a brother all this time, and you get flashbacks where this is me off of memory again, you play as him as a kid at like a boys' school and you have to go about the rooftops and stuff. And this was about the time that the Uncharted movie kind of was talking about Tom Holland, and I was like, is he going to play that one? Yeah. But now Tom Holland looks a lot older and it's fine. But like Uncharted 4, it even went to Scotland at one part, which I really appreciate in video games. I'm, as you know, Andy, not as huge fan of Tomb Raider style games as you are. Wasn't a huge fan of Uncharted, obviously, because, well, I hadn't really finished many of them. But this game sucked me in from the minute I put it on to the minute I finished it, and it blew me the fuck away. It was the first game that I said, do you know what, this is better than Black Flag. It was the first game that I said, do you know what, I enjoyed it. Graphics are amazing. I played this on original PlayStation, remember? Gameplay was smooth. Never tried the multiplayer on it. Don't think it's necessary in this game.
Nope.
Story's wrapped up in a nice ball. Even the epilogue you get. I'm not talking about the Lost Legacy. I'm talking about the which I also hear is awesome. That I really should play. The epilogue. I won't spoil who you play as in the epilogue, but I think that sets up Uncharted 5.
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean by that? I don't want to tell people because it's a spoiler still.
I mean, it's been out for 5 years. We've both played.
Okay, so when you play as his daughter at the end, like that kind of sets you up that she's going to kind of go into it, and maybe Nathan steps back into a Sully or a supporting role, like Sully in the original games when he was younger and he came with you through the jungle, like in Uncharted 1 and 2. Don't know about 3, but like, yeah. So
he's there all along.
What's that?
He's there all along, Sully. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But Nathan Drake in the next one might be that for his daughter.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Yeah. So like I said, Uncharted 2, I'm not being bad to the game. It's a lot better than 1. But in my experience of not playing that through nostalgia goggles of, oh my God, it's a train hanging off a cliff. Like, to me, in this day and age, playing it now, it's like, so fucking what? Like, I've played Last of Us since then. Do you know what I mean? That trumps everything that Uncharted 2 has done so far. Last of Us 1. So, Uncharted 4, to me, is the peak of the series. It's absolutely incredible. It's one of the best games in PlayStation 4 you're going to play. Graphically, it's going to look incredible no matter what PlayStation you play. And I don't think you need to play any other Uncharted game to enjoy this one. And for me, that's an incredible achievement for a game that's 4 deep in, and it's not a side character you're playing as. You're playing as Nathan fucking Drake, who's been in technically 4 games before it as well, if you count the Vita one, which should be counted because it was decent. And like it welcomes you in as if like, just, this is Nathan Drake, let's just go on with it as a treasure hunter. So you don't need to know the lore. There's some cheeky references back to older things, and there's some trinkets about his house that you notice at the start, from what I remember from previous adventures. And obviously his brother's kind of retconned into this, but like the game itself was just smooth. It was fucking incredible. As much as I love my Xbox, there's nothing like Uncharted 4 on the Xbox One. There's nothing. I can't see what the Series X is going to have, but there is fuck all like Uncharted 4 or on any other console, like, or PC. Uncharted 4 on PC. So I would highly recommend Uncharted 4, but that is my number 2 game of the year. But again, In my top 5 of all time, Uncharted 4 sitting there
Nice.
across all consoles,
It's high praise indeed. High praise indeed.
and it's fucking deserved,
Oh yeah, it's a great fucking game, man. Really good.
but just not good enough to beat The Witness.
The Witness was special, man. Like
The Witness was special because the way me and you played it.
yeah, like we just classified it differently in our lists. Like otherwise, The Witness would have been in my multi-platform list, and then Uncharted 4 would have probably been in this list. But anyway, it's mentioned. So anyway, my number 1 game of the generation on the PlayStation 4 is The Last of Us Part 2, which came out.
I'm gonna go get a drink of water because I absolutely do not like this game one bit, but I'm glad you enjoy it.
So, like this game,
Oops.
this game obviously came out what, June
This year, March.
Was it March? No, it wasn't March.
I don't know. I don't know what you're saying back to me either.
Sometime this summer during the lockdownish type times. So yeah, I played through this. And I didn't have as much time to dedicate to it as Final Fantasy, because I was working at the time. Otherwise, I would have probably done the exact same with that. Yeah, this game, it really hit me much better than The Last of Us 1. And The Last of Us 1 was a solid game, but I never ever connected with Joel. I hated Joel as a character because of how he talked about his daughter after she died. And it really never sat easy with me at all. So, and I just never liked Joel because of that. In this game, I feel like he 100% gets his redemption from that point of view, because he does. They don't necessarily retcon, but they do go back and he kind of revisits parts of that that person that he was back then, and he kind of sees a little bit how he's looked at things differently in the meantime, and he's kind of like basically adopted Ellie as his daughter as well. So I liked that whole aspect of it. Like, the entire story really solid. Playing as Ellie, who was my favorite part of the first game. She was an absolute wee badass, and seeing her a bit more grown up and running around doing her own thing, and having her friends and her kind of in a circle interacting together. What the fuck is that? That is an enormous bottle.
It's my water. Saves me going for another one.
Why is it so big? That's insane.
That's what she said.
But yeah, I absolutely loved basically everything about this game. I do not think it had any real bad points at all. Like, you had all your kind of shooting mechanics and whatnot were all
apart from being no fun to play.
All of the graphics were amazing. See, that's the thing though. Like, this game, it tells a cool as fuck story. Like, I loved the world.
Make it a film then.
I loved the story that they told. I loved all of the gameplay.
Make it a TV series.
Fun is not something that they set out the game to be, right?
Which to me is not worth playing. That's why Infamous was so high.
And yeah, Infamous is a fun game to play. Like, it's fun to dick around with superpowers and that. Like, this game is not fun to play. Like,
no.
But it is good to play.
Which is weird because Last of Us 1 is fun to play.
I disagree. Like, I think Last of Us 1, like, gameplay wise, was fine. It was functional and whatnot as well. I do think that they refined all the mechanics of that game and made
Last of Us 1's better than Last of Us 2.
I disagree entirely.
It's okay to be wrong.
The Last of Us 2 story is way better than the Last of Us 1 story.
It's okay to be wrong though.
Some of the moments in this game as well. Just there's little things in the game. So they added in, like, the map mechanic is my favorite map mechanic in any game ever. So when you're running around, there's like an open world.
What? It's awful. It's like we go here and it's like that's not accurate.
I absolutely loved it. So you push a button and she pulls out a map in the game, and then it's like, all right, okay, like I need to go here on the map. She fucking writes on the map, and it's like, oh, so cool. Like, the map grows over time because she draws on it. Like, and that's exactly how it would be if you were in this world in real life. You would have a map and you would draw on it. It wouldn't be some like bullshit like representation of a map that would like pop up with points of interest. You would have a map where you drew on the map. Cool as fuck. Loved it.
Sea of Thieves did it first.
Well, Sea of Thieves did do it, but this is way better. I loved the horse in that part of the game as well. Some of the physics in the game are so cool as well, with the rope. the rope physics,
basic bitch rope physics. Honestly, you went on about that, and when I got to a part where I had to use the rope to get generators, and I'm like,
yeah, so cool.
no, this is bullshit.
No, it was so cool. Like that, I don't think I've ever seen that in a game before, like at all. So
No wonder, because it's not that good.
no, it was really, really cool. I loved it.
When you're saying the game's not fun and it's got good rope physics, doesn't deserve #1 spot.
Oh, yeah, 100% does. Like, I loved the story. I loved the way they did. They like wrapped up Joel's story, continued Ellie's story, and then added in like the new characters into it as well. I thought they were all.
Bam,
really...
you're dead with a. Was that a shovel?
Yeah, because I mean that's the brutal reality of that world. Like that's what happens, and like people didn't like it.
But then she doesn't retaliate. She's like, "No, I'm not going to kill you after you've killed him. You've killed many others of my loved ones, but now you just walk on."
It's fine. Like it makes complete sense.
Come off it.
It does. It makes sense. And like there are points in the game where you play as like the different characters and whatnot, and it's really weird because you kind of feel like you're playing as the bad guy, but
Well, you are.
Well, yeah, but you see it from the bad guy's perspective, and
I haven't so far. I'm like, I don't want to play as this bitch.
You do get to that, and like you play as Abby, who's the person that kills Joel. Spoilers.
Yeah, no, I'm playing as her.
Yeah, so like you get to that point, and like it explains to you 100% why she killed Joel.
I know why she killed Joel.
It makes complete sense. Like she did it for revenge purposes, and she didn't feel good about it. Like when she killed him, like and it didn't help her in any way afterwards either.
If she didn't feel good, why didn't she just bang, shoot him dead? Why did she make him suffer so much? It's not like her dad was tortured by Joel.
She didn't really make him suffer that much.
She beat him up to fuck until he died, and someone had to tell her to put him out of his misery.
Yeah, and then she just killed him.
That's torture, right? So
No,
Joel just killed. All Joel did was killed her dad.
Yeah.
Bang, dead. But not buying it. Sorry, I am happy it's your #1.
But anyway, like I also loved I loved what they showed of like Abby working alongside like the guys that she was working with after the Fireflies and whatnot. The colony that they've set up. I don't know if you got to that, but where there's a stadium. So like the sort of town set up inside the
Is
stadium.
it Washington we're at just now, or Seattle? I think it's Washington.
I think it's pretty much Seattle.
No, because they have to go to the. Is it Seattle?
Anyway, the stadium, like whatever the stadium is, like I'd love seeing that, like because that's the sort of thing that would happen in this world, and like I never thought about it, like, or what if somebody made a big settlement inside a stadium? Like that is fucking cool. They had all the crops growing, they had like the dogs running around. You can pet the dog, you can throw like a ball for the dog, like just all the little shit like that. Like I loved it. And when they tie it all together as well, because obviously you've run through for like 3 days and 3 in-game days as Ellie, like doing all these things, like, trying to get to Abby, and then seeing it then from Abby's point of view of like what the trail of destruction that
that's
Ellie...
kind of the part I'm at just now where I left it when I don't know. I'm Ellie. I bounced to Abby after the whole, you know how Abby kills her. Well, Abby gets to the house, Abby kills her, then you have to go back and you play as Ellie and her pal. You get through all their bits, and then you get to the house and the boy's with you. Can't remember his name. Yeah. And you find Joel, and then I can't remember his name, but he used to be a boyfriend, and then like you end up going out. You end up coming back and kind of mourning and looking at guitar, and then you go out again, and this time you're going to, I'm sure it's Washington, I could be wrong, but you end up going there, and you want, people decide not to come with you, and then you flash in your Abby again, and I got to that part, and I'm like, I don't fucking like this game. I don't want to play as her for one. I've spoiled it for myself, so I know she's not going to get killed by Ellie anyway, and it's not fun. It's a slog to play this game.
I would say it's not. I wouldn't describe it as a slog. I would agree though, it's not a fun game to play because it very much had me on edge the entire time I played from like the not fear, right, but like you always have that threat of like clickers coming or like
to an extent, but see, to me in this game they were all almost an afterthought to the storytelling they were presenting, whereas in the first game they were very much more game elements. This one, I said this before in the show, I feel like you're more along for the ride, which is fine because that's what they're trying to do, rather than being that person and being in that world. I didn't feel like I was a part of it. I felt like I was an observer controlling the characters rather than playing as that character, and that's some people like it, some people don't. I don't like it because to me, I don't care enough. And then when I found out the stuff that happens, I'm like, I don't even care even more because I'm not even going to get the resolution that I fancied. And I know they came out and said they didn't care, which is fine. It's their game to make. Don't be dicks and complain to them. Just stop playing like I did. I might go back to it, but I don't have an inclination. Like Last of Us 1 was more game-based with story elements, whereas this is a story with game elements, I feel. Don't get me wrong, it's definitely not a walking simulator, but you know what I'm meaning by that? And the narrative's great, but for me, present it as a movie. Like, that's what you wanted to do. And people started saying that to Kojima by the end. Like, it's not fun what we're playing. Like, Metal Gear 5 isn't fun. Death Stranding isn't that fun to play either. But present those ideas in a different medium. Like, you've put yourself into a box to give us this. Why couldn't the sequel been a multi-part TV series or a movie? Like, I don't feel like I need to be playing the game elements. I feel like the game elements disturb the story instead of make up the story in this game.
Like, I don't necessarily agree with
like
that.
What I mean by that is, like, see the traveling the horse, fine to control it. But see when you come to a confined part, like say a supermarket, a mall, an abandoned house, and it's all of a sudden, right, now you have to duck again, and it feels like it's taking you out of the story to give you a bit of game to keep you happy, rather than like continuing the flow of how the story's feeling, which is more, it's more family, community orientated, and how everybody's banded together. When they present to me the game elements that aren't exploring, I say exploring lightly because it's not open world, but they've presented it well. When I'm not doing patrols and stuff like that, or going in the hunt for somebody, or trying to rescue someone, or find someone, or doing platform elements, that I feel like it's like, oh yeah, let's throw in a stealth bit to get them through the fucking town hall, say, or like something else, and or the next bit, the bank or whatever I was at. That feels forced. I don't mind going through a building and seeing stuff and remembering the times past and how the world used to be. But see, the minute it says, oh, there's a clicker and I have to go in, and I get that they're a threat, but I think those elements in this game in particular should have been presented in a different manner. And I don't mean QuickTime event. I think there's a way of doing this without making it feel cheap and QuickTimey, but not. I feel like the story went, blah, 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 blah. Okay, do a wee stealth pack, blah, 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 blah. Do it again. The bits that fit with the story and the flow and the pace were the horseback bits, were the exploring parts, were the like Abby mostly running away from like the monsters and stuff, the clickers and the fungus infected. And when they brought back the elements from the first one, like the shooty parts, the action parts and stuff, like the Uncharted feeling bits, they didn't sync with my experience for the game. And that's the problem. In the first game, they all seem to together. But in this one, I feel that there maybe was a different way or game style or presentation method of those sections that they could have gave to us to make me feel like this was more of a, I don't want to say it's not well gelled because it is, it's just obviously not fun, but you know what I'm trying to say about those parts.
Yeah, I know, I do, I understand that, Chris, but like, but I didn't feel that personally for me. Like, I just really enjoyed all those parts. As I said, not fun to play, but really good to play. But yeah, I loved the game like so much, and like I'll be very surprised if it's not my number one game of the year this year. And the only things that could top it is like Spider-Man, the new Spider-Man, Miles Morales, or Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which has a shot, to be fair, or Bugsnax. Yeah, that was my number one. What was your number one?
It was Last of Us 2. No, it was. So I want to talk more about Last of Us 2 though, because I didn't want to sound too unfair in the game. I think just to further my point, what I was meaning, I think they tried to rely too much on what happened in Last of Us 1 gameplay wise, that they should have had different elements. Like it would have worked better for me. And I will finish this game at some point because I love the world. Last of Us 1 is one of the best games of all time in my mind. I know what's happening story-wise, and I'm fine with knowing those spoilers. The breakup of the gameplay, it feels more of a breakup than the last one, because that gameplay kind of fit last gen games more than it does now. Maybe that's what I mean. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm talking shit. So yeah, Last of Us 2 was in my special mentions, which is hilarious. Because Uncharted 4, which was high for me, my number 2 was in your special mentions. So my number one comes with a disclaimer as well. This in 9 days could rotate for a different title because we're not at the end of PlayStation 4.
True. I
So
don't think.
wait to tell you. Do you know what my game is?
Yeah.
Right? Spider-Man.
Yeah.
But do you know what game I would rotate it with?
Miles Morales.
Yeah, I could see that.
That makes sense, but I don't think Miles Morales is going to be as big as Spider-Man. Like in terms of how like big the story in the world. No,
Does that make it a worse game?
It doesn't necessarily, but I think the overall Spider-Man's going to still be higher.
We'll see next week. So
And also, Spider-Man's it's a PS5 game, so it's irrelevant.
I'm going to be playing it on PlayStation 4 first, Andy. And remember what you said about like exclusives. Like you were pulling like Xbox and Android games and all sorts onto your exclusives list. So, I mean, you had a game that's on Stadia on your Xbox exclusive list. So, anyway, the Spider-Man game. I'm disappointed with the remaster, even though I'm going to get it with Ultimate Edition. I'm disappointed with the change in Peter Parker because this game presented to me a time period in Peter Parker's life that we've not seen in game form, which is known as the big time era in the comics, where Peter Parker finally moved away from college, because I'm not even talking high school, which a lot of folk think Peter Parker spent a lot of time in. He didn't. A lot of people, Peter Parker's time has been in college, being a pizza delivery guy or whatever job he could, Daily Bugle. This was when Peter Parker had finished college and moved on with his life and split up from Mary Jane most of the time during this part. And he was focused on being a scientist, which Peter Parker is first and foremost. He created the web shooters, you know, he created the costume. He's one of the most clever guys in the Marvel universe. He's up there with Tony Stark. Maybe not quite in Tony Stark's level for inventions, but he's up there. He invented the spider bike, for God's sake. But anyway,
Ant-Man.
He's not, but neither's Tony Stark.
No.
So, but neither are as clever as Mr. Fantastic. So,
That's the big one.
It's not. Mr. Fantastic is the smartest being in the Marvel universe just now.
It's debatable. I'm
not debatable because it's been proven. The ultimate version that came over to our universe with the Mad Hat. Him. He was annoying in the Ultimate Universe as well. But Spider-Man in this, that was just comic talk. Spider-Man in this is at the age where he's a scientist. He works part-time, or he works full-time, and then he ends up having to work for free because funding gets pulled by Osborn. He works for Doc Ock. So you're already at that point where he's helping Doc Ock develop the arms. He's been Spider-Man for years. Mary Jane and him are kind of, on the rocks, kind of friendly, kind of, she's in his apartment at one. See, I'm confusing this because I read that much Spider-Man, but I'm sure
they've broken up like at the start of the game. They're not together.
And at one point he's in the apartment and he zips out the window, and he leaves the clothes on the floor and stuff. Yeah. So also they add elements into this with like Aunt May working at Feast, which was in the comics as well, which is ran by Mr. Negative. Turns out he's also in the game. I've got some criticisms with the game as well, and they match Andy's. Mary Jane section slowed it down. Miles section slowed it down. However, my biggest criticism is
not as much though, like playing as Miles, because it was like, oh, I'm Miles, cool, I'm fine with that. Like,
yeah,
I'd rather be Miles than Mary Jane.
Yeah, and it was cool they had Miles in this. However, my biggest gripe with the game, Andy, was they couldn't stick the landing and do a different villain for a change as the last boss. We had practically the Sinister Six at a cool fight. That was the coolest fight in the game for me. See, when you were at the docks and you had to fight, I think it was Electro, Rhino, and Lizard, or Vulture. Sorry, Vulture, Electro, and Lizard. Was it? No, Rhino, Electro, and Vulture.
It was definitely Electro and Vulture. Like the entire.
Was there not three of them you had to fight at the same point? Because I'm sure.
Can't remember, but there was definitely the two of them.
Scorpion. It was Scorpion, Electro,
and Vulture.
And Vulture. It was amazing because you had to contend with Vulture in the air, Scorpion jumping about things, and then you had Electro like shocking you. So you had to deal with them all at once. Absolutely incredible boss fight, better than the last boss fight, which is Doc Ock. That's my problem with this game, is the way they pushed it was Mr. Negative's the villain. Yes, he was, up to a point where they went, oh, and they shit the bed and they went back to the old faithful Doc Ock. How many times do we need to fight him in a video game? Come on, almost as many times as the movies tell his origin story, right? So, Doc Ock is fine as a villain,
Yeah, it's all right.
but Mr. Negative would have been, oh my god, that's cool. Like, see the fight with him you have in the train, and it's kind of the last fight you have with him.
Oh, yeah, that was really cool.
That was cool. So why not after you beat Doc Ock, they should have had like dun dun dun. It's Mr. Negative. It's the final battle with different mechanics, different this, and it's like, so Mr. Negative was the villain all the way through. That would have been cool because Spider-Man tends to fall upon the Sinister Six for every fucking boss fight in every video game of Spider-Man that I've fought in the last level. Oh,
I don't know. The boss fights in that game were awesome though.
I'm not saying it was bad. I'm not saying
cool.
I am not saying the boss fights were bad, Andy. I'm saying story-wise, they should have stuck the landing with Mr. Negative because that's the way the trailers kind of pushed it. And I was like, oh, they're going a different route. They're going a different route finally. It's not going to be Sinister Six. Oh, Doc Ock, hi. And that fight wasn't great. It reminded me of the Marshmallow Man fight in the Ghostbusters video game because it was on the side of a building. And then all you had to do was like swing round and round and attack, swing round and round and attack. Like, that fight was probably the worst in the game, the final boss. But yeah, Kingpin was cool at the start. And the good thing about this game is, well, one of the good things is it had a novel, and I'm waiting in the Miles Morales novel coming as well. The novel actually told Peter's story up until that fight with the Kingpin, like what was happening. That was cool. And I've never read really a novel about a comic character. Do you know what I mean? Like, to my knowledge, I've never read a novel featuring a comic character, but with this, I was in. Also noticed Into the Spider-Verse has the PS4 suit, several parts, like at the end where they see loads of Spider-Man like carrying Miles' body. PS4 suit's there, and it's in the Peter Parker's kind of shed in that. The Spider-Man suit's there. I seen that suit first and I was like, ew, I hate it. When I played the game and you're in the standard costume and it explains what he's doing to the suit and makes it, I'm like, that's acceptable. Yeah. Spider-Man changes his suit depending on the situation. However, once the Homecoming suit came, I was like, fuck that suit. I played the entire game in the Homecoming suit. This game round with Miles doesn't have as much variation as Peter Parker, so I think we're going to get a lot of Spider-Man costumes for Miles, and I've already seen a couple that look like they're Spider-Man prototype costumes, which is fine, and we're obviously going to get Miles with the hood up, Miles with the, that sort of thing, Miles with the what do you call it, the fancy dress costume mask, and obviously we're going to get that. But in Spider-Man, you're right, the collection of costumes is almost perfect. It even got the Tobey Maguire costume added later down the line. However, it missed my favourite movie costume of them all, which is Andrew Garfield's one in Amazing Spider-Man 1, which was cool as fuck because you see him cutting out the sunglasses and actually making this thing, and it looked.
They might add that.
They're adding it to the PS4 version.
Okay.
They've confirmed this. Cool. It doesn't make a difference to me now because, like I said, all my games in my top 4 I would happily replay. Every one of them. Ratchet. I'm doing it just now. Infamous Second Son. I'll fire that back up at any time. Uncharted 4. This one as well. Spider-Man. The reason it's at number 1 is fun, story, replayability, and just my own personal enjoyment out of the game. Absolutely incredible. Like you pointed out a lot of the points, like the swinging, combat. Taking the combat from the Arkham series is a tip they got from the Amazing Spider-Man game, which is also superb if you've never played it. The only way you can play it really is in 360 or PS3 just now. But this one took what that did and then kind of reshaped it, refined it, and it started its own universe. It's now got comics out. That Spider-Man's now recognising the Marvel Universe and the Spider-Verse. Absolutely brilliant. The reason I said it could be swapped is because the Miles Morales game, be it short or not, I've stated it before, I was with Miles from day one. I remember reading that comic and going, holy fuck, he's going to be a Spider-Man. The Spider was numbered 42 for a start. The Miles Morales, and I've said this before, potentially once they let him grow older a bit in the comics, which they still haven't done as far as I'd like, he's more powerful than Peter Parker. He's got all Peter Parker's powers plus invisibility and electric shock, basically. So Spider-Man's at number 1 just now, but it has got a slash like that might say Spider-Man / Miles Morales, because I know that's cheating because it's technically 11 games, but I will decide once I've played this game whether it deserves that top spot, because the one thing that's going to need to focus on heavy to make it there for me, I know the gameplay is going to be solid, it's the story. If the story is just, if it suits Miles and if it's a Miles story, if it just feels like Peter Parker could have done all that as well and it's pointless, then, and you're just cashing in the Spider-Verse hype, what's the point?
Yeah.
But we'll see. I think they've done enough fan service already for that game, and it's not even out with Into the Spider-Verse suit and stuff. But Spider-Man 1 on the PlayStation 4, I would say it's the definitive version because it's getting all the DLC, the extra DLC PS5 is down the line, and the Peter Parker model. For me, we kind of think we know why they've done it for the remastered version, because obviously that looks more like Tom Holland, and we think, well, I think anyway now, that that's going to be the Spider-Man for the Avengers game for PS5. And it makes sense. So, PS4 version of Spider-Man. The DLC, I'm not basing this on the DLC, but the DLC was definitely stripped out the game and tacked on at the end, because remember, it gave me a tutorial.
Yeah, it was shite.
You're fight. I can't remember who you're fighting at the docks, and it actually gives you a tutorial on how to throw rockets back, and it's like, this is the last DLC. Why are you teaching me to throw rockets? So that was clearly pulled out the game.
Yeah.
And it fell out of place. Yes, the radio stuff and the chatter over the Spidey phone or whatever did suggest it happened after the events of the game. But if it didn't have the radio chatter, then that could have been plonked in at any point. So I definitely reckon what they did is this essential to the story to move it forward? No, right, it's DLC.
Yeah.
Definitely. But Spider-Man's the best game on PlayStation 4.
I like the Black Cat missions as well. Like, see the ones where you had to
They were okay.
Camera things. Like, that was cool. It was like broke up the
But
pace.
it could have existed during the game as well.
No,
Easily.
I don't mean the DLC. I mean like the ones that were actually in the game.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. And you had to like look for the clue. It wasn't really difficult, but it was like
cat, like away over,
Yeah.
over yonder. I like
like
that.
yeah, it was cool. I like you said. Do you know what? Like Amazing Spider-Man, like I said earlier, did do it with his flips and stuff like that. But this one, there's something about that run off the building and doing the fall thing, and it looks like they've got the Miles Morales like straight down looking backwards, sort of, you know, because that's the cool thing about the Miles Morales is they look like that. But these guys have got this like to a T, like Spider-Man to a T. Within 2 years, we're going to see Spider-Man 2 for PlayStation.
Oh yeah,
5. Within 2 years, I think 2022 early, we're going to see Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
We'll see rumours of it next year, and then we might even see a teaser. And I think early the year after, depending on how COVID's affected it, but I definitely think that's not a game that's going to be mid-gen.
No.
It's going to be early on Spider-Man 2. They might even push out a Spider-Man...
There's your 2022 game then.
True, yeah. Spider-Man 3 as well, I think, is coming this generation at the end.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Or
Yes,
maybe
but...
Miles too.
Oh yeah, they could break it up and do a Miles too as well. Yeah, because Miles is very popular just now with the kids, especially because like Spider-Verse was so big, and Miles is kind of the new generation of Marvel characters, and he's in all the cartoons and stuff now as well. So he's a very cool character. I like Miles Morales. The only problem with the remaster again is now that Miles Morales looks older than Peter Parker does.
Maybe,
He does. His character model looks older than Peter Parker's new model.
And
Peter Parker's new model looks maybe 20. Peter Parker's original model looks looks closer to 30, which he's meant to be in this.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But Spider-Man, absolutely loved it. Exclusive to PlayStation, only way to play it. Part of my reason for being so excited about this as well. Obviously, Miles Morales come to PS4, but the advancements in the PS5, like I'll be interested. The reason I want to play Miles as well on the PS4 is the loading's instantaneous in the PS5. You zip out the window within a second, the city's loaded. I'm interested to see whether you zip to the window and it comes up with a loading screen. I think it will.
I think it probably will as well. If it doesn't, cool. That's awesome.
Because they did manage to figure out how to load quicker in some of the games. Maybe they've managed to figure it out, but
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so maybe they've got it.
Who knows? But
Find out what next week.
Find out.
Time?
I find out on 9 days time.
Oh, yeah, it's the 4th now. So
Well, 8 days time. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's it. So that was our PlayStation 4 games of the generation.
The generation is over.
That's the generation
Generation.
closed. I've got bits and stuff to polish off, but mostly the games I'm messing about with I'm not progressing them because I want to play them on the PlayStation 5, like Ghosts of Tsushima and even Last of Us 2. Even though I know they're going to hit us with a remaster when the multiplayer comes out and just go, look, it's remastered PS5, but it's got the multiplayer. And yes, the multiplayer will work in PS4, but look how much better it is.
Yeah.
Bastards. But yes.
Can't wait for next week. Like,
excited. This is the last 42 level 1 since 2012 that we are going to be PS4 and Xbox One only in some form. Like, as of next week, it's a whole new generation. And when we started this show, we were on PS3s, Andy.
Yeah, we were on.
We've went through
360s.
We've seen through 2 console generations when we started this.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for the next generation now, finally. Not as much for this one, unfortunately. This one, definitely. This one will be used a lot more. I know it will. But I've got a new channel that's going to rely on this. And there's more games for this coming. I want. Oh, who knows? Do you know what I mean? But like, this one's going to be good for my back catalogue because I've got a lot there. I've got Mafia 1 to dive back into. I want to load up Marvel's Avengers again. But then this is going to have games that I'm playing as well.
It's your Game Pass machine, mate. Like, that's what it is for me.
It's not just Game Pass for me.
For me, plus, it's Game Pass plus Avengers.
Because I've got Assassin's Creed Valhalla in this as well.
Yeah, Cyberpunk as well. You've got coming in that.
Oh, I'll be playing Valhalla before you, a week before you.
Same. On
the best next-gen console. Well, we'll wait and see. I'll be interested to see by the end of the... We'll judge, seeing our show of the year. We'll see what one's best for each of us. I'll be interested to see.
After a month, like, or 2 months, which one has been best. Because we'll both have both, so...
Yeah. But yeah, it's a shame. It's been a decent generation for the PS4 all the way through, more or less. Been a bit stingy with what they could have done with it. But then Xbox started out slow and got better. But yeah, it's good that they're even standing. So it's like an even race for this gen out the gates. Like, there's positives and negatives for both, to be fair with you. Do you know, like, exclusives, Game Pass.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going to be better. But like I said, this is the one that I'm looking forward to. It really is. Not looking forward to having to fit it behind my TV because like I'm having to move a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Because the way I've got it like in a dresser with like 3 drawers and cupboards, so it's not like I've got a slot in things. So literally my TV's on top and I've got to hope it fits. Like the Series X, there's no problem with this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is weird. It just feels weird that this episode wrapping up is the last one where it's like Xbox One, PS4 gen. So we'll finish it up there, I think. But thank you. Bye Xbox One. Bye PlayStation. Well, PlayStation 4 is sticking around for me for a wee bit. I'll tell you why. I'm not convinced OneX 5 is going to work in the new one.
maybe.
See for the little amount you get for a PS4 Slim now. I might keep it a bit. We'll see.
Like I don't need to. We've already got.
Put it this way, right? If I decide to get a TV through here again, Andy, what's easier to carry through? This, or a little PlayStation 4 that went in my bag tingling several times?
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, thank you very much for tuning in, listening. Thank you for Science Pie for being in the chat. L3 to Sprints, the new thing that we're doing, PlayStation focused only, sadly. We're not just doing exclusives like his lists. We're doing like all sorts of games. I've played so far a couple of games. Stories Untold, don't know if you've ever heard of that, but it's a good game for everybody watching. Well, watch the video and decide. And then on the launch of the PlayStation 5, it's going to be full channel proper.
You're going to play Bug Snacks on that?
I will actually, yeah. I will actually play Bug Snacks. I'll play Godfall as well, obviously. Miles Morales. There'll be comparison videos. Next week I'm doing my Miles Morales one for it. Obviously on the current gen. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's good fun. It's just tonight I'm not doing one because it would take me half an hour at least to do it, an hour to edit it, and then half an hour to wait for it to upload to add all the tags and stuff like that. But yeah, it's good. I enjoy it. But yes, I enjoy doing this. This is the best one. We give you a treat every week for free. No money required.
hour treat, a 4.5 hour treat this week.
4.5 hour treat this week. But yes, that was deserved because this is the generation we're on now. Goodbye to the old generation. And we'll see you all.
I love her.
Next time you see us, we'll have at least, hopefully, played a Series 6. But I'll tell you, see if my delivery driver hits me and says half 9, I'm going like, Andy, man, we're doing it half 10. But then that means you've not got it as well.
Yeah, we'll see how that pans out next week.
Yes. Anyway, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Bye-bye.